Pokemon Ninjutsu Master Chapter 51-100. Chapter 51. I'm really Chendong, look at my serious eyes. Looking at the cube in his hand, Luokan was still a little stunned, feeling. This is too simple, so he easily subdued a third-level divine beast. Then, the voice of the system appeared in my mind again. Ding, system upgrade, the function is closed during the upgrade, and the upgrade time is 30 hours. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he encountered a system upgrade in 10 years. Woohoo tilde. While he was stunned, a huge sound of water waves sounded. Suddenly, the water around the isolated island shook, and countless agate jellyfish emerged from their heads, and the entire isolated island was surrounded by dense mahjong. In the distance, an incomparably gigantic stinger jellyfish popped out of most of its body and swam over quickly, as if stepping on a wave. The giant stinger jellyfish floats in the waters outside the isolated island. Its eyes are fixed on the isolated island, and its eyeballs keep scanning, as if it is looking for something, with anxiety in its eyes. After finding that there was no one he was looking for on the island, it roared loudly, its tentacles slapped the sea, and countless water splashes floated in the air. Purple. Human, where is my partner? The roar sounded directly in Luokan's mind. At this, Luokan directly threw the cube sprite ball he just got. The black tadpole characters on the cube wandered, and the super ancient fast dragon appeared again. The giant stinger jellyfish stopped its hurried body and looked at the super ancient fast dragon. The ruby on its forehead flashed, and it was talking to the super ancient fast dragon. After a long time, the giant stinger jellyfish's eyes were a bit complicated, and its rich voice sounded in Luokan's mind again. Human, I hope you will keep your promise and help it find a companion. Otherwise, even if I am not your opponent, I will kill you at all costs. After speaking, it turned away and returned to the sea again. Giant sting jellyfish, where are you going? To find the home of our stinger and agate jellyfish. It left with the densely packed agate jellyfish and disappeared into the sea. Luokan didn't stop him either. First, even if he was knocked down, Luokan didn't have the pokeball to conquer it. With the huge size of the giant stinger jellyfish, the inner space of the ordinary pokeball couldn't hold it at all, so it had to be specially made. The second is, with the friendship between the super ancient fast dragon and the giant sting jellyfish, when Luokan needs to use it in the future, presumably it will not refuse, so it is almost the same without subduing, plus the huge sting jellyfish and the ethnic group to take care of. Well, if you catch it, it will probably run away. At this time, Z tilde. The throwback fast dragon who fell to the side began to make a sizzling sound, as if a burning fire had been poured into a basin of water, and smoke was coming from all over. The tailed beast coat on the surface of the skin began to slowly retract into the body, and a bright red figure ran out of its stomach and rushed into Luokan's arms. Kuailong's body began to change drastically, and soon returned to its previous appearance. After his body recovered, Kuailong tilted his head and fell directly on the ground, with circles in his eyes. And the 9 tails in Luokan's arms are also wilted and ill, and the skin that was originally like a ruby has become a little dull. Obviously, this is the sequelae of their fusion-tailed beasts. Watching them fall into the dust is also a little helpless. This is the consequence of forcibly pretending to be. But if you don't go to the villager store, you can find the elf center. No way, Luokan took the fast dragon back to the Pokeball, and then he and Lily rode the super ancient fast dragon and disappeared into the sky. Ellipsis. Speaking of which, on the top of a mountain outside the dock city. I haven't moved for so long, it seems that these 2 monsters have left. Let's go, we're going back. Well, the dock city is abolished, and the entire peninsula has been destroyed. Let's go back and discuss with the high-level officials of the Alliance to discuss the relocation of the residents of the dock city. Then our Yulong family will also go first. Ellipsis. Different families ride on the elves, cut through the sky and fly high into the sky, disappearing into different horizons. At the same time, the news about the port city also spread throughout the entire Kanto region at an extremely urgent speed. In an instant, there was a stormy sea in the Kanto region, which shocked countless people, and the appalling port city made their hearts tremble. But what shocked them the most was a blurry photo. In the photo, there were two fast dragons bigger than a mountain fighting fiercely, and it was said that the tragic situation in the dock city was caused by one of the fast dragons. And the other fast dragon surrounded by this red energy is said to be a trainer's elf. This made countless people lose their voices, and some young people yearned for the mysterious trainer and regarded him as an idol. And the elf researchers are even more crazy. They are eager to study why these two fast dragons have become so huge, and they all put pressure on the alliance to find that trainer. Ellipsis. However, compared to ordinary civilians, the major families in the Kanto region were worried. Recalling the scene in the port city before, they felt that their dominance had been challenged. The royal dragon family. Look, find out for me who bought the waste dragon in the family. The Aoki family. The patriarch of the Aoki family held a blurry photo in his hand. There were two figures on it. The two figures were standing on top of Kuailong's head, but because of the distance, the photo was so blurry that no one could see it. Specific appearance. This photo is only owned by our family, and the speed will restore this photo to high definition. The patriarch of the Aoki family recalled the power of the fast dragon, and his eyes flashed with scorching heat. This is our opportunity. Whether our family can replace the Yulong family depends on this time. We must seize these two people. Almost all the families in Kanto have sent out their own eyeliners, collected all the information on the trainers of fast dragons, and paid close attention to the trainers who have a small black-horned fast dragon. Once they find it, they will report it immediately. Luokan doesn't know, he has already touched the nerves of all the families in Kanto. Chapter 52. Night. A mountain-like figure landed on a remote coast. Luokan and Lily got off the super ancient fast dragon and took it back into the cube spirit ball. The two walked towards the city. It's still early, about 8 o'clock in the evening. The lights on the street are bright, the neon is flashing, and the street is very lively and bustling. But what made Luokan a little puzzled was that many people on the street were gathered outside a shop window, staring at a display screen inside the shop window. They pointed at the display screen of the window, and they were discussing enthusiastically. The Alliance doesn't know who the mysterious trainer is. It's even offering a reward of 1 million. I definitely don't know. If I know it, I won't offer a reward. Speaking of which, this mysterious trainer is too strong. I really don't know who the 4 kings are stronger than him. It must be my idol. Didn't you see that the league was ready to promise him the title of champion? Champion, do we finally have a champion in the Kanto region? Finally, we won't be overwhelmed by Chengdu. Yes, mysterious trainer, I really want to see his true face. Luo Chen squeezed in, and when he saw the picture displayed on the window screen, his eyes narrowed. The screen is showing a confrontation between two huge fast dragons, with a ruined city in the background. XXX. There is also a line of words flashing in a prominent place on the screen. The Alliance wants to find a mysterious trainer to be the champion of Kanto, but once it finds a trainer with a small black-horned dragon, as long as it is reported to the Alliance as soon as possible, it will be rewarded with 100 W. I rely on it. Luo Chen was stunned. Hey, brother, are you also a fan of the mysterious trainer? A person looked at Luo Chen. With admiration on his face, he said, I'm also his fan. You don't know how popular he is. Now more than half of the young people in the Kanto region are targeting him. I really want to see his true face. Now there is a trend of looking for mysterious trainers in the Kanto region. Sooner or later, he will be found out. Fallen dust. Looking at the crazy crowd, Luokan swallowed. He was a little fortunate. Fortunately, he didn't directly let the super ancient fast dragon fly into the city, otherwise it would explode. 1 million Alliance coins. I don't know which lucky one will get it. Someone envied. You are out of date. The the Alliance has the lowest bid. I heard that not only the Alliance, but many big families are also looking for this mysterious trainer, and they have promised countless positions. They are willing to hand over the position of the Patriarch. The Alliance only offered 100 W, and the Aoki family offered 500 W, the most is the Yulong family, they bid 1000 W, but what they want is the uniqueness of the information, and can no longer disclose it to others. Ellipsis. Hearing the voice of discussion coming from his ear again, Luo Chen's heart froze. In fact, it is not the Alliance that dominates the Kanto region, but the major families. The Alliance has a cooperative relationship with the major families. Sometimes, the Alliance has to be constrained by the major families. Luokan sneered in his heart. It seemed that the battle in the dock city had already touched the dominance of the major families in Kanto, making them unable to sit still. He promised the title of the Patriarch, and he offered a high reward. If Luo Chen was really a reckless teenager, maybe he would have believed it. But unfortunately, he is not. He really wants to go. Will he come back alive? Do not know at all. Although Luokan now has super ancient fast dragons at the level of divine beasts, he does not dare to directly touch the tiger whiskers of the Guangdong family. He does not think that the strength of these families will be as weak as they appear on the surface. After all, they were able to overwhelm the Alliance in Kanto, and the Alliance is the largest force in the entire world. There are 10,000 people in Luokan who don't believe that they don't have the level of divine beasts. From the original work, you can know that some of the more powerful elf hunter organizations, all can capture slightly weaker divine beasts, and Team Rocket can create Mewtwo. As the biggest force in the world, the Alliance, how amazing are they hiding? Without absolute crushing strength, how can they become the biggest force in the world? Luokan lowered his eyelids and fell into contemplation. It is unlikely that he will be exposed, and now is not the time to confront the major families. But there is a cold glow in his eyes, if someone who is not afraid of death comes to him. I don't mind playing a big game. Listening to the discussion in her ear, Lilia was also a little worried. For fear that Luokan would be exposed, she tugged at Luokan's sleeve. Let's go. Luokan nodded. Huailong's injury cannot go to the elf center to recover. Once he goes, he will definitely be discovered, and then exposed to some families. Don't forget. Joey is also a family, and the power is very large. Yes, a behemoth spread across various regions. In addition to Joey, so is the Junsha family. The two opened 2 rooms in a hotel, said goodnight to each other, and then went back to their rooms. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. Ellipsis. The next morning. Ding! The system upgrade is complete. The sound of the system boosting woke Luo Chen up. Ellipsis. Chapter 53. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Luo Chen jumped up from the chuang with a big carp. He sat down with his legs crossed. System, is there any change after the upgrade? Ding! Add a black lottery ticket, and cherish it above the colorful lottery ticket. Ding! After the upgrade, the types of items are increased, and it is no longer limited to the items used by elves. Ding! Add the lottery betting function. Items that are no longer limited to pixies. Luokan frowned. Does that mean that he can still extract items and skills used by humans? When it comes to the skills used by humans, Luokan's mind unconsciously comes up with the power of supernatural power, the power of Vibrant Pan, and the superpower of Nazi, the owner of the Golden Yellow Gymnasium. Another thing that makes Luokan a little curious is the lottery betting function. System, use the green lottery ticket. With a ding, the long-lost virtual slot machine appeared in front of Luokan again. After the system upgrade, the appearance of slot machines has also become different, becoming more delicate and delicate. At this time, there are 2 options flashing on the screen of the slot machine: raise and no raise. System, what is a raise? Let's take the Thunderstone as an assumption. If the host doesn't add a bet, there will only be 1 Thunderstone drawn with the random inspection ticket. If the host chooses to add 1 bet and use 2 similar lottery tickets, the Thunderstone drawn out will be it's going to be 4. Is that a double burst rate? Using 3 lottery tickets means I can get 6 thunderstones. That's right. Luokan opened the system interface and glanced at the lottery interface. 1 colorful lottery ticket and 2 green lottery tickets. He touched his chin, used the green lottery ticket, and then add a green lottery arc. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 green lottery tickets on the falling dust sampling interface disappeared. The virtual green tiger moved, and the items on the screen kept flickering, making people's eyes dazzled. Finally, it stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the scented air X4. Puff puff puff. 4 groups of air in a row exploded in Luo Chen's hands, then disappeared into the air, and a strong fragrance filled the entire room. Luo Chen stared at his empty hands, dumbfounded. Oh my day. Is it possible that after conquering the super ancient fast dragon, my luck ran out? Why so bad? He's a little bit sore. Looking at the remaining colorful lottery, Luokan's mouth twitched, hesitating whether to do it or not. After thinking for a while, he washed his hands with soap, returned to the chuang and sat down cross-legged. System, use colorful lottery tickets and don't raise bets. The virtual slot machine popped up again, and the colorful brilliance appeared alternately, and the whole body exuded a soft warm light, which was very dreamy. The items on the colorful slot machine screen began to rotate slowly, the speed became faster and faster, and the items began to fly away. This scene continued for about a minute. Rukin's palms sweated anxiously, wishing to smash this broken slot machine. How could it become so ink-stained after a level up? Ding! Finally, when Luo Chen was impatient with waiting, a crisp sound rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Sherinian. Clam. Luo Chen shuddered in shock and jumped up, almost hitting the ceiling. Writing wheel I rely on it. Ignoring his shock, a warm current suddenly poured into his body, flowing to his limbs and bones, and finally they all gathered into a ball and rushed into his eyes. In an instant, Luokan felt that his eyeballs were warm, as if bathing in the mild sunlight, so comfortable that he couldn't help but close his eyes. After half an hour, Luokan came to the bathroom and slowly opened his eyelids. I saw 3 black guyu whirling in his pupils, very mysterious and strange. He was also a little shocked when he looked at the Sherinian in his eyes. At first, he thought that the human skills he had drawn were things like superhuman power and superpowers, but he didn't expect to get the Sherinian directly. Ninetales with her own writing wheel. It seems that it is really a perfect match. Luokan was a little speechless. This is simply the Pokemon version of Uchiha and Ninetales. Ellipsis. The reason why the writing wheel I is drawn here is because it is of great use in the back. This is the world of Pokemon, and the elves are the mainstream. I won't write that the protagonist directly crushes the entire Pokemon world with his own power, and hangs the beast. This will not appear, at least not in the early and midterm. Please rest assured that this is handsome. I know the priority. The pure reason why the Sherinian will appear is that it will be of great use to me in the later plots. Chapter 54. After getting acquainted with the writing wheel I, Luo Chen concealed the writing wheel I, and re-exposed his normal pupils with clear black and white. He released the fast dragon. Looking at its specific situation, he found that it was no longer a serious problem, but its expression was still a little sluggish. Seeing this, Luokan also felt relieved, and put it back into the Pokeball. Then he and Lily left the hotel. Finally, there was nothing to do. It was a rare day of leisure. He prepared Lily to have a good time in the city. The two came to the street. At this time, the hot topic of discussion among the people on the street was the mysterious trainer and the fast dragon. This has almost become a hot topic among the whole people, tall or short, old or young. But they didn't know that the mysterious trainer they were discussing was right in front of them and passed them by. Luokan also learned that the city is called Shite City, a city that did not appear in the original book. The reason why it is called Shite City is because there is no vegetation around the city, and there are jagged stones everywhere. It is a paradise for rock-type elves. Outside the city, there are many rock-type elves living there. So almost everyone in this city has a rock-type elf in their hands. Next. Wow, that's amazing, he's already won the 98th. He's the ring madman. I heard that every time he goes to a city, he puts up the ring and challenges all the trainers in the whole city. He won't give up until he finishes 100 games. It turned out to be him. I also heard about it. I heard that he has swept 5 cities. Not far away, many people were crowding around a competition venue, and there was nowhere to go. A very disdainful voice came from inside. Is there anyone else to challenge? Is your city so weak? Hearing this voice, Luo Chen frowned, feeling a little familiar. He and Lily squeezed in, only to see a teenager sitting on an armchair in the competition venue, with his legs crossed, looking at the people around him contemptuously, with a bunch of girls cheering behind him. Luo Chen was taken aback for a moment. Xiao Mao. Hurry up, I'm still 2 people away, and I'll be able to collect 600 consecutive victories. Don't waste my time. Xiao Mao, you are the best. Xiao Mao has 600 wins. The cheerleading team behind her screamed like a nympho. Damn it, kid, don't go too far, won't you just win some games? I don't believe you haven't lost. Hearing this, Xiao Mao's face suddenly fell. He did lose once, to a peer of the same age, but he was instantly killed by the opponent. He looked at the middle-aged uncle coldly. I only lost once. It was a 2v2, the first elf would lose, because the initial elf I chose was weak, and the second elf would lose, it's because the opponent's elf level is higher than my Fangtooth land shark, otherwise, he is definitely not my opponent. Luokan shook his head, but his personality remained the same. If he wins, he carries himself, and if he loses, he carries it. The teammate was too naive, and Luo Chen still remembered that the level of the Fang Lu shark was higher than that of Juwei. Xiao Mao continued, if my opponent at the time met him again, he would definitely not be my opponent. I could abuse him in minutes. Luo Chen clasped his hands and squinted at Xiao Mao, who was outspoken. He said lightly, haha, it's interesting, I just happen to be free, but I want to see how you abuse me. He walked unhurriedly towards the arena, looking at Xiao Mao playfully. Seeing the person coming, Xiao Mao stood up directly from the stool and stared at Luo Chen. He didn't expect that the other person would really appear here. But then, he was excited, and he could finally prove to his grandfather that he was stronger than Luo Chen, and that he was the real genius. He looked at Luokan with an expressionless face. I finally let me see you. I've been looking for you for a long time. Now that it's just right, it's time to settle the account between us. XXX. Luokan shrugged. The rules of the game. 3v3, you can't admit defeat, it's not over until the elf on one side completely loses its fighting power. Can. Luo Chen stared at him. It seems that the 600-win reputation has made your heart swell too much, but it's just right, I just like to rub these overly bloated people on the ground and rub them on the ground to teach him how to behave. Ellipsis. Chapter 55. Damn, in my hometown, I was sitting under the eaves with my mobile phone and basking in the sun to type. Not long after that, a black object suddenly fell from the upstairs and onto the keyboard of the mobile phone. I was stunned for a moment, then I looked at it carefully. Mom, it will move, and then I looked at you again. I'm going to tell you, bat. I threw my hand out at the time, motherfucker. Scared to pee. Close black lens bracket. The two of them stood at one end of the arena, waiting for them. But in the end, Xiao Mao couldn't hold it any longer and threw a pokeball. A white light flashed, and a giant upright tortoise appeared on the field, with 2 bazooka-like barrels behind it. Luokan was a little surprised. In addition to being arrogant and glass-hearted, Xiao Mao is quite good at cultivating elves. The original Jenny turtle has evolved into a water arrow turtle. Since it's a water arrow turtle, then fire dinosaur. Fallen dust threw the pokeball, and the fire dinosaur appeared. Tisk, Luokan, did your initial elf evolve into a fire dinosaur? It seems that I am better than you in this regard. Xiao Mao looked at the falling fire dinosaur with a smile on his face. The fire dinosaur fights the eventually evolved water arrow turtle, and the water type fights the fire type. It seems that this game will be won by me. Water arrow turtle, it's time to avenge the previous revenge. Roar. The water arrow turtle let out a low growl and stared at the fire dinosaur, which was half shorter than it. Talk. Luokan smiled indisputably, and picked up a can at his feet. Looking at Xiaomao, he showed a playful smile. Don't speak too slowly, you said that back then. After speaking, he threw the can into the sky. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. Water gun. At the same time as the cans fell, Xiaomao's words came over. The water arrow turtle opened its mouth, and a jet of water sprayed out. Falling Chen is not in a hurry or slow, spray flames. The fire dinosaur opened its mouth and spewed out a flame and roared away. The water and the fire collided with each other, making a sizzling sound, and countless water vapors were generated on the scene, rising to the sky, and the last two skills cancelled each other out. The jet flame of the fire dinosaur can actually compete with the water gun of the water arrow turtle. I really can't underestimate you. To know that the water arrow turtle is a whole higher evolution than the fire dinosaur, Xiaomao looked at it deeply. The water arrow turtle asks for rain. The water arrow turtle roared in the sky, the clouds gathered, and the sky was dripping with light rain. The rain fell, and the fire dinosaur's tail flame began to fluctuate and became smaller. And the water arrow turtle made a cheerful cry. Let's see what to use to block the enemy this time. Use water cannons. The shell behind the water arrow turtle suddenly doubled in size, and two high-pressure water guns shot out from the two barrels behind it. The rain was pouring on it, and the water cannon almost doubled in size, and it roared towards the fire dinosaur with terrifying power. Avoid. The fire dinosaur's response was not slow, and a lateral move avoided it. The water cannon rubbed its cheek and hit the ground on the side, creating a big crater. Continuous use of water cannons. Before the fire dinosaur could recover, Xiaomao's voice came again. The water arrow turtle let out a low growl, and several water cannons were continuously sprayed from the barrel behind it. Luokan's voice was as flat as ever. Get out of the way. Fire dinosaur nodded, kicked his foot, dodged a water cannon attack, then turned around again, dodged another, but when it came to the third one, fire dinosaur was a step slower because of his reaction. The water cannon exploded under its feet and immediately blasted it out. In midair, another water cannon followed, and the fire dinosaur was hit head-on, flew out, and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Xiaomao finally showed a smile. The nympho cheerleaders behind him are also shouting, Xiaomao Xiaomao, you are the best, Xiaomao Xiaomao, you are the strongest. The fire dinosaur got up from the ground and was very embarrassed. Are you all right, fire dinosaur? Fire dinosaur nodded to Luokan and let out a low growl. That's just fine. Xiaomao, you have been attacking for so long, it's time for us to fight back. If you have any tricks, just try them out. The corner of Luokan's mouth curved upwards. Then let's end the battle with one move, Great Flame Ring, Emperor Yan. Roar. The fire dinosaur roared and raised his hands high, palms facing the sky. Suddenly, the tail flame behind it suddenly surged, and even if the rain could suppress it by half, a ball began to condense on its palms, and it became bigger and bigger. Of light. Dianjia Yandi smashed towards the water arrow turtle, like a small sun, hot and dazzling. A heat wave could be felt from a long distance, forcing the spectators around the competition venue to retreat. Impossible. Under the rain, fire skills will be suppressed. How could the tail flame of your fire dinosaur be soaring? Looking at the small sun that came over, Xiaomao finally panicked a little. He felt that he couldn't dodge this skill, so he could only resist hard. He gritted his teeth and said, Guardian of the water arrow turtle. The water arrow turtle crossed his hands in front of him, and immediately a light blue protective shield surrounded it. Feeling the astonishing power of the small sun, Xiaomao still felt a little uneasy, and said again, shrink the shell. The water arrow turtle retracted into its shell. At this time, the Great Flame Ring and Emperor Yan finally arrived and collided with the water arrow turtle. The light blue protective shield around the water arrow turtle was like paper paste, and it was broken through in an instant. Emperor Yan directly hit the water arrow turtle. There was a loud bang, and the heat wave rose, making people's cheeks hot. A large pit appeared on the field, and the water arrow turtle lay at the bottom of the pit, motionless, and then its head came out of the turtle shell, stretched out its head and turned it to one side, and its eyes rolled in circles. Good, very strong. The onlookers were shocked and couldn't help themselves. Looking at the two teenagers on the field, they couldn't believe it in their eyes. Is this really the strength of a trainer who has just left? When we first went out, we seemed to be complacent about catching a green caterpillar, right? It feels like we have lived on dogs for so many years. Ellipsis. Looking at the water arrow turtle at the bottom of the pit, Xiao Mao's face was very ugly. It was the second time he lost with the dominant attributes, and this time he lost even worse. The water arrow turtle is the final evolution form. The opponent's fire dinosaur is the second evolutionary form. He withdrew the water arrow turtle without saying a word, and gritted his teeth. I can't believe that I can't beat my fierce biting land shark. Throws a pokeball, white light flashes, a human-shaped elf. Looking at this hideous little elf, Luo Chen touched his chin. Did the sharp-toothed land shark also evolve to bite the land shark? Ellipsis. Chapter 56. Looking at the fierce biting land shark that evolved from the fangtoothed land shark in front of him, Luo Chen thought silently in his heart. The Eye of System Exploration. Name, Strong Biting Lu Shark. Attribute, Dragon plus Ground. Level 55 Quasi-King Peak. Qualification, King of Heaven. Ellipsis. Is it the peak of the quasi-celestial king? Kurama, how are you, have you recovered? He looked at Zhu who was resting in his arms and said softly. Zhu yawned, nodded, jumped to the ground, tiptoed lightly, with indescribable nobility in his steps. It slowly came to the arena, and then squinted at the fierce biting land shark. Li-bite Lu Shark stared at it with a pair of inverted triangular eyes, and he was defeated by this fox back then. Its eyes flickered with violent and dangerous light, and it didn't wait for the dust to throw the can. It had already attacked itself, and rushed over quickly with a kick of both feet. The spikes on the right elbow exuded a white light, flashing with a sharp cold light. It rushed directly in front of Nine Tails, and the spikes derived from its elbow directly hit Nine Tails in the head. But its sudden attack failed, the target disappeared. Li-bite Lu Shark looked around vigilantly. Shish. Suddenly, the sound of breaking the air came from above its head, and Li-bite Lu Shark was shocked, and crossed his hands in front of him, but still because of lack of preparation, it was pulled and flew out. In mid-air, Li-bite Lu Shark adjusted his body, spread the thin wings behind him, and gliding to Xiao Mao's side. Don't act on your own, follow my orders. Xiao Mao looked at Zhu on the ground, his eyes were a little dignified. Bite Lu Shark fiercely, Dragon Claw. Li-bite Lu Shark roared, and the spikes on both elbows were shining with white light. It kicked its feet again and slid forward, very fast. Shadow Clone. Xiao Mao gave another order. In an instant, Li-bite Lu Shark's body trembled slightly, forming countless shadows, and the overwhelming Li-bite Lu Shark charged towards Zhu. Kurama, don't hide your clumsiness, do your best. After all, you are a god, so give some face. Hearing this, Kurama nodded, and his body suddenly swelled, becoming more than 2 meters long, and the 9 tails behind him shot up into the sky, like 9 big fans. Then the 9 tails took a breath, forming a force of suction, and a ball of light with a black unknown substance appeared in front of its mouth. Xiao Mao stared intently at the tailed beast Jade. This was the trick that knocked off the fang-toothed land shark in seconds. Then he sneered. There are so many clones of the fierce biting land shark. I'll see how you hit it. Soon, the black ball of light was the size of 2 basketballs. This time, the tailed beast Jade did not launch, but just stopped quietly in front of Zhu mouth. just when Xiao Mao felt suspicious. XXX. Shish. Countless sounds of breaking air came. Xiao Mao looked around, his eyes shrank immediately. I saw countless things like black glass balls shot out from the tailed beast jade, densely packed, like machine guns pouring bullets, very terrifying. These glass ball-sized tailed beast jade, no, it should be said to be tailed beast shells. These tailed beast shells roared towards the fierce bite land shark and galloped away. Puff puff puff. The clones that had bitten the land sharks began to dissipate one by one, and the tailed beast projectiles blasted onto the ground, causing countless smoke and dust to rise from the scene. In the end, in a wailing cry, a figure flew out of the smoke and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the nine tails raised their nine tails and moved in unison, and in a burst of sound, they slammed away towards the Li-Bite Lu shark who had fallen to the ground. The nine tails fell on Li-Bite Lu shark like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. Bang 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 bang. The huge sound was endless, the phantom of the tail appeared densely on the field, and the smoke and dust flew up, making people dazzled. A minute later, Zhu put away his tail, turned and walked towards Luokan. The red energy on his body shrank sharply, his body became the size of a puppy again, it jumped lightly, and returned to Luokan's body again. He yawned in his arms and closed his eyes to rest. At this time, there were already numerous small pits on the arena, which was very terrifying. As for Li-Bite Lu shark, he was lying on the ground with the word, big, his eyes kept turning in circles, and he had already lost consciousness. Ellipsis. Chapter 57. Xiao Mao looked at this scene, his eyes widened, as if he was petrified. For the first time, when Li-Biting Lu shark was still a Fang Lu shark, it was instantly killed by this fox. And the second time, the Fangtooth land shark has evolved to bite the land shark, and the result is still killed in seconds. His face was so gloomy that water could drip, and he clenched an elf ball in his palm. As the eldest son of the family, the elf was given to him by the family to protect his body. However, this little elf didn't listen to him, and only when he was in danger would it help Xiao Mao. Now, Xiao Mao has no choice but to make a desperate gamble. Whether or not he can beat Luo Chen is up to him. He threw the poke ball forward. Roar! A huge roar sounded, and an orange elf appeared on the field, with a pair of flesh wings behind him. Who the hell is this arena madman? There are actually two quasi-gods. There were many exclamations from the scene. Looking at this little elf, Luokan was a little speechless. Recently, he seems to have a good relationship with the fast dragon. System, the Eye of Probing. Name, Kuailong. Attribute, Dragon plus Fly. Level, Level 65, Middle of the King of Heaven. Qualification, Champion. Ellipsis. Kailong, I'll make a deal with you. You can help me once and defeat the person in front of me. I'll buy you whatever you want in the future, okay? Xiao Mao spoke to the fast dragon in a negotiating tone. Kuailong held his hands and turned his head to one side. Xiao Mao gritted his teeth. I'm telling my family to ask them to find a female fast dragon for you. I think as the only fast dragon in our big wood family, you should be very interested in this proposal. Kai. Kuailong's eyes widened, his nostrils enlarged, and he kept blowing rough air from his nose. It looked at Xiao Mao and nodded fiercely. It came to the arena full of energy, and then roared at Luokan, as if saying, hurry up. Hearing Kuailong's roar, a elf ball on Luokan's waist shook, and a coercion that only Kuailong could perceive emanated from the elf ball. This sudden pressure made Xiao Mao's Kuailong groan in his heart, and then he looked around vigilantly. But it didn't find it. It was relieved. Fortunately it was an illusion. I thought it was the king of the tribe just now. Roar. It returned to its arrogant appearance before, holding hands and looking at Luo Chen, and roaring at him. The elf ball in Luokan's arms trembled again. The coercion it radiated was stronger than before, and this coercion directly pressed towards Xiao Mao Kuailong, making it impossible for him to resist. Xiao Mao Kuailong jumped up in fright. It was over. Wang was angry, so he quickly squatted down and buried his head in his knees, thinking in his heart, "The king can't see me, the king can't see me." "Kailong, what are you doing?" It wasn't until Xiaomao's voice came over that the fast dragon slowly raised its head like an ostrich, looked around and listened to all directions, and a pair of eyes looked around. Finally, when it found that there were no other fast dragons, it patted it. There were some lingering fears in his chest. Standing up straight again, Kuailong stared at Luokan suspiciously, and roared at this human twice. He could feel an irresistible pressure from his bloodline. It was like a ghost. It leaned on its side and glanced at Luokan very vigilantly. After a long while, it tentatively roared, and then made a gesture of being ready to run at any time. This time, without feeling the pressure on the bloodline, Kuailong grinned, immediately resurrected, holding his hands and staring at Luokan. Luo Chen felt a little amused. This fast dragon is quite funny. Luokan looked at Kuailong playfully, and patted a pokeball at his waist. In an instant, a pressure appeared again. Xiaomao Kuailong was taken aback, shivered, and swept away. Hiding behind Xiaomao, he squatted down with his head in his arms. "Kailong, what the hell are you doing?" Kuailong raised his head, hid behind Xiaomao and stuck his head out, staring at Luo Chen as if he had seen a ghost. This time, I don't know if it was Luokan's pokeball, and even the cube-shaped pokeball in Luokan's bag started to shake, and the two pressures from the bloodline moved towards Kuailong. Kuailong looked terrified, and slapped the elf ball in Xiaomao's hand and slapped it on the ground. It was his own elf ball. Then Kuailong jumped up and hid in the pokeball with a full dive. Seeing this scene, Xiaomao's face was full of astonishment. What was the situation? He picked up the pokeball and wanted to release the fast dragon again, but the pokeball didn't move for a long time, so he couldn't come out alive or dead. "Looks like you lost again this time," Luo Chen said lightly, and took Lily around to leave. Behind him, Xiaomao seemed to have figured out something. He stared at Luo Chen's back. "Our contest is not over yet, the quartz contest. I'll be waiting for you at the quartz contest. See you then, I will definitely defeat you." "Whatever, but the result will be no surprise then, it will still be the same as today." Luokan took Lily and disappeared into the crowd. Ellipsis. Just after walking for a while, a young man caught up. Wait a minute." Luokan and Lily stopped and looked at the angry young man suspiciously. "Is something wrong?" Hello, I'm a elf researcher from Shite City. Elch, I want to ask you a favor. I don't know if I can." "What are you busy with?" "It's just that we found a cave in the stone forest outside the city. I want you to protect me and go to the cave. I think the secret about the disappearance of the forest overnight 10 years ago must be in that cave." Luo Chen was stunned. The forest disappeared overnight. Ellipsis. Chapter 58. Someone in the book review area said that I stole the picture of the bat from his circle of friends. I feel very helpless. Obviously I took it myself. If it hadn't fallen from the roof in front of me during the day, I wouldn't be too lazy to take it. You see for yourself, I saw his book review this morning. I go back to that place. The bat is no longer there, but the place is still there. You can compare and contrast for yourself whether it is the same. I'm really helpless. Even if I pretend to be a force, I won't use a bat to force it. If the bat picture wasn't taken by me with my own mobile phone, my whole family would explode into the sky, and someone will burn us paper today next year. I hate it for nothing. Back the pot. Close black lens bracket. Yes, our city was not called Shite City 10 years ago. 10 years ago, our city was surrounded by forests. But one day 10 years ago, the forest around the city withered overnight. Even if we planted trees on it, none of them would survive. That's why our city was renamed Shite City from that time. Why did you choose me? Luo Chen asked. Because you are strong. I watched your battle just now. Because there is no gym in Shite City, some high-strength trainers will not come here at all. I am afraid that unforeseen things will happen in the grottos. I need one. Strong people escorted me in. Fallen Chen pondered for a while. Can the forest disappear overnight? Although he was a little moved, he still refused. Sorry, I'm not free today. After speaking, without waiting for Elch to answer, he took Lily's hand and left. Hey, Luokan, why don't you go to see him with him? Aren't you very interested? Lily looked at Luokan suspiciously. Didn't I promise you today that I would go shopping with you? You don't have to care about me. Before she could finish speaking, Luo Chen interrupted her with a smile, and scratched her fingers on the bridge of her nose. This intimacy made Lilie's eyes wide open involuntarily, and 2 red clouds rose up on her face instantly. The white and flawless skin was rosy, like a ripe crystal apple. It was really beautiful and very attractive. Eyeball. Okay, it's time to go, Xiaomao has already delayed a lot of time just now. After that, Luokan and Lily finished their tour of the whole city, and Lily's Oriole-like laughter resounded in every corner of the city. Until the evening, the two talked and laughed all the way back to the hotel. However, it was hard for the circle bear behind them, who were carrying a lot of things in large and small bags. Back at the hotel, Luo Chen looked at Lily's face that had not yet dissipated the smile, and felt a little annoyed. He seemed to be really derelict, and invited her to travel with him. As a result, he left her a little bit along the way, and he blamed his previous life. He is a jerk, and he came to the world of Pokemon inexplicably without even having a girlfriend, and he can't guess the girl's mind at all. Together with Circle Bear, I put the things I bought today into Lily's room. After finishing everything, Luo Chen put away the Circle Bear, and then left the room. Lily got up to send them off. In front of the room, Luokan looked at Lily's suffocating face, and wanted to say goodnight to her, but for some reason, he said something mysterious, "Lily, be my girlfriend." When he said this, Luokan already regretted it. Lily was stunned for a moment, then her face flushed red. Boom. The door slammed shut. Luo Chen looked at the closed door and felt a little annoyed. He really wanted to slap himself twice. Why is he so mean? With a helpless expression on his face, he knocked on the door. Lily, I. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, the door opened again. Then, a fragrant wind covered the tip of her nose, and Lily tapped on Luo Chen's cheek like a dragonfly. Then an inaudible voice came, "Well." Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, then stared. "You said huh?" Lily blushed, rolled her eyes at him, and turned back. Boom. The door closed again, isolating the falling dust from the outside. Luokan's mind was a little dizzy now, his eyes widened outside the door, and he walked back to his room in a daze. Lying on the bed, he touched the cheek he was kissed, his eyes were out of focus, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Ellipsis. The next day, in the morning, Luokan and Lilia had just checked out of the hotel, and they walked out of the hotel. XXX. That seems to be the little elf researcher from yesterday. Lily pointed to the young man who was dozing off on a stone chair outside the hotel. It seems to be true. Luokan patted him suspiciously. Researcher Elch. Elch opened his eyes in a daze, and saw Luokan's face dimly. He jumped up, grabbed Luokan tightly with both hands, and said with excitement, "You didn't have time yesterday, so you have it today." Looking at Elch's bloodshot eyes. "You're not going to stay here all night, are you?" Elch nodded, and grabbed Luokan's hand again. "Please accompany me to the grotto. The reason why the forest of the investigation department disappeared overnight is my long-cherished wish." He held Luo Chen's hand tightly. "Luokan, weren't you curious about that grotto yesterday? Go and have a look." Lily tugged at Luokan's sleeve. Elch glanced at Lily gratefully. "Well then, when will you go?" Luo Chen asked. Elch's whole body trembled. "It's not too late, now, go now." "Then let's go." Elch put on his backpack and led the way. Soon they came to the outside of the city, and at a glance, there were rocky mountains and forests everywhere. They walked in again for a while, and soon came to a remote place. A dark cave appeared in front of them. It was dark inside, and the whistling wind poured in, and there would be strange noises in the cave, which was very disturbing. Panic. Ellipsis dot. Chapter 59. Drip drip tilde. There are water droplets on the upper edge of the hole, which fall on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Chen looked around and was a little puzzled. He didn't see any water source along the way just now. It was all dry and exposed rocks. Logically speaking, there was no water source. Why would there be water droplets seeping out? Moreover, the state of dripping water at the entrance of the cave should have lasted for a long time. The water droplets fell on the ground and eroded a deep hole the size of a fist on a rock. There was a pool of water in it, and the water droplets fell into it and made a crisp sound. This makes people wonder, where did the water come from? Woo-hoo. The wind blows in. The ghost-like voice kept coming out of the grotto, as if the ghost was howling, making the scalp tingle. Lily was a little frightened when she heard the sound coming from the entrance of the cave, and wrapped her arms around her. She leaned towards Luokan. Luo Chen noticed this scene. With a gentle gaze in his eyes, he took her little hand and said with concern, "Why don't you wait for us outside?" Lily's watery eyes hesitated, and finally she shook her head. "I want to go in with you." "All right then, don't force yourself." Luo Chen rubbed her head and smiled. "Well," she blushed and nodded. Since the successful confession yesterday, the relationship between the two has become more intimate. Hey, if you want to show your affection, please also take into account my feelings of being single for more than 20 years. Elch on the side teased. Saying so, Lily, who was already thin-skinned, blushed even more. Roll. Luo Chen scolded with a smile. This interjection has brought Elch and Luokan closer to each other, and they are no longer so unfamiliar. Elch took out 3 helmets from his bulging bag, with a strong light on the helmet. "This is a miner's lamp." The 3 put on their helmets, bowed and walked into the hole. The entrance of the cave requires people to bend over to enter, but after getting into the dust, it is discovered that the passage inside is very large. It can accommodate 5 or 6 people walking side by side, and there are scattered gravel everywhere on the ground. The headlight was on in the dark hole, and when you walked in, the whimper sound like a ghost became clearer, and it poured into your ear, as if someone was speaking directly in your ear. This made Lily's heart tense. The girl herself was very afraid of gods and ghosts. She was so scared that her back was chilled, her eyes were full of unease, and her eyes kept looking back. It felt as if there was really someone standing behind, following me all the time. Feeling the change around him, Luo Chen clenched the tender little hand in his hand and comforted. "Don't worry, I have everything." Feeling the warmth of her palm, Lily's heart warmed, and her fear was dispelled a lot. She took the initiative to take Luokan's arm and smiled sweetly. "Yeah." The 3 continued to walk forward for a long time. The entire grotto passage seems to have no end, and it has not come to the end after so long. Going forward a lot. Suddenly. Kaka tilde. The headlights on the helmet flickered for a while, and finally the light was suppressed, only illuminating a range of 1 meter around. This made Elch panic for a while. This is a remodeled strong light, how could the visibility of the light be suppressed so low? He took out a strong flashlight from his bag, turned on the flashlight, and the light flashed, but the next second, the light in the flashlight also began to flicker, and finally became like a headlight, only illuminating the whole body range of 1 meter. Elch didn't give up and took out another flashlight, but the result was still the same. Looking at the passage with extremely low visibility, Luo Chen slowly closed his eyes, then glared fiercely, 3 guyu whirling faintly in his eyes. His eyesight rose sharply, and everything in the passage clearly appeared in his eyes. Luokan looked around and touched the stone walls on both sides with his hands. His eyes suddenly shrank. The stone walls were actually extremely smooth and integrated, as if they were naturally generated. Frowning, Luokan led Lilia back step by step, about 2 meters back. "What's wrong?" Elch's eyes widened without saying, "La." I saw that the headlights on Luokan and Lily's helmets suddenly returned to their previous brightness, and the light scattered. "Why is this happening?" Elch trotted over, and when he got to Luokan, the headlight on its head also lit up, and he was stunned for a moment. Luokan didn't speak. He reached out and touched the stone walls on both sides. It was very thorny and rough, like it was artificially excavated or the mountain collapsed. He frowned and took a step forward. ZZ tilde. The headlights dimmed again. A step away is like two worlds. Luokan rubbed his chin and had a guess in his heart. In the cave this meter away, there is a mysterious force interfering with the magnetic field, which causes the flashlight and miner's lamp to be suppressed. Just like in the chaotic magnetic field, the compass will fail for a reason. Ellipsis. Handsome guys, today's book should be 10W words. It is reasonable to say that it was on the shelves early this morning, but in order to take care of some handsome guys who are not VIPs, I will delay it for 2 days, and I will put it on the shelves in the early morning of Friday night tilde I can't delay it any longer, and the editor will beat people. Chapter 60. Luo Chen took out a small knife from his bag and slashed hard on the smooth stone wall, but the stone wall was unscathed, not even the slightest scratches. Elch also found something wrong. He took half a step earlier, and his headlight was shining on the wall. There is a clear dividing line on the wall, one side is as smooth as a mirror, and the other is rough and prickly. He touched two completely different walls, and took out a small instrument from his backpack. Press the button, the screen lights up, a horizontal line appears on the screen, and there is a number on the side. 50, this number will change slightly, beating between 45 to 55. As the numbers jump, the straight lines on the screen also produce subtle fluctuations. Then he took another half step forward and entered the passage as smooth as a mirror. ZZ tilde. The headlights dimmed again. Just stepped in. Drop 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 drop. A harsh, high-pitched voice kept ringing from the instrument in his hand. The numbers on the screen are constantly changing. From high to low, the straight line on the screen is also constantly fluctuating, and the amplitude is very large, forming a curve like a roller coaster. There is an energy source interfering here. Sure enough, the culprit that caused the forest to disappear overnight is in this cave. Elch's opinion was exactly the same as Luo Chen's thought. What energy source? I don't know. If this is an evolutionary stone vein, this will also happen, but it is impossible for this to be an evolutionary stone vein. When did this cave appear? The dust fell again. 3 days ago, a natural collapse occurred 3 days ago, exposing the entrance of the hole. With all kinds of doubts, the three of them walked a lot further. As you go further inside, the passage in the cave gets bigger and bigger. Suddenly, in front of them, 2 huge red lanterns appeared in the air. Just when they doubted. Roar. A roar suddenly sounded, and in the originally sealed cave, the eardrums of the shaking people bulged. 2 huge red lanterns rushed towards Luokan and them. This is not a red lantern, it should be the eyes of an elf, but the light of the headlight is suppressed, making it difficult to see its specific appearance. Ah, ghost! Lily screamed and threw herself into Luokan's arms. The three stepped back. He patted Lily on the back. Don't worry, it's not a ghost. Luo Chen clearly saw the elf's appearance through the writing wheel. Big rock snake. But this body type. Luo Chen frowned. What appeared in front of him was a big rock snake. This big rock snake was very large, several times larger than the average big rock snake. In terms of size, it was no weaker than the big steel snake. But XXX. What surprised Luokan most was that the complexion of this big rock snake was not rock gray, but it's shiny all over. The body is inlaid with dense rhombus, covering the whole body. It's very much like diamonds are set on it. System, the eye of probing. Name, Diamond Big Rock Snake. Attributes, Rock, Super. Level, Level 55, Elite Peak. Qualification, Champion. Evaluation, this big rock snake is not a flash at first, but it has been close to a certain energy source for many years, resulting in a mutation, and its aptitude has improved. It's really a diamond. In the original book, there is a big crystal rock snake, but this big rock snake is not the crystal big rock snake, but a shining diamond big rock snake. Ellipsis. Chapter 61. But now is not the time to say that. The diamond rock snake had already rushed over like a tank, and the dust threw a pokeball. Circle Bear, stop it. Ring Bear let out a roar, rushed over, and put his hands against the body of the diamond rock snake. There was a muffled sound. The Circle Bear blocked the diamond big rock snake, and the big rock snake was angry. Its eyes flickered with dim light, and a colorful light shot out from its pupils. This was a superpower attribute skill, Phantom Light. Shadow Claw. Z tilde. Big claws condensed from dark black energy appeared in the claws of the circling bear. It deceived the gods forward, and slapped a claw toward the Phantom Light, and the Phantom Light was immediately scattered. The power of the Shadow Claw did not weaken at all, and it shot straight at the diamond rock snake. With a dull sound of thunder, the diamond rock snake was knocked out. When it flew out, it swung its tail and drew towards the Circle Bear. Avoid. Although the Wanwan Bear is large, he is extremely flexible, and he escaped with a small step. Shadow Claw. It bullied its body forward again, strode forward, dark black energy claws appeared on its claws, and its claws slammed directly on the diamond snake's head. The diamond rock snake twitched and fainted, and his eyes were turning in circles. After it was over, Elch dared to go forward. Looking at this huge big rock snake, he also had a cold sweat behind his back. Fortunately, he had foresight and found a master to come with him. If not, when he thought that he would face this huge flashing big rock snake alone, he just apprehensive. Luo Chen threw a pokeball and put the diamond big rock snake into the pokeball. Recalling the previous evaluation of this diamond big rock snake, this big rock snake is not a flash at all, but it has been close to a certain energy source all year round and has mutated. Close black lens bracket. He secretly said in his heart, this place is exactly as Elch said, there is an energy source. For a time, Luo Chen couldn't help but become interested in the energy source, and he was able to turn a non-flickering spirit into a flicker. I said it's not a ghost, it's alright, don't worry, even if it's a ghost, I can rub it against the ground. Luo Chen patted his chest proudly. Push. Lily was amused by Luoken's shameless joke, shameless. The three continued to walk forward. Not long after, they came to a corner, and they walked out. In an instant, the space suddenly opened up, and the white light was dazzling, so that Luo Chen, who were used to the dimness, couldn't help covering their eyes with their hands. After a long delay, they opened their eyes. Looking around, he found that he was already in an empty circular place. This space was full of dense gas, and the surrounding walls seemed to be inlaid with diamonds, shining brightly. In the center of this circular space is a natural high platform made of diamonds, which is like an altar. On the altar, there is an irregular crystal floating on it, and the colors are constantly rotating on it, which looks very dreamy. The crystal floated in midair, whirling counterclockwise. Every time it rotates, it emits a dense gas, and then floats in the space. What exactly is this? Al looked at the crystal with shock in his eyes. He couldn't wait to run up to the high platform. Looking at the crystal was like looking at a naked beauty, with endless desire for knowledge in his eyes. This is a common problem with elf researchers. It's like crazy when you see things you are interested in. He walked around the crystal, his eyes fixed on it, and he lightly touched the crystal with his finger. Tilde. Suddenly, a colorful ripple floated from the crystal, and then rushed out directly from the crystal, forming a very pure mental shock wave that spread around. This huge mental shock wave swept through Elch, and he rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground. And this mental shock wave hasn't stopped yet. Straight Luoken and Lily rushed towards him. Looking at the visible and colorful spiritual shock waves in the air, Luo Chen's eyes flashed solemnly. Go back. He said something to Lily. Well, be careful. Luoken looked at the mental shock wave solemnly, his eyes widened, and the writing wheel eyes appeared. Ellipsis. Chapter 62. The multicolored spiritual shock waves rippled in the air, slowly moving towards the falling dust, soft. Looking at that posture, it seemed that there was no power at all. But it was all an illusion, and Luo Chen didn't dare to underestimate it. Charanian instantly appeared in his pupils, and his eyes froze. ZZ tilde. The collision of the two spiritual powers, sparks shot out in the air. This scene will make people feel very strange, because in front of the multicolored ripples, there was nothing blocking its progress, but it just stopped, as if it was fighting against something that could not be seen. Although others couldn't see it, Luokan could feel that it was his spiritual power that was fighting against it. The multicolored shock wave was blocked by Luokan's mental power, and the two sides were at a stalemate. At this time, the irregular crystal suspended on the high platform had a ripple on the surface, and then the ripple rushed out of the crystal and merged with the previous shock wave in midair. Add the two together. The multicolored mental shock wave began to gain the upper hand, and the spiritual power of Luokan began to advance. Immediately, Luokan felt a sharp increase in pressure, and the writing wheel in his eyes was spinning rapidly, and then the multicolored shockwave was intercepted again, and the scene fell into a stalemate again. The sparks in the air were shooting, and the scene was as if someone was cutting steel with a cutting machine. At this moment, on the high diamond platform, the irregular crystal hummed again, and a ripple rushed out and merged into it again. Come on, come back. Luokan couldn't take it anymore. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to urge the writing wheel. His mental energy poured out violently, and the writing wheel in his eyes turned like the leaves of a windmill. But it was still useless. Luokan's mental power was destroyed and broken through. The multicolored mental shock wave made him unable to resist at all, and rushed towards him. Luokan's face turned pale. At this moment, Celebi flew out of the bag and floated in front of Luo Chen. Compare. There was a crisp sound from his mouth, and Celebi's whole body exuded a faint green light, and the green light in his eyes was bright, and Celebi gently pushed forward with both hands. Suddenly, Luo Chen only felt that the pressure was greatly reduced. At this time, there are colorful ripples surging inside the irregular crystal. And just when the multicolored ripples were about to rush out, the multicolored spiritual power in midair was already forced to retreat under the cooperation of Luokan and Celebi, and the reddest returned and crashed into the crystal, which has not yet been released from the body. The multicolored ripples collided together. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the crystal, and then, the color on its body was beating non-stop, very fast. Kaka. A crisp sound came, and a few cracks as thick as a little finger appeared on the surface of the crystal. The flickering color on the crystal disappeared instantly, and it no longer rotated, it fell from midair to the high platform. It's like an ordinary, more beautiful crystal stone. Seeing this, Luokan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Celebi did a good job. He always regarded Celebi as a group pet, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated it. Even in its infancy, it was a divine beast. Bibi. When Celebi heard Luokan's compliment, her eyes curved into crescents, and she sat on Luokan's shoulders, rubbing his cheeks constantly. Luokan, this is that legendary elf. Lily looked at Celebi, who was sitting on Luokan's shoulder, with disbelief flashing in her eyes. The last time she subdued the super ancient fast dragon, she had seen it once. At that time, she felt a vague impression, as if she had seen it somewhere. And just now, she finally remembered that she once saw this little elf on Luo Chen's shoulder in a very old book. The introduction to it in the book was, The Life Elf of Time. Well, yes, it's Celebi. Luokan put Celebi in his palm. Celebi, she is Lilia. Compare tilde. Celebi sat in Luo Chen's palm and waved at Lily. Lily's eyes were full of shock, she was really that legendary elf. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this, let's go and see what that crystal is. Luokan walked forward and stepped on the high platform. Luokan stared at the crystal carefully, and found that the crystal was actually wrapped in a round object the size of a fist, and this object kept spinning inside the crystal. He touched the crystal with his hand, and the next second, the system's prompt sound appeared in Luo Chen's mind. Ding! I found an unknown energy body. It can be absorbed. Is it absorbed? Ellipsis. XXX. A book recommended by a good friend has been on the shelves for more than a week. The great God actually asked me for this little prank to push back. I'm so desperate. Chapter 63. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Absorb." Suddenly, Luo Chen felt a steady stream of heat coming from the crystal, using his palm as a medium, pouring into his body. For a while, he only felt that his whole body was warm, as if immersed in a hot spring, so he couldn't help closing his eyes comfortably. But after a while, Luochen found that the volume of the crystal in front of him had only decreased by a tiny amount. If he hadn't had a writing wheel, he really wouldn't have been able to notice this subtle change. He was stunned for a moment and wanted to move his palm. But I found that my palm seemed to be coated with superglue, and it was stuck to the crystal, and I couldn't pull it off. What happened to the system? The absorption process cannot be interrupted until the absorption is complete, and the host can move. How long does it take to absorb such a large crystal? Ding! The time is estimated, it will take about 3 days. Luochen was dumbfounded. No, that means I have to stand here stupidly for 3 days. Yes. Depend on. If he stayed for 3 days in a daze, he wouldn't do it. He looked at Elch lying on the ground, his eyes lit up. Yes, isn't this a elf researcher? See if he can separate me from this broken stone, and said to Lily, Lily, help me wake Elch up. Lily stepped forward and called Elch, but found that no matter how he called, he couldn't wake up. Host, he still has the mental power of the energy source in his brain. He will only wake up when you have absorbed the energy source, so there is no need to be lucky. Fallen dust. He was helpless. It seemed that he had to stay here for 3 days. Fortunately, they brought food in their bags, otherwise they would have to starve to death. Ellipsis. There are 2 flowers, one for each. Just when the dust was quietly absorbing the crystal energy source. In the Kanto region, the territory of the Aoki family. A researcher in a white lab coat hurriedly ran out of the research room and came to a luxurious and restrained building excitedly. He pushed open the door of the conference room. In the conference room, the descendants of the Aoki family were having a meeting. Aoki Yuan, the patriarch of the Aoki family, looked at the person who broke into the door with a vague displeased expression on his face, and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" Patriarch, it was a success, and the photos were successfully restored to high definition by us. Photo. It's the photo you asked us to restore to high definition last time. It's the photo of the fast dragon trainer. Hearing this, Aokiwan couldn't hold back his heart anymore. He was overjoyed. He suddenly stood up from the stool, rushed over, and tried his best to suppress his inner excitement. Where? Here. The researcher took out something similar to a USB flash drive from his pocket. Aoki Yuan took the USB flash drive, walked straight to the stage in the conference room, and plugged it into the computer. The lights in the conference room dimmed, and the projection was projected on the wall. An incomparably high-definition picture appeared on the projection on the wall. In the picture, it was a young man standing on the head of Kuailong, and a girl was following him. This young man stood on the head of the fast dragon, with his hands behind his back, looking forward with contempt, with a proud expression. Looking at this high-spirited young man, anyone who sees it has to praise him, when he was young and shiny and angry. For a time, Aoki Yuan couldn't help comparing this young man with the younger generation in his own family. He shook his head. There was no comparison. He could not find a younger generation who could compare with this young man. He took a deep breath and looked at the many descendants of the Aoki family in the audience. Send me to find the person in the photo as quickly as possible. At this time, bang! The sound of the chair falling to the ground came. A person stood up with a swoosh, and there was still some disbelief in his eyes, staring blankly at the picture projected on the wall. If Luochen is here, you will be surprised. Isn't this person the old woman who was the vice president of the Pokemon Academy? Aoki Hongfei, what's wrong? Aoki Yuan looked at her and asked. Patriarch, do you still remember the kid I told you, the kid who might have a more advanced elf food formula? Remember, but haven't we investigated it clearly? His elf food was bought on the market, which is the recently popular, super elf cultivation food. He himself does not have a more advanced elf food formula. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly looked up at the old lady Aoki Hongfei. Could it be? He's the kid I said before. Look, find him all for me, no matter what means you use, you must find him for me. Ellipsis. After 3 days. In the grotto, the crystals in front of Luo Chen had completely disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes, and a pair of scarlet three-tick eyes appeared in his pupils. Suddenly, the eyes of the three-goose jade writing wheel suddenly turned. The next second, the pattern changed. From 3-go jade, to a pattern that resembles a windmill leaf. The pattern of the windmill leaf slowly rotates in his eyes, which is very strange and mysterious. He touched his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. After absorbing the crystals, did the writing wheel eye change from a 3-hook jade to a kaleidoscope? Luo Chen concealed the writing wheel eye, and turned his eyes to himself, where there was a fist-sized transparent ball like a glass bead. There is also a mysterious pattern in the inner center of this sphere, with light pink and light white intertwined. Luokan held it in his hand, and the sound of the system sounded again. Ding! Some kind of elf evolution stone, it will produce incredible changes when carried. Ellipsis. Then Langby started to do things again, everything as it's been laid out unknowingly, and I'm just waiting for a big event. Also, I buried a foreshadowing of this transparent ball a long time ago. Usage. It is the next key link. Chapter 64. Some kind of elf evolution stone. Just when Luokan was about to take a closer look, he saw Elch woke up on the ground, who had been in a coma for 3 days, and he quickly put it in the bag. How many days have I been lying down? 3 days. Elch stood up confused, shook his head, and fainted for 3 days. He already felt that he was so hungry that his chest was on his back. Yes, yes, yes. Lily passed some food. Elch devoured it for a while, and finished it in less than half a minute. Anything else? He swallowed. Have. Then he started to gobble again. A few minutes later, Elch patted his bulging belly and nodded contentedly. This, how did this become like this? He looked at the empty high platform and widened his eyes. Where's that energy source? I don't know. We also fainted, so we woke up half an hour earlier than you, and we were gone when we woke up. Luokan thought about it for a while, but it's better not to tell the truth. After all, he absorbed an energy crystal source alive, which was a bit shocking. It was not easy for the transparent ball to fall into the dust. He had a faint feeling in his heart that the existence of the energy crystal was to nurture and protect the transparent ball. Once you tell the truth, you don't have to think about it, that ball will definitely have nothing to do with Luokan. What? Elch was extremely annoyed, and kept rubbing his hair. I have never seen this mysterious energy source. It can definitely shock the scientific research industry. How did it disappear? I feel the whole world there will never be a second source of such mysterious energy. For this, he could only ask for the next best thing, knocking some ice crystals on the wall. He wanted to take it back to the research institute for research. Immediately afterwards, the three started to leave and walked out of the grotto. As soon as they walked out of the grotto, the three of them felt refreshed, and they hadn't breathed fresh air for a long time. Boom, boom, boom. The moment they walked out, there was a roar from the grotto behind them, and boulders collapsed, completely sealing the passage to the entrance of the cave. Elch, let's part here. Hey, why don't you come and sit at my research institute? No. All right then, I'm really thankful this time. You're welcome. After saying goodbye to Elch, Luokan and Lily returned to the road, heading towards the Golden City. Ellipsis. At noon, somewhere in the forest about a few hours away from the Golden City. Luokan and Lilia were sitting on the tablecloth, and he took out the transparent ball from his bag. Some kind of elf evolution stone, which will produce incredible changes when carried. This is the system's evaluation of it. Luokan put it in front of him and looked at it carefully, frowning. It looks like a mega evolution stone, but it's too big. It's about the size of a fist. The lychee is bigger. I don't know if my elf can use it. At the moment when the thought flashed, Luokan threw all his Pokeballs. Fast Dragon, Ring Bear, Fire Dinosaur, and Diamond Rock Snake appeared beside him. Does it work for you if you try this thing? Luokan handed the ball to the Circle Bear, and then they passed it down one by one. All the elves touched it, but the ball still didn't change. Come back. System, does this evolution stone have to be used in conjunction with the evolution keystone? He remembered that if the elf mega evolves, he must have a corresponding evolution keystone. If the fist-sized ball in his hand is really a mega evolutionary stone, it may be because he lacks an evolutionary keystone. Unnecessary. This made Luo Chen puzzled. Don't look at it, let's eat. Lily looked at Luo Chen and said. XXX. He put the ball back in his bag. Ellipsis. After drinking and eating, the two returned to the road. Until the evening was approaching, when the setting sun was beside the mountain, the two of them climbed over a mountain and finally came to the Golden City. Let's go to the Elf Center first and let the Diamond Rock Snake recover its strength. After being stunned by Wanwan Bear, the Diamond Rock Snake is still a little sluggish, and Luokan plans to go to the Elf Center to restore his strength. You call the shots. Lily smiled, indicating that she would go wherever Luokan went. Ellipsis. Chapter 65. Order the first one to be able to be more than handsome and hope. It is more important to subscribe to the first shelf of Tianyi. Let me say goodbye to my exploding mentality, and order the first book for those who can be handsome and look fat or handsome, and continue to hope. Once it's on the shelf, it will be late tonight. The requester is a brainless person who is above. Order the first, give and order from the request. Subscribe automatically or. Chapter 66. Came to the Elf Center and helped the Diamond Rock Snake recover its strength. Luokan and Joey said thank you, then turned and left. Not long after going out, Luokan found that the contactor in his bag had been beeping nonstop. He was a little puzzled, took out the connector from the bag, and Kojira, Musashi, and Meow appeared on the screen. What's the matter? You've run out of nurturing pills. Luo Chen smiled. Boss, it's not good, something happened. Kojira's expression was very serious. Looking at Kojira's serious expression, Luokan also regained his seriousness. Why? What a... Boss, tell us honestly, are you the trainer of the fast dragon in Dock City? He didn't have anything to hide from his own people. Luokan, he nodded directly, yes. Surprise flashed in their eyes. Boss, it's really you. No, now is not the time to talk about this. Kojira continued, someone came to Junshin town yesterday and wanted to kidnap his wife directly. What? Luo Chen was furious, the only relative in this world was his mother. But boss, don't worry, we found out early and have already transferred the lady. Afterwards, we used the eavesdropping device made by Meow Meow to eavesdrop on why they would do something to the lady. Those people already knew that you were the mysterious trainer of Kuailong, and they wanted to force you through the lady to make you obey and hand over the Kuailong. Luokan's eyes became very cold, and murderous intent filled his eyes. His mother was his only relative in this world. Dragons have reverse scales, and they will die if touched. For Luo Chen, as long as the people he cares about are all right, nothing will happen. If the people he cares about have an accident, with his character, what if the world is turned upside down? What is he doing? He was expressionless. Who are they? The Aoki family, Kojira said, we also checked it out later. Boss, you and the Aoki family also had a holiday. Do you remember the vice principal you once defeated at the Pokemon Academy? The old woman's appearance appeared in Luokan's mind. Remember. She's also a member of the Aoki family. I see, be careful and protect my mother. After hanging up the phone, Luo Chen also had some lingering fears. Fortunately, he had foresight before and sent Kojiro and the others to Junshin town to take care of his mother, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The Aoki family. Luokan exudes a strong killing intent, his eyes flashing violent light, since his identity has been exposed. In order to avoid troubles from coming to the door one after another, let's play big. When they saw them, they were afraid, and when they were hit, they would never have the idea of doing anything to their mother. If he dares to take action against his close relatives in this world, he must be prepared to die. He walked out of the elf center and went outside. Kurama, you must remember the aura of the elf that you fought against, right? Jue also had killing intent in his eyes, and Luokan's mother treated him very well, treating him like a son. Lily, you are waiting for me here, and I will come back to you after I finish dealing with things. No, I want to go with you. I'm going to kill. Lily didn't hesitate at all. She raised her head with a firm gaze. No matter what you do, I'll follow you. Don't forget that I'm your girlfriend. Luokan's heart flashed with bursts of warmth. There is a woman like this, what more can you ask for? Okay, let's go. Luokan directly released the fast dragon. Fly to the north. Roar. With a loud roar, Kuailong took off with Luokan and Liliai. On the ground, a group of people heard the sound and saw the fast dragon flying in the sky. They screamed in shock. Look, that fast dragon. It's a mysterious trainer. The scene instantly boiled over. Did anyone see what he looked like? It's really that fast dragon. Ellipsis. The speed of the fast dragon is very fast, and a few hours later, the extreme north of the Kanto region. The cold wind is howling, and the place where you see is vast, frozen for thousands of miles, snow drifting for thousands of miles, white everywhere, steep snow-capped mountains, and howling ice and snow. Kurama, can you feel its breath? Kyubi shook his head. The fast dragon continues to fly forward. It is definitely in this place at this time. The fast dragon flew forward a lot again. Suddenly, the nine tails made a crisp sound, and it raised its paw and pointed to a snow-capped mountain on the ground. Where is it? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Quick dragon, destroy the death light. Boom. Destruction death light hit the snowy mountain, and suddenly there was a huge vibration, and the white snow rolled into a huge avalanche. The scene was very spectacular, but Luo Chen was not in the mood to appreciate this magnificent scene at this time. Hey! Not long after, a human-shaped elf with a pale white body and pale pink belly and tail shot up from the huge avalanche and flew in front of the fast dragon. The little elf looked at Luo Chen. With monstrous hatred in its eyes, it stared at Luo Chen, human. Luokan was expressionless. Cheomung, you once owed me a favor, when you were enslaved. Hearing this, Chaomeng looked at Luo Chen up and down, and when he saw the nine tails in his arms, he finally realized it. 0. It's you. That's right, when he was enslaved before, it was indeed this human who helped him. If he hadn't helped him destroy most of the mechanical armor that suppressed his power, he really couldn't get out of trouble so easily, and he owed him a favor as right. Facing the person who once helped him, Chaomeng's hostility also disappeared. He relaxed his body and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Luokan didn't answer, but said, "Are you cruel to humans?" Hate, the human species shouldn't exist in this world. A bitter hatred erupted around Mewtwo. All I want you to do is follow me, kill. The sound of falling dust is hundreds of times colder than the howling cold wind. Hearing this, Cheomung was stunned for a moment, and then it showed a hideous smile. Murder. Good. This chapter is the last of the free chapters. Tonight it is on the shelves. Generally speaking, it will not be updated on the day it is released. It will be updated directly at 24 o'clock in the evening. Today, I updated it entirely for those handsome ratios who are not VIP. Now, for this, I want to say. Today's update is the right to thank you for your company for 20 days, to accompany me a newcomer, all the way to the shelves. Of course, the most thankful thing is to continue to support my shuaibi after it is on the shelves. Thank you for your support. If possible, please continue to support. Sichuan. Chapter 67. Cheomeng looked at Luokan's murderous eyes, and he smiled. It seems that you and I are the same type of person. Let's go, I can't wait to kill where to go. I haven't done much recently, and my body is rusted. Wait a second, it's not so fast, I have to find a helper. Yes. Cheomeng held his hands and landed on Kuailong's back, standing side by side with Luokan. At this time, Luokan suddenly felt that his backpack was moving, and something kept running around in it. Compare. In the backpack, Celebi made a surprised sound, and it floated out of the bag, holding a ball larger than it in his hand. This sphere is faintly emitting a light of milky white and pale pink, just like breathing, flickering, flickering, flickering. But if you look closely, you will find that the light actually emanates from the pattern inside the sphere. Looking at the pattern of pale pink and pale white inside the sphere, Luo Chen only felt as if he had seen it somewhere. And many more. He turned his head to look at Mewtwo and looked at it up and down. Isn't the color of Mewtwo just pale white and pale pink? Is it? Xiaomeng looked at the ball in Celebi's hand and was also fascinated. With the ball's breathing and breathing, it only felt that the cells in his whole body were throbbing, as if he was connected to the blood of the ball. Generally. BB. The ball flew out of Celebi's hands directly, and stopped in front of Mewtwo, constantly flashing light. With the flickering of pale pink and pale white light, Mewtwo also emitted the same light, corresponding to the round beads. In the end, the rays of light on the sphere condensed into two rays of light, one pink and the other white. Immediately afterwards, the light on Xiaomeng's body flashed, and it also condensed into a pink and white light, which greeted the light emitted by the ball. The light of the two is connected to each other according to the color in the air. The ball approached Chaosman little by little, stagnated between its eyebrows, and finally entered Chaosman's eyebrows like water and milk, and the whole ball disappeared. The moment the ball disappeared, Mewtwo's body fluttered, flew out of Kuailong, and stayed in the air. The heavy snow flew down like goose feathers. It fell densely from the sky and landed on Mewtwo. It closed its eyes tightly, as if it had melted into one body with the snow and ice in the sky. Not long after, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the aura of his bulging movements rose to the sky. Snowflakes with a radius of 100 meters in the air were directly scattered by the shock, forming a vacuum without snowflakes. The arc of thunder flashed on Mewtwo's body, and the milky white and pale pink rays of light overlapped on it, and finally covered the whole body. XXX. After the light dissipated, Xiaomeng's body had undergone tremendous changes. There was something resembling a tail on the back of his head, and his body became much smaller than before, but his aura was even worse than before. System, the Eye of Exploration ~~. Name, Mega Super Dream. Attribute, Super Power. Level, Level 100, Secondary Divine Beast Temporary. Qualification, Level 2 Divine Beast. Evaluation, in a state of Mega Hyper Evolution. Ellipsis. Luo Chen secretly said, the previous Xiaomeng should be located in the third level Divine Beast. After the Mega Evolution, the combat power directly soared to the second level Divine Beast. In the air, Xiaomeng moved, and his body disappeared in Luo Chen's eyes in an instant. Then, bang bang bang. A violent crash sounded, accompanied by a huge rushing sound, and the 5 nearby snow-capped mountains collapsed directly. When he came back to his senses, Mewtwo's body had reappeared in the previous position. It became familiar with the power of its own body, exhaled a turbid breath, the Mega Evolution state dissipated, and it returned to its original appearance. Back on Kuailong's back, Cheomeng said to Luokan, it seems that I owe you another favor. Luo Chen couldn't deny it. He smiled, the stronger your strength is, the more likely we are to succeed. Okay, let's go and find another elf. Kuailong flew away quickly. Luo Chenpan sat on Kuailong's back, the howling wind blowing on his face. Luokan, this is the information of the Aoki family. This world is also the same red fruit, a world where people cannibalize people. Because I have a fast dragon, so I'm staring at myself. Then try to see if you can gnaw at me. Lily handed over something similar to a tablet computer, and Luo Chen took it and glanced at it. He smiled in his heart. Diaresis, a third-rate family would dare to give me an idea. Are you finally going to meet the family in the Kanto region? Although it's still a little early. But, it's not bad, let's practice with a third-rate family. Ellipsis. The fast dragon cut through the sky, passed through the sky above the dock city, and came to the isolated island that had fought with the super ancient fast dragon. The huge crack that almost divided the entire island in two was clearly engraved on it. Landed on the isolated island, Luokan took back the fast dragon, took out a black cube from his backpack, and threw it into the air. The black tadpole text on the cube is swimming. Ah! The huge figure of the super ancient fast dragon appeared directly on the island. Looking at this huge fast dragon, Chao Meng's eyes shrank. It felt a huge threat on the ladder. Zhao Li's, this is the same level of breath. It looked at the super ancient fast dragon's eyes flashed. Overly jealous, it has a feeling that if it is in a non-mega state, it is not the opponent of this huge fast dragon. Ellipsis. Handsome guys, I rewrote chapter 65, you go back and look again. The second is that Mewtwo was originally an existence close to a level 1 divine beast. I wrote here that it is a level 3 divine beast for a reason, which will be explained later. If it's too strong, it's easy to turn against the guest, and the protagonist won't have much to play. Also, I wipe my tears, it is indeed the evolution stone of Cheomong. You guessed it, covering your face. I remember you guessed it many times, especially that brother Shang. Hey, I want to pretending to be so blue in front of you, you get slapped in the face again and again. Chapter 68. Super Ancient Fast Dragon, can you find that giant stinger jellyfish? Luokan shouted to the super ancient fast dragon. After subduing it, he found that the super ancient fast dragon could already understand what he meant, which might be related to the cube pixie ball in his hand. The super ancient fast dragon nodded, and it spread its wings and flew to the high sky of the isolated island. He took a sharp breath, and then... awkward roar. The terrifying roar turned into waves of turbulent air, forming sound wave ripples in the air, spreading out in all directions, and the sound came out very far. Soon, the sound of rushing water waves sounded. At the coastline, countless waves surged, and blue elves dived in the sea, directly surrounding the entire island. Followed by a huge venomous sting jellyfish, it directly flapped its tentacles, and moved forward very fast. The giant stinger jellyfish went directly to the island, and it first said hello to the super ancient fast dragon. Then it turned its head to stare at Luokan, the ruby between its eyebrows flashed red, and a spiritual force spread. Human, what's the matter that called me here? The thick voice appeared directly in Luo Chen's mind. Do me a favor and do the same thing you did to Dock City before. Luo Chen looked at it and said. Impossible. Don't forget that it is you humans who destroyed our homeland. We will not do things for humans. Let's not talk about it. I will leave first if there is nothing else. The giant stinger jellyfish waved its tentacles and walked towards the shore. Just when it was about to reach the coast, the sound of falling dust came. You haven't found a suitable habitat for you, have you? I can promise you that soon. I will give you a habitat for the stinger jellyfish, where there will never be humans to destroy your homeland. The giant stinger jellyfish paused, turned around, and looked at Luokan again. Are you sure? I'm sure, I can assure you of this. Hearing this, the giant stinger jellyfish looked at Luokan with deep eyes, without saying a word, with no expression on her face, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Falling dust is not false, just look at it like this. After a long time, It first glanced at the super ancient fast dragon on the side, and then took a deep look at Luokan. Okay, I promise you, I hope I made a mistake. Luo Chen smiled with his hands behind his back, very confident. You will be happy for your decision in the future. Hope, who do you want to attack? Luokan opened his lips lightly. Tomorrow at noon, the territory of the Aoki family. Aoki family. The giant stinging jellyfish stared in disbelief. You actually want to attack the Aoki family? It has also studied humans. If I remember correctly, the Aoki family should be a big family among humans. That's right, it's the Aoki family. Human, it seems that you are bolder than I thought. It exclaimed. No, my courage is actually very small, but there is no way. They want to do something with my most precious thing, so I can only cut off this hand in advance. Luokan said lightly. Just like before, you chose to back down, so you were forced to a dead end step by step, and even the last home was destroyed, and I just chose not to retreat, and wanted to start before them. Before that, let's kill their thoughts in swaddling in advance. Oh, that's right, we just can't back down, otherwise we'll be lessons learned. Human, you are the most special one I have ever seen. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. I'll do it at noon tomorrow, right? Then I'll call some of the same kind to come over. Ellipsis. It was night, and the smoke from the cooking on the isolated island curled up. Luokan and the others planned to spend the night on the isolated island, and then they attacked the territory of the Aoki family by surprise during the day. After eating and drinking, Cheomung looked at the huge body of the super ancient fast dragon, turned his head to Luokan and said, "Let it fight with me, I will be familiar with the new power." Yes, but remember not to play too much, there may be a fierce fight tomorrow. 0. Cheomung and Kuailong flew out and came to the sea not far from the isolated island. The two didn't talk nonsense. Cheomung's body was surging with white powder rays of light, which directly turned into a mega mode, and then charged directly towards the ultra-ancient fast dragon. Bang bang bang. A huge vibration sounded, and the entire sea oscillated rhythmically with the vibration. As the battle became more and more fierce, the skills of the two elves flew in the sky, and all kinds of skills directly penetrated into the sea, causing an uproar. The sea roared and roared, directly forming countless huge waves. The huge waves pushed and surged, the entire island began to shake, the ground cracked, and boulders were thrown from the high roll. We'll be swept away at any time. Listen, stop for me. Luokan had to release the fast dragon and flew over the two little elves who were fighting hotly. The island will collapse if you hit it again. In this regard, they had to stop, and their faces were still a little unfulfilled. Okay, I'll have a fight for you tomorrow. They flew back to the isolated island again. They rested early and made preparations for tomorrow. Sichuan. Chapter 69. In the early morning of the next day, Luokan and many elves woke up early, and their eyes were full of strong fighting intent, since none of them were afraid. I have to say that things gather together by like, and it is absolutely true that people are divided into groups. Luokan doesn't need to say more, the one who dares to disagree with the Aoki family directly. Needless to say, the Nine Tails, the most evil beings among the tailed beasts, are simply a collection of evil. Atavistic Kuailong, one has been abused for many years, except for Luokan, he is full of hatred for other human beings. Chao Meng, created by humans, hates humans deeply, and wishes to directly destroy human civilization. The super ancient fast dragon and the giant sting jellyfish, needless to say, one has lived from the super ancient to the present, the other has undergone genetic mutation directly, and the two dare to attack the city directly. Ellipsis. In short, I can sum up their combination in one sentence, that is, whether it is a human or a elf, none of them are normal, all of them are like terrorists. Luokan released the fast dragon and took Lily on board. Let's go. Kuailong flapped its wings, and Cheomung followed closely behind. On the sea, the giant stinger jellyfish fluttered into the sea, and quickly followed. It roared, and the dense 22 agate jellyfish and stinger jellyfish followed behind it. If someone took a bird's eye view from the sky at this time, they would find that the entire sea surface was almost occupied by stinging jellyfish and agate jellyfish, forming a torrent, which was very spectacular. Last night, Kojiro also passed on the information about the Aoki family. Luokan also learned its basic information. The territory of the Aoki family is located on a huge peninsula at the southern end of the Kanto region, adjacent to the Chengdu region, and has very close trade relations with the families in the Chengdu region. The Aoki family's territory is not very far from Luokan and the others. At the same time, in a luxurious and restrained conference room in the Aoki family. Trash. It's been 3 days, and you haven't found anyone. As long as the trainer is found, our family can rise, and it's not impossible to even replace the Yulong family, but how do you all do things? It's okay if you can't find it, and ask you to kidnap his mother. Forcing him to show up, but how did you all do things? You were able to get out of the air. As a member of the Aoki family, are you willing to be members of a third-rate family for the rest of your life? Aoki Yuan scolded all the family members in the conference room with blood. Ellipsis. But they didn't know that in a sea area outside their family's territory, an undercurrent suddenly surged. Countless agate jellyfish and stinger jellyfish surfaced on the sea. In the sky, Kuailong landed on the sea. XXX. Looking at the peninsula in the distance, Luokan smiled. Is it finally here? Are you afraid, Lily? Luo Chen looked at the girl beside him and showed a soft smile. Not afraid. She shook her head. Luo Chen smiled and held her hand, then restrained his smile and said solemnly, do it. As soon as the voice fell, the whole body of the giant stinger jellyfish exudes a light blue light, which is the same color as the seawater. Its hands are immersed in the bottom of the sea, waving constantly. Just when Luokan was confused, the calm sea conditions occurred, and waves began to rise. This wave is getting bigger and bigger. Bigger and bigger. A loud bang came from a distance. Luokan looked at it intently, and saw countless waves rolling in with great momentum. These waves suddenly began to aggregate, condensed into one, and formed a huge wave more than 100 meters high, exactly the same as the one in the dock city. The giant stinger jellyfish roared, and countless agate jellyfish began to ride the huge waves, rolling toward the peninsula where the Aoki family was located. Luokan also released a super ancient fast dragon at this time. Can you still trend the violent carp dragon? The super ancient fast dragon nodded, roared in the sky, and many blue voices broke through the sea, swam over quickly, and rode the huge waves with the agate jellyfish. The huge waves surged on the sea and became bigger and bigger. When they reached the coast of the Aoki family's territory, it had become a 300-meter-high giant wave, covering the sky and the sun was blocked. Down. For a while, the people on the island only felt that the sky became dark, and they looked up, all dumbfounded. Then, terrified screams came, and one by one began to run wildly. However, in the face of today's huge waves, everything is in vain. The giant waves slammed into the peninsula with devastating power, like a storm hitting the entire island. Boom boom boom. The deafening sound can be felt from far away. Under the power of the giant waves, the whole island was shaking, and the power was terrifying. Buildings close to the coast, when the huge waves passed, instantly turned into ruins. The 300-meter huge wave hit the Aoki family's peninsula, turning most of the island into a mess, and most of the island was soaked in the sea. After the huge wave, the agate jellyfish and Tyrannosaurus began to move, and they destroyed everything that could be seen. Ellipsis. What happened? Because the Aoki family's conference room was at the back of the island, it didn't affect them, but the earthquake caused by the huge waves also shook them to their knees, and the conference room was a mess. Aoki Yuan got up from the ground, with blood on his forehead. He was injured when he hit the corner of the table when he fell down just now. What the hell happened? He covered his forehead, furious. Boom. A person pushed open the door of the conference room in horror. Clan Chief, it's not good, there are elves attacking the city. Aoki Yuan shrank his eyes, ran to the computer machine in the conference room and pressed a button. The projection flashed, and the picture outside the island was projected on the wall. Looking at the ruined territory, his eyes were split. Why are the agate jellyfish and tyrannosaurs that destroyed the dock city in our territory? Hurry out and drive them out of the territory. Aokiwan changed his mind, and immediately ordered. Everyone in the conference room rushed out. Ellipsis. On the sea, Luokan looked at the peninsula, which had been dilapidated in just 1 minute, and smiled. This is just an appetizer. It's our turn now. Ellipsis. Tonight first 3 chapters, the rest of the day, there will be 7 chapters plus during the day. Anyway, not there are less than 10 updates. As for the handsome ones in the book review area, they are more than 20 as mentioned. I said, come on, kill me, the concubine really can't do it. Chapter 70. Let's go. Luo Chen said lightly, and flew towards the peninsula with Chao Meng and Chao Ancient Fast Dragon, and the giant sting jellyfish followed closely in the sea. By the way, Mewtwo, the neurotoxins in your body shouldn't be a big problem, right? Before Luo Chen, he was also a little puzzled. Cheomeng should be an elf that is close to the existence of a first-level divine beast, but after systematic investigation yesterday, he found that it was actually a third-level divine beast. At that time, he thought it was because he helped Cheomeng escape in advance, so caused its strength to change. But last night, he learned that in order to better control it and eliminate its autonomous consciousness, the rockets would inject a super-complex terrifying neurotoxin into Chao Meng almost every day. Human, plus it is an elf with superpower attributes, its consciousness has long been wiped out by neurotoxins, and it has become a puppet. Although it has now escaped, the neurotoxins that have accumulated over time remain in its brain. The reason why it chose to go to the snow-capped mountains in the extreme north after escaping was because it wanted to rely on the coldness of the bone spurs of the ice and snow to suppress the neurotoxins in the brain and take this opportunity to force them out of the body. It is because this neurotoxin suppresses its consciousness, so its level is suppressed to the third-level divine beast, and even its aptitude is suppressed, and its strength cannot be fully exerted. Fine. Cheomeng clenched his fists and felt the changes in his body. It's not a big problem. Now that I got the mega stones, and after the fight, I went back to the snowy mountains. I'm already confident that I can force them all out of my body. Alright then, let's go. They approached the territory of the Aoki family step by step in the air. Every time they flew forward, the aura of these elves would skyrocket. When they set foot on the territory of the Aoki family, the 4 elves, the atavist fast dragon, the super ancient fast dragon, Chao Meng, and the giant stinger jellyfish, condensed into a single force, soaring into the sky, shaking the clouds in the sky away. The air is distorting, very terrifying. The eyes of each elf burst out with icy killing intent, with a madly dangerous light, as if they were demon gods who destroyed the world. Looking at the shocking weather on these elves, the people on the island were so shocked that they didn't dare to move. After a few seconds, they screamed in shock one by one, venting the fear in their hearts. Boom! The super ancient fast dragon started first. It stomped its feet on the ground. The earth could not bear the pressure, and a huge crack appeared. It rushed over. Under its huge body, everything it passed was crushed to shreds, and some houses that survived the tsunami were uprooted by it. Small toys are about the same. It threw the building in its hand towards the second half of the peninsula, where it was not affected by the tsunami. In an instant, a huge vibration sounded, the smoke exploded, and the throne house fell to the ground, creating a deep ravine, and kept slamming backwards. Pushing it down, the scene is like a domino effect, one building after another collapsing. Aokiwan, who came with family members, happened to see this scene. Looking at the ruins of the family territory, he was stunned. This is a base built by the family through several generations of talents, so it was destroyed like this. Aokiwan's face was extremely ferocious, and the blue veins at the corners of his eyes burst out. He looked at the bodies of the super ancient fast dragon and the giant sting jellyfish in hysteria, and his eyes were filled with crazy murderous intent. How dare you destroy the giant fast dragon and the giant sting jellyfish? Since it is our family's territory, since it is here, then leave it here for me, just to replace that kid's fast dragon with you. He gritted his teeth and looked at the misery around him, wishing to drink their blood and eat their flesh. Yo, with such a scary expression, what are you trying to do? A playful voice sounded, and the sound of wings flapping in the sky came over. Aokiwan and the others looked up, only to see a fast dragon stagnating above their heads at some point. Looking at the young man riding on the back of the fast dragon and the unique appearance of the fast dragon, their eyes narrowed. It's you. These days, they have been frantically looking for Luokan, and they have long since kept Luokan's appearance in their hearts. It's me, I heard that you were looking for me. Now, here I am. Luo Chen looked down at them from a high place and looked at them expressionlessly, and his words revealed a murderous intent. It's nothing to deal with me, but you should never have made my mother's idea. Since you dare to do something to my mother, then you have to be prepared to die. The hearts of everyone in the Aoki family were burning with anger and rage. They never thought that the culprit who captured their family's territory was the prey they had been looking for. As a prey, he even dared to come to the door in person, and even threatened the entire Aoki family. This is simply looking down on their Aoki family. We've been looking for you, and I didn't expect you to come to the door yourself. It just so happened that you should stay with the giant fast dragon and the giant stinger jellyfish. Qingmeyuan also looked at Luokan with the eyes of the dead, but I want to know, how did you drive the giant dragon and the giant stinger jellyfish? You made a deal with them. Want to know? It's very simple. Luokan laughed and snapped his fingers. Super ancient fast dragon, use the dragon god to dive. Awkward roar. The super ancient fast dragon waved its wings, and a hurricane like a typhoon blew on the ground, and the debris of the millstone was lifted out. It spread its wings and disappeared from people's sight. You subdued it. Aoki Yuan took a few steps back. Ellipsis. Instant noodles are ready. I will do my best to update today. See how many chapters I can update, but my typing is a bit slow. Only about 800 words in an hour. It takes more than 2 hours for a chapter, but it's okay. I can't make time to make it together. Chapter 71. If not. Aokiwan's eyes widened, and the guess in his heart was that Luokan and the giant fast dragon and the giant stinger jellyfish had reached some kind of agreement, and they would follow Luokan to attack the city, but he was wrong. It was very wrong. They did not reach any agreement directly, but the little devil in front of them actually subdued them directly. This is just hell. How could a fast dragon comparable to the legendary elf surrender so easily? The corner of Luokan's mouth showed a sneer again. Let's feel the swooping of the mountain-sized dragon god. After speaking, he rode the fast dragon and spread his wings away. Above the sky, the ultra-ancient fast dragon quickly fell towards the ground, and the whole body rubbed with the air to burn flames. A tail like a brilliant aurora. As the super-ancient fast dragon continued to accelerate under the action of gravitational potential energy, a downward impact air pressure was formed, the air made an overwhelmed hum, the sea surface was concave, and the trees on the island 22 were bent. Waste, strong wind blowing, people can't stand still. Aokiwan looked at the huge and popular giant fast dragon in the sky, and his eyes flashed solemnly. The original dock city was destroyed by the swooping of the dragon god of this giant fast dragon. On the peninsula where his family is located, it will definitely become the second port city. At this time, he also ignored Luokan. He took out a communicator from his pocket and made a call. S-level danger alert, turn on the protective cover mode. Understood. In the communicator outgoing sound. As soon as the voice fell, a harsh and urgent alarm sounded. Then, a sense of vibration came from the end of the peninsula, and in the sound of the vibration, a huge beam of light shot directly from the surface to the sky. The beam of light spread out, forming a semicircular protective cover that directly covered the entire peninsula upside down. Luo Chen looked up at the transparent protective cover in the sky, and said in a low voice, "These big families really have a hand." "Nonsense, if there was no human technology, I would have destroyed you humans long ago." Qiao Meng held his hands and floated beside him. His eyes were a bit complicated. It itself was created by humans using technology. This should be the energy shield made by the Shiroof family. Lily held the tablet computer in her hand, and her fingers slid up and down on the screen and moved. Shiroof Company. Luokan is also a thunderbolt to the name. It is the frontier of the world's technology, the giant of the world's technology, and the leader of the latest science and technology. Many advanced technologies come from Shiroof Company. At the same time, the well-known Master Ball is also a product of this company, which is their core secret. At this moment, the super ancient swooped down using the Dragon God dive and collided with the protective shield. Boom! A huge roar came, making people's eardrums buzzing, and they couldn't hear any sound from the outside world, and their minds were filled with the buzzing sound of the two colliding together. The place where the two collided overflowed with energy, which was very terrifying, like a super huge furnace. It was as if two nuclear bombs collided with each other in the sky, and then exploded. Ah! The super ancient fast dragon roared loudly, its wings violently flapped, and the whole body took a step forward, and the energy shield began to deform, constantly concave downward. The super ancient fast dragon flapped its wings and had advanced more than halfway forward. The middle of the energy shield was deeply dented, like a bird's nest. The energy shield began to crumble, as if it would shatter at any time. However, on the ground, the people of the Aoki family were not worried at all. Aokiwan said to the human on the other end of the communicator, "Toughness mode." Clear. The energy shield began to change, and countless small energy cyclones were attached to the surface of the energy shield like small vortexes. These small whirlpools are constantly spinning, unloading the power of the super ancient fast dragon. XXX. Immediately afterwards, a huge elastic force rose above the protective cover. Sound. The concave place quickly bounced up and returned to its original state, while the super ancient fast dragon was violently bounced out. At the same time, the energy of the energy shield was also consumed and disappeared into the air. The super ancient fast dragon stabilized its figure in midair, shook its dizzy head, spread its wings and landed beside Luo Chen. Sure enough, none of these families were simple things, so they were all guarded by them. Luokan looked at the people of the Aoki family, half squinting his eyes. On the ground, Aokiwan looked at Luokan proudly. "Since you're here, let's stay." Boundary mode. Suddenly, another beam of light rose directly into the sky, covering the entire peninsula. Aokiwan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This enchantment mode can only be entered but not exited, so you don't have to think about running away, just stay. Luokan chuckled lightly, and coldness flashed in his eyes. "Oh, we have to leave, but after we destroy your family, we will leave in an open and fair manner. Don't think it's great to have two fast dragons that are comparable to the legendary elves. There are many things in the world that you can't touch at all." Aokiwan said indifferently to the communicator again, "Cage number 1, get out." Rumbling. The ground began to vibrate slightly again. Beep. Several crisp bird songs echoed in the sky, and 3 very beautiful birds flew over from the rear of the peninsula, with a very amazing momentum. Of these 3 birds, one has a yellow body with feathers like lightning, the second is blue, with faint flickering ice crystals on its body, and the third is burning with flames. Looking at them, Luokan narrowed his eyes and said in surprise, 3 divine birds. As they approached, he looked at them carefully. "No, it's not the 3 divine birds." Luokan turned to Cheomung and said, "It's your kind." Ellipsis. That Shiroof company is something I produced based on the game and my own settings. In the game it is indeed the manufacturer of the Master Ball. Chapter 72. When the 3 birds flew close, Luokan could see their appearance clearly. They are not the 3 divine birds, but 3 statues that look exactly like the 3 divine birds. System, the eye of probing. Name, Pity Out Flaming Bird Gene. Attributes, Fire, Flight. Level, Level 75 Mid-Championship. Qualification, King of Heaven. Evaluation, the elf implanted the gene of the flame bird through genetic technology. Because it contained two strong genes, its consciousness has been wiped out, and it is a puppet with an empty body. Ellipsis. Name, Bi-Eagle Frozen Bird Gene. Attributes, Ice, Flight. Level, Level 75 Mid-Championship. Qualification, King of Heaven. Evaluation, the elf implanted the gene of the frozen bird through genetic technology. Because it contains two strong genes, its consciousness has been wiped out, and it is a puppet with an empty body. Ellipsis. The other beagle, which looks like a lightning bird, doesn't need to look at Luokan, and knows that it is no different from the two above. Luokan squinted his eyes. The potential of these eagles should only be able to grow to the level of heavenly kings. After implanting the genes of the three divine birds, they could directly increase their strength to the middle of the championship. The means of this genetic technology are a bit strong, but the price is that their consciousness is wiped out, and they become puppets who only know how to kill and slaughter. Luokan is not surprised that the Aoki family will have the genes of the three divine birds, because in this world, there are not only three divine birds, each divine bird actually has an ethnic group, but their number is very small. And only the three strongest in their respective groups can be crowned as divine birds. The same as me, they were also made, Mewtwo asked. No, they are of the same kind as you, but they were not made, but were implanted with the genes of other elves. The fact that Mewtwo can be created is due to the bad luck of the rockets, and the luck is on the table. How can an elf like Mewtwo be created casually? Indeed, I smell the smell of that organization on them, which is disgusting. Cheomung stared at the three hollow eyes, extremely suppressing the anger in his heart. It could see that these three little elves they have lost their self-consciousness and are completely a puppet, which reminds them of the days when they were enslaved and injected with neurotoxins every day. The icy murderous intent burst out directly at it. Which organization? It's the organization that made me. Luokan looked at Aokiwan, but he didn't expect them to be in a relationship with Team Rocket. Ellipsis. Get ready to play with them, kid. Aokiwan immediately ordered. Go. 3 BBDAO's hollow eyes lit up with a scarlet light. Beep. A crisp sound rang out, they flapped their wings, and the energy in their bodies surged. In an instant, lightning, frost, and flames traversed the sky, attacking the falling dust. Let me come. Mewtwo flew out, it raised its hand, and a beam of light was lacing directly from its fingertips. A bang. It collided with the skills of the three eagles and exploded. Immediately afterwards, its figure flashed, and it appeared directly above the three statues. It raised its hand again, and sent out 3 frozen beams in a row. The 3 statues suddenly turned into ice lumps and fell to the ground. It's a long description, but it's all done in seconds. Ellipsis. Mewtwo's physique is really too small and inconspicuous compared to the super ancient fast dragon. Aoki Yuan has only discovered Mewtwo until now. His eyes narrowed. Their family also had close ties with the rockets, and they provided the super complex neurotoxin that the rockets injected into it. He had also seen Mewtwo once, and he was very jealous of Mewtwo, but recently he got the news that Mewtwo had escaped not long ago. A smile appeared on the corner of Aoki Yuan's mouth. It seems that God has helped me. As long as you all stay here today, our Aoki family can definitely become the strongest family in Kanto. Go and deal with the tyrannical carp dragon and the agate jellyfish. He turned his head and said to the family members behind him. When the combat power rose to the level of divine beasts, they were no longer able to help. Yes. A group of people from the Aoki family left one after another, and took their little elves to fight the agate jellyfish and the Tyrannosaurus. Oh, it looks like your heart is still big. Luo Chen sneered. Don't think it's great to have Mewtwo on your side. Don't you know that the neurotoxin in it is actually made by our family? Do you think we can't deal with him? Come out, number 1 machine. Just as his voice fell, a heavy object fell from the sky, in front of Aoki Yuan. Damn it, how many divine beast genes did they get? Luo Chen cursed inwardly. What appeared in front of him was a robot that looked like a steel god pillar, Regis Kiru. System, Eye of Probing. Name. Attribute, Steel. Level, Level 80 Champion Peak. Qualification, None. Comments, a robot created from the unknown metal on Regis Quill. Ellipsis. Number 1 machine, the source of neurotoxin exploded. The 7 red dots on the robot emitted a red light, which swept across Mewtwo. For a while, Chao Meng only felt that the neurotoxins in the brain began to surge violently, constantly eroding its brain. It only has a splitting headache on its own. Chao Meng roared and smashed directly at the robot. It's not over yet, the first machine, the destruction mode is on. Suddenly, the fuselage of number 1 became hot, and a huge heat emanated from its body, burning the metal on its surface red. Its level has skyrocketed from the top of the champion and the peak to the sand level divine beast. Looking at the painful Chao Meng, Luo Chen ordered in a deep voice, Super Ancient Fast Dragon, destroy this robot. You'd better mind your own business, you can't protect yourself. Aokiwan sneered, and said to the 3 ice lumps in the distance, Gene collapse. Kaka. There were subtle sounds coming from the ice cubes, and the 3 Bidiao broke out of the ice and spread their wings into the air. The momentum on their bodies kept skyrocketing, and they were directly upgraded from champions to sand-level divine beasts, but their auras also began to be extremely unstable. Stable, as if it could explode at any moment. You should be proud of being able to reveal our family heritage. This is the little elves that our family spent years creating, although after this battle, only 4 of them were scrapped. But if it is abolished, it will be abolished. Anyway, we will have 2 fast dragons comparable to sand-level beasts, and a super dream. As long as we transform them with technology and integrate the genes of other legendary elves, at that time, our Aoki family will definitely be able to replace the Yulong family. Go. Aokiwan gave an order. Ellipsis. Chapter 73. Beep. The 3 Pidiao eyes glowed red, like red lanterns. Their respective energies surged, the power of the sand-level divine beast erupted, and the 3 energies erupted in the air. In an instant, lightning flashed in the sky, blizzards, ice and snow, and scorching flames. Suddenly, 3 different weather wonders appeared in the sky. They flapped their wings one by one and ran across the sky, intercepting the super ancient fast dragon who was about to help Mewtwo with the earth-shattering might. And opened his mouth to attack the super ancient fast dragon. The huge size of the super ancient fast dragon is like a living target. Lightning, ice, snow, and flames continue to explode on the super ancient fast dragon. In the face of the attack of the opponent of the same level, the super ancient fast dragon suffered from pain and wanted to fight back, but the 3 were too flexible and the speed was very fast, so that it did not know which one to attack at all. Failed. If it was a 1-on-2 fight, it could barely fight, but if it was a 1-on-3 fight, it was still 3 puppet elves who were not afraid of death, and Kuailong couldn't hold it any longer, and for a while it fell into a disadvantage. Hee, where's your other huge red fast dragon? Why don't you release it to help? Aoki Yuancheng said in his chest. XXX. Luochen looked at him expressionlessly, and suddenly said to Kuailong, frozen light. Z tilde. The freezing light blasted towards Aokiwan with lightning speed. He was stunned for a moment. At the critical moment, he immediately jumped back, threw a small elf at a very fast speed, carried it into the sky, and quickly distanced himself from Luo Chen. The freezing light hit the ground, freezing the ground. Looking at the frozen ground, Aokiwan had a look of fear on his face, and his face was very ugly. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. Oh, you run fast. Luo Chen also felt a little regretful. It would be great if he could just kill him directly. He looked at the elf that Aokiwan was riding, and said lightly, I didn't expect you to have a flying dragon with blood wings. Ah. On the side, the furious sounds of the super ancient fast dragon continued one after another. Luokan knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Kurama. Jue nodded in understanding, and immediately jumped down. The light in his eyes flickered, and it directly merged into Kuailong's body. Roar. The fast dragon roared, and its body was rapidly expanding, and soon it became the same size as the super ancient fast dragon. The red energy continuously overflowed from its pores, covering its surface, forming a fox-like transparent coat. At the same time, Luo Chen was also covered with a red coat, and his eyes instantly changed into fox vertical pupils. Then, the red energy at the tail of the fast dragon surged and moved, and a tail made of red energy appeared at its tail vertebra, which looked like a fox's tail. One tail after another appeared at its tail vertebrae, and as the tail emerged, the momentum of the fast dragon kept exploding. It didn't stop until the sixth tail appeared. Impossible. In the distance, Aoki Yuan, who was riding behind the blood-winged flying dragon, widened his eyes. He always thought that Luo Chen had put another huge red fast dragon into the Pokeball, but killing him also. I can't imagine that the huge red fast dragon is the one under him. And he saw it clearly just now, because the fox elf in the kid's arms merged into it, and the fast dragon turned into a huge red fast dragon. He faintly felt that the little red fox was the key. His eyes were shining with inexplicable light. Secret. At that time, their Aoki family will not only be the largest family in the Kanto region, but may also directly replace the status of the alliance. Ellipsis. Luokan didn't know what Aokiwan was thinking at this time. He directed Kuailong to join the battlefield. With the addition of the fast dragon, the super ancient fast dragon only felt that the pressure was suddenly reduced by more than half. The two super giant fast dragons and the three divine birds fought fiercely together. For a time, all kinds of colorful skills scurried through the sky, and mushroom clouds continued to rise on the peninsula. The earth made an overwhelmed roar, vibrated constantly, and the dense cracks covered the earth, which was very terrifying. In the fast dragon and when the divine bird was fighting against the eagle, Luo Chen was also paying attention to Cheomeng. Ellipsis. The pain of the break kept coming from his mind. Chaomeng endured the pain, and the light of pink and white blended directly on his body. After the light dissipated, Mewtwo's whole appearance changed. Looking at Chaomeng, whose image has changed drastically, Aoki Yuan was extremely surprised. As the patriarch of the Aoki family, he has a lot of knowledge and naturally knows what this means. Mega Evolution. He was overjoyed. He never thought that this super dream could still be a mega. After the mega, Cheomeng's eyes flickered with dim light directly, and a powerful spiritual idea came out directly from its pupil. The air was trembling slightly, and this spiritual idea directly hit the first fuselage. However, it only made the body of the first machine pause for a while, and then the first machine attacked Mewtwo again, and the body emitted red light, shining on Mewtwo, causing the neurotoxin in its body to surge violently. Haha, it's useless. You are a pure superpower attribute, and the first machine is a steel attribute, plus it is a robot at all. Your attack does not work on it at all. You should just obey. The red glow continued to shine on Cheomeng, and Cheomeng was in unbearable pain. It roared directly up to the sky, and the sound wave blew the soil off the ground. The pink and white light covered its body again. Chaomeng's body was bathed in the pink and white light. The body began to grow and became taller. The muscles of the arms and feet bulged high, full of explosion. Like a fitness coach, the muscles on the body are extremely impactful. Looking at Mewtwo, whose image had changed drastically, Luo Chen was stunned. It was actually the second mega form of Mewtwo, the Megax state. Looking at Mewtwo, he was relieved. If he remembered correctly, Mewtwo in the Megax state should have two attributes. One is superpower, and the other is fighting. Luokan jokingly looked at the so-called number 1 machine. It seemed that it was about to suffer. Ellipsis. Chapter 74. I'm sorry, all handsome guys, I found that I overestimated myself. I'm already tired of words today. If I read the 65 chapters first last night, I would know that at 8 o'clock last night, chapter 65 I overturned it all over again. Originally, I had a manuscript of 5,000 words, but as soon as chapter 65 was overturned, the manuscript was useless at all, like waste paper. 65 chapters have been revised, and the outline behind it will also be changed. I didn't sleep until 3 in the morning, and I have been revising the outline and revising the details. This morning, I got up at 9 o'clock, started typing, and then I typed during the day. At my speed of 800 words per hour, it took me about 13 hours, and I sat in front of the computer almost all day. Now I'm really sleepy and can't stand it anymore. I look at everything with flowers. I made a blunder. I'm very sorry, handsome guys. I owe 3 chapters, I will make up for it tomorrow and the day after. Chapter 75. Aoki Yuan was also startled when he looked at Mewtwo, who had changed his appearance again. In his impression, it seemed that only fire-breathing dragons had 2 mega forms. But even if there are 2 mega forms, as a pure superpower attribute, it is impossible for you to cause any damage to the first machine. You should just obey. He sneered at Chow Meng. The victory was in hand. Mewtwo ignored him. It roared furiously, clenched its fists, and its limbs were covered with white hazy light. It kicked its feet on the ground, and the muscles in its feet exploded. A bang! The mud behind its heels tossed back, forming a fan-shaped arc under the huge impact. Chow Meng's figure flickered, and his speed was very fast, and he disappeared directly from the sight of Aoki Yuan and the first machine. Just when Aoki Yuan was looking for Mewtwo's figure, Mewtwo had appeared in front of the first machine, and it kicked forward with its right foot, kicking upwards with unmatched power. Boom! A violent muffled sound exploded, and the number 1 aircraft couldn't even react, as if it had been kicked into the sky. Just when the first plane was ready to stabilize in the air, Chow Meng stomped his feet on the ground again, and the ground cracked and collapsed downward, forming a big pit. It soared into the sky, and then kicked its right foot upwards again. Its power was stronger than before. The strong wind drove the airflow, and it condensed into a white fog in the air, with a cracking sound. With a thud, the number 1 machine exploded at a faster speed, shot into the sky, and flew high into the sky. Shish! Chow Meng stomped his feet in the air twice, his figure disappeared, and he came to the sky above the first plane. Killing intent filled its eyes, clenched its fists, and smashed directly at the first machine. Bang 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 bang. A series of explosion-like collisions sounded high in the sky, and fists fell on the body of the first aircraft like raindrops. The air vibrated every time Mewtwo punched. The speed of Cheomung's punching is getting faster and faster, and the friction between the fist and the air raises sparks. With the explosion of the punching speed, its fist has turned into countless phantoms, and it hits the first machine all the way. Stopped and fell to the ground. The first machine was hit by the pear-like fists of the Mewtwo rainstorm, and it was powerless to fight. It fell to the ground faster than when it came, like a shooting star. Boom! It fell to the ground with Mewtwo. The ground made a huge tremor, the rocks tossed upwards, and the first plane was hit by Mewtwo from the ground to the sky, and then it hit the ground from the sky all the way to the ground. But Mewtwo hasn't stopped, it's still going on waving his fist. Bang 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 bang. The number 1 aircraft was beaten from the ground to the ground, and the soil stirred up and scattered in the air. Soon a large pit appeared on the ground, and the bottom of the pit continued to hear deafening collision sounds. Under the sound of this collision, the entire island was shaking, and there were terrifying cracks on the ground, densely packed, as if the entire island would collapse at any time. The ground was shaking, and everyone was staggering, even standing. After a minute or so, the sound of collision at the bottom of the pit finally stopped. A figure slowly walked out from the bottom of the pit, dragging something like broken copper and iron in his hand. It threw the broken copper and iron in his hand towards Qingmeyuan. Bang! A crisp sound. Aokiwan looked horrified, and his eyes were about to fall out. The first machine that his family took years to build was destroyed like this. He staggered backwards and roared in disbelief, "Impossible. Nothing is impossible, even a piece of scrap metal wants to restrain me." Cheomung looked at him coldly. "Since the neurotoxin in my body is provided by you, then you give me, die." Cheers. Aokiwan was terrified. He wanted to tell the blood-winged dragon to flee quickly, but it was too late. A sharp pain came from Shang's mouth. He looked down blankly. A hand penetrated directly from his heart to his back. His throat was convulsing and convulsing. Endless remorse rose in his heart, and then his consciousness fell into darkness. Boom. Mewtwo pulled out his hand, and Aoki Yuan's body fell to the ground. Chao Meng's face was expressionless, and he sent out an energy beam at will, and his body immediately disappeared without leaving a trace. What? In the distance, looking at this scene, the members of the Aoki family who were fighting against the agate jellyfish and the tyrannical carp dragon screamed shrilly, and they all stared at the place where Aoki Yuan disappeared. The patriarch is dead. Their hearts collapsed. The pillars of the family were all killed by the other party. They no longer wanted to fight, and they were counterattacked by the agate jellyfish and the tyrannical carp dragon one by one. Chao Meng flew over, looked at Luo Chen and said, "Need help?" Luochen smiled and said, "No, these three bidiao can't last long." He looked at the three divine birds in the distance. Their bodies had already begun to disintegrate, and their auras were very unstable, as if they would explode at any time. He said to the two fast dragons, "Okay, the super dream is over, let's end it as soon as possible." Super ancient fast dragon, use the destruction of death light on the eagle with the lightning bird gene. Ah! The super ancient fast dragon sent out a destructive death light towards Bai Diao, who had the lightning bird gene. Good chance, the fast dragon uses the dragon's tail. The tail of the six-tailed beast's coat behind the fast dragon was combined with its own tail. The power was very terrifying and amazing. It slammed towards the lightning bird in the air, and a violent roar sounded in the air. Ellipsis. The lightning bird couldn't dodge the eagle, and was directly drawn. Beep. It made a miserable cry, and the extremely unstable momentum exploded, and the real body turned into a ball of lightning-like energy fire, burning in the sky. Then, the other two divine birds, bidiao, were also defeated by Luochen with the same strategy. Three groups of energy fires burned in the sky. One was like lightning, the other was like the sun, and the other was like cold air. These three energy groups burn quietly in the air, turning the whole sky into three different wonders, which are very gorgeous and beautiful. Beep. XXX. Suddenly, the sound of birdsong came, and three phantoms rose up in the energy group. These three figurines nodded towards Luo Chen, with gratitude in their eyes. Beep. A bird chirped again, and then they disappeared into the air along with the energy group, leaving no trace. Ellipsis. Recommend a good friend's book, Pokemon, the Era of All People. Chapter 76. Chao Meng looked at the place where the energy of the three groups disappeared without saying a word. His eyes were extremely complicated. As a sensual girl, Lily's eye circles are a little red, they are so pitiful. This may be the best result for them. After the genetic breakdown, they were forcibly upgraded to the sand-level divine beast, and they persisted for so long. They are already amazing. He shook Lily's hand. Luochen shook his head. I have to say that the development of technology has brought convenience and light to mankind, but it has also brought darkness. You never know where those ambitious people will use technology. Let's go down and see what else the Aoki family has behind. If not, then their family should come to an end. Luo Chen looked at the dilapidated Aoki family's territory, and his eyes flashed cold. Meaning. Accompanied by bursts of rumbling sounds, super ancient fast dragons, and giant stinging jellyfish approached the second half of the peninsula. Every time they took a step, the ground under their feet could not bear their pressure and collapsed directly. The dilapidated peninsula became even more messy. There were ruins everywhere. The dense cracks filled the island, and the seawater overflowed from the cracks. The whole island looked like it would sink at any time. The three gigantic elves strode forward directly, and all the buildings and obstacles were useless in front of their huge bodies, and they were instantly trampled. Wherever they went, no one dared to touch their edge. One by one they avoided and fled, and they could only watch them walk towards the second half of the peninsula, as if they were in a no-man's land. With their footsteps, they reached the second half of the peninsula in less than half a minute. The first thing I entered was the towering wall. There was a light curtain above the wall, and there was lightning lingering on it, making a sizzling sound. This should be the core territory of the Aoki family. Let's go. The three huge elves stepped forward again. The towering wall was like paper, and a big hole was knocked out. The lightning arc hit them as if it was tickling. Luokan and the others came to the core territory of the Aoki family. At this time, there were no clansmen in the territory. Aokiwan had already sent all the clan members out to fight the agate jellyfish and the tyrannical carp dragon. They came to an incomparably luxurious semicircular building, and almost all the surrounding buildings were centered on the semicircular building and defended it. Kurama, all right, come out. Luokan lowered his head and shouted at Kuailong, who was under his feet. In an instant, a red figure emerged from Kuailong's back and jumped directly into Luokan's arms. Kuailong's body began to shrink rapidly, and soon returned to its previous size. This time, it didn't faint, but just lost some strength and sat on the ground. Good work, Kuailong. He took Kuailong back to the Pokeball. Luokan walked in with Lily and Cheomung, but they went in to look around and found nothing, just like an ordinary residential building. It's not right. Luo Chen frowned. If something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Even if you think about it with your butt, you can know how an ordinary residential building could appear in the core clan of the Aoki family. At this moment, Chao Meng closed his eyes, and there was a light blue light in his eyes, and he looked around the whole room. Then it took a few steps forward and punched the ground. Bang! The ground shattered, revealing a void and stairs. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that there was actually a secret door. Walking down, I found that there is a very vast space underground, and the underground of the entire core territory of the Aoki family has been hollowed out. The entire underground space is made of steel, full of sci-fi meaning, full of scientific instruments, machinery and so on. They moved forward a lot. Suddenly, Luo Chen felt a cold murderous intent emerging from Cheomung, but this murderous intent was not aimed at himself. It looked to the side with cold eyes, and the killing intent in its eyes filled. Luokan looked in the direction of its line of sight. There were 3 incubators there. These incubators were filled with green viscous liquid, and bubbles were floating from time to time. What surprised him the most was that each incubator contained an elf. They walked over and looked at the elf in the incubator. Luokan's eyes shrank, and all the eagles were soaked in it, but these eagles had become nothing like the eagles, and the feathers on their bodies were also facing the eagles. The transformation of the 3 divine birds, but the characteristics of the 3 divine birds on their bodies are not obvious, unlike the previous 3, which have completely changed. Undoubtedly, these 3 Pidiaos were also injected with the genes of the 3 god birds. Chao Meng didn't say a word, his eyes glowed red, and his thoughts were activated. Boom! The 3 incubators burst open out of thin air, and the thick green liquid poured out, and the 3 Bidiao also slid down together. Just when they were about to fall to the ground, Cheomung's eyes flashed again, and the 3 Bidiao bodies were lifted up and flew over. How many Pokeballs do you have? Give me 3. Have. Luo Chen took out 3 Pokeballs from his bag and handed them over. Mewtwo put the 3 statues into the Pokeball. You actually destroyed my latest experiment. A furious roar came. An old man in a white coat rushed over, looking at the thick green body on the ground with red eyes. He glared furiously. What's the matter with your Aoki family? You dare to break into my laboratory casually. Ellipsis. Chapter 77. Looking at the old man, Lily was stunned. Are you a genetic researcher who defected from the Shiroof company 5 years ago, Dr. Kamo? Kamo was stunned for a moment. Those who could come in should be the core members of the Aoki family, but these people didn't know him. He frowned. Aren't you from the Aoki family? No, Luo Chen said lightly. Where is Aokiwan? What did he do to eat and let outsiders in? Kamo was furious. This Aokiwan was just playing with fire. The reason why he defected from Shaloof Company was because he stole the company's latest genes research materials. After defecting, he had no money to buy experimental equipment and experimental materials, so he found the Aoki family. Otherwise, with the third-rate family like Aoki, how could it be possible to possess genetic modification technology? You must know that apart from the top-level forces, no other forces have this technology. Now that idiot dares to let outsiders in, if his own news is caught if it is leaked to Sheriff Company, let alone himself, the Aoki family will also play along with him. He scolded the street in his heart. Oh, you said Aokiwan, he died. The light words came over. Kamo's eyes shrank. He remembered the constant vibration from the ground not long ago. You are the one who transformed them into monsters. The cold tan-like words hit his heart, and the endless killing intent made him tremble. Chao Meng's figure flashed, and he rushed over, grabbed his neck with one hand, and lifted him off the ground. Die! A flame erupted from Mewtwo's hands, and Kamo didn't even scream, and was burned to ashes. Jingle! A small ink-colored box fell from the air to the ground. Luokan took the small box in his hand and looked at it carefully. The box was actually able to survive Mewtwo's blow unscathed. This should be the Gene Jade box he stole from Sheriff Company. Lily handed the tablet in her hand to Luokan's eyes, and the screen displayed a jade box that was exactly the same as that in Luokan's hand. There is also a bounty at the bottom of the picture. Those who provide news about Kamo will be rewarded with 50 million Alliance coins, and those who find the Gene Jade box and send it back to Shalufu will be rewarded with 200 million Alliance coins. It seems that this thing is quite important to the Shiroof family. Luo Chen thought to himself. He weighed the jade box in his hand, and wanted to open it to see what was inside that would make Sheriff Company care so much. After playing with it for a long time, Luo Chen didn't even open the jade box, because the jade box was completely sealed and integrated, as if it was naturally generated. Helpless, he had to put it in his bag. The three of them continued to walk forward a lot. The temperature dropped sharply, and the cold gas floated in the air. They have come to the cold temperature laboratory. Feeling the plummeting temperature, Chao Meng was very considerate, and a circular protective shield appeared around her body, covering Luo Chen and Lilia inside. The cold air was isolated from the outside, and Luokan and Lily couldn't feel the cold at all. Then he walked forward, suddenly. Click! Cheomung gritted his teeth and looked forward, with a fierce light in his eyes. The aura around him was surging, and he couldn't control his strength for a while, and the ground made of steel poured directly under his feet cracked open. Grass! There was endless anger in Luokan's heart. The research platform not far ahead was covered with densely packed stumps. The scene was very bloody and terrifying, and these stumps were not only the elves. He even saw humans. Lily has been playing with her tablet with her head down, searching for information on the Gene Jade box. She looked at the two men with terrifying faces, a little puzzled. She didn't understand what they saw, just when she was about to turn her head to look forward. Don't look. Luokan hurriedly hooked the back of her head and buried her face in his arms. Smelling the good smell on Luokan's body, Lily's face was slightly red, and she just lay in his arms without moving. The murderous intent in the eyes of Luokan and Cheomung almost condensed into substance. Experimenting in vivo, this is simply maddening. Let's go, Mewtwo, don't look at the rest. The Aoki family no longer needs to exist. Cheomung nodded with a cold face. It stretched out its hand to the top of its head, and a powerful energy beam shot out of its hand. After hitting a big hole on the top of its head, its power remained undiminished. Skyrim. Then Mewtwo sent out two energy light spheres towards the laboratory below. Boom boom boom. There was a huge explosion in the underground laboratory, expensive mechanical instruments were directly destroyed, and the entire underground laboratory was filled with fire. Let's go. Chow Meng used his mind power to directly wrap Luo Chen and Lily, and flew out of the big hole. Come outside. Super Ancient Fast Dragon, let's go. He greeted the Super Ancient Fast Dragon, and then said to the giant stinger jellyfish, "You bring the agate jellyfish and the tyrannical carp dragon to wait for us on the coast, and we will break it later. After the formation, you will leave quickly." The giant stinging jellyfish was taken aback. "What are you doing?" "Exterminate the clan, Shendao," Cheomeng said solemnly. The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Clear. The giant stinger jellyfish didn't talk nonsense either. He turned around and left with a long whistle, rushing towards the shore with the densely packed agate jellyfish and the tyrannical carp dragon. Soon, all the agate jellyfish and tyrannosaurs crowded onto the shore, but there was an enchantment blocking them, so they couldn't get out. "Okay, let's do it too." Luochen took Lily to sit on the head of the super ancient fast dragon, and flew high into the sky with Chow Meng. On the ground, the members of the Aoki family breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like they had escaped death. At the same time, there are also many high-level people in the Aoki family, looking at the place where Aoki Yuan died, with inexplicable meanings in their eyes, and a thought flashed in their minds. Since the position of the patriarch is vacant, does that mean have the opportunity to become the patriarch yourself? If Luo Chen knew what they were thinking at this time, they would definitely sneer again and again. They were dying, and they were still thinking about fighting for power. Ellipsis. After they reached the sky, Mewtwo looked at the barrier film in front of her, and a pink light emerged from her body, directly transforming into a Megax form. It punches out, shaking the air, forming a white column, and hitting the barrier directly. The entire barrier turned into a little bit of light and dissipated. XXX. The barrier disappeared, the giant stinger jellyfish roared, and the tyrannical carp dragon and agate jellyfish behind them rushed into the sea and swam into the distance. Cheomeng lowered his eyelids and looked at the peninsula under his feet. The anger that had been suppressed for a long time in his heart finally poured out. The aura of a second-level divine beast on his body exploded like a mountain torrent. Cirrus Cloud. It stretched out its hand towards the ground, and a ball of energy light continued to condense in its palm, getting bigger and bigger, as if it was growing endlessly, and soon it became a huge incomparable energy light. The ball hangs high in the sky like the sun. Everyone on the ground also felt that something was wrong. The sun in the sky seemed to be several times more intense. They looked up at the sky one by one. "Look, are there two suns in the sky?" someone asked in a daze. But when they watched carefully, their faces were horrified, their scalps were numb, their hearts almost stopped. They sat on the ground, kept staggering back, and screamed in despair, "Run!" Panic boiled over, and a flying elf released himself and rode on it, soaring to the sky. "Want to run?" Cheomeng's eyes flashed with dim light, and the incomparably powerful psychic power was activated, filling the sky above the peninsula. In an instant, the flying elves became stiff, and they were directly stunned by the power of thought. At this time, the energy light ball in Chow Meng's hand was also brewing, and it pushed forward gently. The huge white energy light ball like the sun slammed into the peninsula on the ground, and the strong light shone on the members of the Aoki family, a warmth that seemed to drive away the darkness. But their hearts were extremely cold, with endless despair on their faces. Ellipsis. I can't stop this chapter. There are 3,000 words in it. I'm going to take a shower first. There should be another chapter. Chapter 78. The energy light ball fell towards the ground, just like a brilliant sun falling from the sky. The light shone, very spectacular. Looking at the energy giant ball, Luo Chen also chuckled lightly. How can such a spectacular moment be without me? Super Ancient Fast Dragon, use Jet Flame with all your strength. The Super Ancient Fast Dragon nodded and roared loudly, and the scorching flames condensed in its mouth. The flame continued to condense in its mouth, and finally turned into substance, like rolling magma flowing in its final, very terrifying, standing on its back. Falling dust can feel a heat wave coming from the pavement. It made his cheeks hot, and his hair became slightly curly. After the brewing was completed, the super ancient fast dragon opened its mouth and spurted, and the flames that had almost turned into magma shot out from its mouth, hitting the giant energy ball. The magma-like jet of flame hit the surface of the huge energy ball and spread out immediately, turning into magma, wrapping the entire energy ball. At this moment, the magma surged on the surface of the energy ball, really like a solar fireball. Kurama, tailed beast Jade. Juwei jumped down from Luokan's arms and stood on top of the super ancient fast dragon. His body swelled in the wind, becoming more than 2 meters tall, and the 9 tails behind him kept shaking. It had a long mouth. Black unknown substances emerged from the air, and then all condensed towards its mouth. In the end, a black dark ball twice the size of the grinding disc condensed in front of its mouth. A thud. Flying towards the energy giant ball, it seems that it has received some kind of mysterious traction. This tailed beast Jade keeps spinning around the energy giant ball, like a natural satellite. The energy light ball carrying the jet flame and the tailed beast Jade became even more terrifying. As it kept approaching the ground, the aura of destroying the sky and the earth pressed directly toward the ground, and the air shook terribly. On the peninsula, under the threat of death, some people still did not give up, and one by one they collapsed away from the island with their feet. However, as the energy light ball kept getting closer, they directly pressed the huge pressure on the ground, and they couldn't even get up. The pressure directly acted on the surface, causing waves on the sea surface. One after another tsunami hit the peninsula, and the waves crashed on the shore. Soon, the huge energy ball finally fell in the center of the island. At that moment, time in the whole world seemed to stand still. The wind stopped whistling, the heart stopped beating, the sea forgot to flow, and the picture became weird. The next second, boom boom boom. The entire giant ball of energy exploded, covering the entire peninsula. The sound of the explosion filled the entire heaven and earth. The power was very terrifying, and the peninsula was collapsing. An incomparably huge mushroom cloud rose up and covered the entire sky, which was very spectacular and terrifying. The shock wave followed, shaking the air wailed, and the seawater within a kilometer radius of the peninsula was poured out, and within a radius of a kilometer, a vacuum zone without seawater was formed. After a long time, the mushroom cloud slowly faded. And the original Aoki family peninsula has been erased at this time. Only a bottomless Tianqing exists on the bottom of the sea, and the surrounding seawater it poured into the inside rapidly, forming a big vortex. Soon, the sea overflowed, the Tianqing disappeared, and the sea became calm, as if nothing had happened, and everything was the same as usual. But you can tell from the mushroom cloud that has not dissipated in the sky, there is indeed a peninsula, which was directly erased from the map of the Kanto region. Ellipsis. Cheomung looked at the sea with a complicated look, and then said to Luokan, "Let's go." Luo Chen nodded. The two left, meeting with a giant stinging jellyfish in a distant sea area. Ellipsis. But they didn't know that a few hours after they left, a middle-aged man riding a big-billed gull flew over the waters of the Aoki family. He was a trainer affiliated to the Alliance. At this moment, he stared blankly at the sea and felt something was wrong. Isn't there a peninsula of the Aoki family below? He walks this route several times a week. It is absolutely impossible for him to remember it wrong. He quickly took out the tablet-like communicator, called up the map, and watched it carefully. Suddenly, he felt chills down his back and looked extremely frightened. Big-billed gull, go to the Alliance, something big has happened. Ellipsis. Luokan and the others returned to the isolated island away from the port city. When they returned, it was already night. After having dinner hastily, they fell asleep on the isolated island one by one. After a day of fighting, they were really exhausted. Ellipsis. And although they fell asleep, tonight is destined to be a night that makes countless people sleepless. All the families and alliances in the Kanto region were shaken. The heads of the major families and alliances are holding urgent meetings, and everyone's faces are very solemn. The eyeliners of the major families were constantly dispatched to inquire about all the news about the Aoki family, to investigate who the Aoki family had offended recently, and they were directly exterminated. At the same time, the patriarchs of these families were also furious one by one, which was simply provoking their families in the entire Kanto region. A family was directly exterminated. This is unheard of. Ellipsis. Recommended the book, Savior of All Worlds in the City. Chapter 79. In the early morning of the next day, the sky was white with fish belly, and the hazy mist gathered in the sea, shadowy. On an island in the sea, countless agate jellyfish gathered on the coast, densely packed, and the most striking one was the super-huge stinger jellyfish. Human, I'm leaving. The thick voice of the giant stinger jellyfish resounded in Luokan's mind. Well, don't worry, the promise I made to you will be fulfilled soon. I'm not worried about that. I don't think a person who dares to directly destroy a family will deceive me. Then it nodded towards Cheomung and the ultra-ancient fast dragon that they fought side by side with yesterday, and then dived into the sea with a group of agate jellyfish, forming a blue torrent, and the vast soup left. Then it's time for me to go too. It's time to go back to Snow Mountain to solve the troubles in my body. Chaomeng flew into the sky, turned into a white light and flew directly towards the sky. You are the only human being I don't hate. On the horizon, Chaomeng's words rang directly in Luo Chen's mind. Well, I got a good impression of Mewtwo, it seems like a good start. Okay Lily, it's time for us to go, we've already lost a lot of time. Luokan put away the super ancient fast dragon, and then released the fast dragon. The two ride on, and the fast dragon pierces the sky. Only the solitary island witnessed that they had come and done something earth-shattering. Ellipsis. The speed of the fast dragons was very fast. In about an hour, they came to the Golden City and landed in an unoccupied place in the suburbs. After all, the characteristics of Luokan's fast dragon are too unique. Now the hot topic in the Kanto region is the fast dragon and the mysterious trainer. If it flew directly into the city, it would be reminiscent of the huge red fast dragon in the dock city. Dragon. Putting away the fast dragon, the two walked into the Golden City, and found that a piece of news was being broadcast on the monitors in the streets and alleys. The territory of the Aoki family was sunk by a meteorite that fell from the sky, and no one of the entire family survived. Countless people stopped and watched the news that was being played on a non-stop loop. I remember that the territory of the Aoki family seems to be bigger than our Golden City, but it was destroyed like this. This natural disaster is really terrible. Someone patted his mouth, looking like he had lingering fears. Yeah, if this meteorite fell towards us, the consequences would be unimaginable. Some people groaned. I didn't expect a big family to be wiped out by a meteorite like this. Ellipsis. Luo Chen half squinted his eyes. It seems that the alliance and the major families want to hide the truth, but yes, if the truth of the matter is released, it will definitely cause panic among the people. He shook his head. Without stopping, he walked straight through the busy street and came to a huge building, which was the Superpower Gym in Golden City. Jinhuang Daoguan, Superpower Girl Nazi. Luo Chen squinted his eyes. Haha, you're finally going to get your third badge. Lily on the side teased, you're too rude, right? Hey, if I hadn't taken you to the Pokemon Academy in order to help you stand out. Shit, just skip the Rock Gym and the Water Blue Gym, otherwise how could I only have 2 badges? Lily rolled her eyes. I'm ashamed to say, if it wasn't for you, I would have returned to study in the Alola area, so I'm suffering with you all day. Then you can go back now, I didn't stop you. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. No, Lily took his hand and turned her head away arrogantly. The two were joking with each other, just as they were about to step into the gym. Hey boy, are you here to challenge the gym? A middle-aged uncle suddenly appeared behind Luo Chen. That's right. Luo Chen nodded. Then I advise you to leave quickly, you will not be her opponents. It's okay, it's better to lose. Lily's eyes were crescent moons. She really wanted to see Luokan suffer a loss. Luo Chen rolled his eyes, pushed open the door directly, and walked in with Lily in his hand. Diaresis hey, another young man who is not afraid of death. The middle-aged uncle shook his head. Ellipsis. Luokan walked in. It was a long corridor. There was no one in it. It was pitch black. But the moment Luokan stepped forward, Luokan felt a spiritual force swept across. Bang bang bang. The lights in the corridor are like dominoes, one by one, going straight to the end of the corridor. XXX. It seems that the master of the gym is welcoming us. Luokan smiled lightly, and walked forward with Lily. Soon, walking out of the corridor, the space suddenly opened up, and they came to the elf's playing field. Are you the challenger? A girl walked out of the dark passage opposite. No, to be precise, she floated out directly, her feet were off the ground, and she was holding a Jiao Nuohao doll in her hand. Why can she float in the air? Lily was a little surprised. Because she is a superpower. Ellipsis. Okay, stop talking nonsense, come to the game, 1v1, if you lose, be friends with me. Nazi threw a Pokeball, and a yellow and colored elf appeared on the field. It was a super elf, Kathy. Superpower attribute, I just happen to have a superpower attribute elf. Luokan threw the Pokeball, white light flashed, and a huge body appeared on the field. Under the illumination of the lights, its whole body exuded crystal light, which was very gorgeous. Ellipsis. Recommended the book, Infinite Gene Enhancement System. Chapter 80. Looking at this sparkling big rock snake with countless beautiful diamonds on it, Nazi narrowed her eyes. The flashing rock snake. Are the attributes still superpowers? Feeling the aura of the big rock snake, Nazi's hair and clothes were automatic without wind, and her eyes flashed with scarlet light. Kathy, evolve. Casey's eyes also glowed red, and Nazi's mental power poured out and Casey's thought power was connected to each other. Then, Casey's body emitted an evolutionary white light. The white light dissipated. Casey's appearance has changed greatly, holding a spoon in his hand. The superpowers of one person and one elf are connected to each other, which actually allowed Kathy to directly evolve into Yangjira. At this time, Nazi's eyes flashed red again, and the doll in her arms jumped down, holding two small flags in her hands, walking like a real person. It walked to the center line of the arena. A naive the child's voice came out of its mouth, and the stutter was clear. The rules of the game are 1v1, and you must not change the elf in the middle. The game begins. It waved the flag in its hand violently. Yangjira teleports. Yangjira's figure disappeared directly in place, and appeared on the flank of the diamond big snake. Phantom light. It slammed the spoon in its hand, and a colorful energy light rushed towards the head of the diamond big snake. We also use phantom light. Luokan raised his brows. The eyes of the big diamond rock lit up like two red lanterns, and the same colorful energy rays blazed out from its pupils. Boom! The two phantom rays collided in midair and cancelled out. Rock blockade. The diamond rock snake let out a low roar, and several sharp stone cones appeared above Yangjira, whistling towards it. Teleport. Yangjira's body flickered, his figure disappeared again, and he avoided. Chop chop chop. The stone cone was almost half deeply submerged into the ground. Fixing the body. Yangjira clenched the spoon in his hand, and a steady stream of thought power poured out of it, directly acting on the diamond rock snake, and the diamond rock snake instantly became immobile. Then, several stone cones on the ground were also swayingly pulled up from the ground, floating in the air, and flew upside down towards the big diamond rock snake. Get rid of it. The diamond rock snake forcibly broke through Yangjira's psychic constraints, and its tail swung violently, blasting away towards the several stone cones that came flying. In an instant, the stone cones turned into a cloud of stone dust and dust, filling the arena, greatly obstructing the line of sight. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the figure of the diamond rock snake actually disappeared directly from the arena. Nazi groaned in her heart. No, Yongjira moves instantly. It's too late, the big rock snake grabbed it with thought power. Bang! The big rock snake emerged from the ground, with dim light in his eyes, and directly imprisoned Yongjira. Although he could only imprison him for a short time, it was enough. Tail of Steel. The big rock snake roared and twisted its body violently, with a steel-like color on its tail, and with a piercing sound, it drew directly towards Yongjira. Boom! The iron tail hit Yongjira directly. With a scream, Yongjira was slammed out of the gym, slammed into the gym wall, slid to the ground, turned her feet into the sky, and turned back to Kathy again. Has lost consciousness. Nazi was a little lost. If you lose yourself. That's right, you have already lost, bring the badge. No, you have to stay and play with me. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Nazi floated in the air, her clothes were bulging, her superpower radiated from her body, and directly enveloped Luokan and Lily. A thud. They just disappeared in place. They only felt that they had come to an unfamiliar place. It was an empty street. The street was deserted, there was no one, and the clouds in the sky would not float, as if they were fixed. Where are we? Lily asked. Boom. The blue sky suddenly disappeared, and a huge face replaced the blue sky, covering the sky and the sun. This face was exactly what Nazi looked like. You are in my doll kingdom, just stay and play with me. Are we getting smaller? That's right, become a doll and accompany me. A giant hand stretched out from the sky and grabbed towards Luo Chen and Lily. Is this your ability? Luo Chen didn't panic at all, he looked down at his toes and said indifferently. At the same time, a terrifying spiritual force gushed out from Luo Chen's body, making Nazi terrified. She found that her spiritual power was completely the difference between Yingwo and Haoyu compared to the others. That's a courtesy, I'll let you see my abilities. It just happens that I'm using it for the first time. Luo Chen suddenly raised his head, 3-hook jade appeared in his eyes, and then the 3-hook jade spun in his eyes, turning into the appearance of a windmill leaf. He lightly opened his lips and slowly spit out 2 words. You do. Nazi only felt the world spinning for a while. When she came back to her senses, she found that she had come to a mysterious space. Everything in this space was scarlet, and it was very terrifying and infiltrating. Sichuan. Chapter 81. Looking at this scarlet and eerie space, Nazi chuckled lightly, thinking that this would trap me. The red light in her eyes flickered, her figure suddenly disappeared, she returned to the world of dolls, and appeared in front of Luo Chen. Looking at Luokan, she said proudly, you can't trap me. Really? Luokan in front of her suddenly smiled strangely. Her body began to collapse, and then the whole world began to collapse, dissipating bit by bit from the edge like a piece of paper burned by flames. At the end, the whole world disappeared. Nazi's eyes shrank, she found. She came to the red and strange space again. Impossible. The red light in Nazi's eyes rioted, her figure disappeared again, and she came to the outside of the gym, just when she was relieved. The world begins to crumble again. She returned to the place, back to the mysterious space. How could this be? She widened her eyes and said dully. Because this is an illusion, everything is an illusion, and in this dimension, I am a god. For example, I can let you hide the deepest fear in your heart and repeat it in front of you again and again. Luo Chen snapped his fingers. 22. Suddenly, Nazi froze, her pupils dilated and diverged. At this moment, the fear buried in the deepest part of her heart kept reappearing in front of her eyes again and again. These are all pictures of her childhood being bullied, disliked, using superpowers, and then scolded as a monster by her peers. It seems that her childhood experience has left a big shadow in her heart. Will become isolated from the outside world, addicted to the development of superpowers. The fear in his heart kept appearing cold sweat like rain. His whole body trembled and trembled slightly, and his face became whiter and whiter. She wanted to escape, and kept activating her abilities, but no matter how she used her abilities, she couldn't escape the moon reading space. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Hurry up and stop. I'll give you the badge. Give you the badge. She broke down and shouted. Luokan was almost there too. He snapped his fingers again. The moon reading space dissipated, and the two returned to reality. Nazi sat down on the ground, and before she could recover, her body was trembling constantly, her face turned pale. Lilia was puzzled, because she didn't know what happened in Yudu. From her point of view, Luo Chen just glared at her, and then Nazi sat down on the ground in fright. Ellipsis. After a long time, Nazi regained her senses. She took out a badge from her pocket and threw it to Luokan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a badge and a green lottery ticket. At the same time, the system prompt sound also sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Looking at Nazi, who was still a little surprised, Luo Chen heard the most fearful picture in her heart that she saw in the Yudu space. He shook his head and said, "Actually, you have this problem. There is also a name for the condition, called autism. You might as well go out and have a look, and you will find that the world is not as bad as you think." After speaking, Luo Chen took Lily and left the gym. Ellipsis. Don't you invite her to go with you. She's a beautiful woman anyway, Lily said outside the gym. I won't come even if I invite her. Luo Chen rolled his eyes, and he abused her so miserably in the Yudu space. Chiguo ripped open the scars in her heart. She was already very good if she didn't hate herself, how could she still travel with her? That means, you also thought about inviting her. When Lily twisted around his waist, Luo Chen suddenly felt a pain in his waist. He hurriedly raised his hand and surrendered. With you here, how dare I besides? Nazi is so beautiful that you are the most beautiful in my heart. HMPH, I'll let you go. Lily was very satisfied when she heard this compliment. Aside, the middle-aged uncle from before suddenly appeared out of nowhere. You, why did you come out? Why can't we come out? Luo Chen asked back. You defeated Nazi. If not, how on earth did you beat her? You'd better go to the gym and ask your daughter about this. Goodbye, uncle. Ellipsis. XXX. After leaving the gym, the two stayed at a hotel. After that, they were dragged out by Lilia for a long walk, and they didn't return to the hotel until evening. So tired. In Lily's room, Luokan was lying on the bed like a dead dog. Lily sat next to him, wrinkling her nose. Lying on someone's bed with a stinky sweat. Hurry back to your own room to take a shower, it stinks to death. Where is the smell? I've never sweated. If you don't believe me, you can smell it carefully. Luo Chen smirked and pulled Lily to him, and Lily lay directly in Luo Chen's arms. Looking at the flawless and delicate face so close at hand, as well as her elitist small lips, Luo Chen's breath stagnated, and he couldn't help but lean up. Lily's face was flushed when she saw this, but she didn't resist. Just when Luokan was about to kiss her. Bye. Celebi suddenly flew out and interrupted them with a very urgent voice. Seeing Celebi come out, Lily blushed and pushed Luokan away. Depend on. Luo Chen scolded. This celebrity is poisonous. If he doesn't come out early, he doesn't come out late, but he has to come out at a critical moment to ruin his good deeds. Bibibi. Celebi flew over, anxiously saying something to Luo Chen, and kept pointing at Luo Chen's bag on the ground. Luo Chen looked around and saw that the bag he had placed on the ground for some reason kept releasing colorful lights towards the outside. What happened? He hurried over, opened it to observe carefully, and then he was stunned. The light actually came from the 2 elf eggs in the bag. This egg was obtained from the elf hunter before. He took the 2 eggs out and put them on the bed. The light on the 2 elf eggs is like breathing, flickering and disappearing, flickering and disappearing. It looks like this is about to hatch. Lily said. It should be so. Luokan was also looking forward to it. The 2 eggs with divine beast qualifications taken out from the old lair of Gulatin did not know what kind of elf would hatch. Ellipsis. There are a lot of saucy ideas in my mind, and Nazi still has a role in the back, so let's not let her join the protagonist team. Chapter 82. The rush of light kept flickering, and the speed was getting faster and faster, making everyone's eyes dazzled. Just when the speed reached a certain level, the two eggs on the bed began to shake slightly, like a whale sucking, reabsorbing all the light into the eggs. The two elf eggs also returned to calm and remained motionless. Damn it, why don't you come out with such a big battle? But when he was depressed. Hum tilde hum tilde. The air hummed softly. The two elf eggs suddenly floated up from the bed, spinning faintly. The egg began to swell, as if it had been stretched. With a puff. A blue mist mixed with black and light powder sprayed out from the top of the egg, carrying countless starlights, as if spewing out a galaxy. In an instant, the whole room was filled with fog, and the stars were adorned with stars, as if they were in outer space. It was very dreamy and charming, and Lily was stunned for a while, her eyes sparkling. Clack clack. At this moment, a subtle sound sounded, and cracks began to appear on the body of the elf egg. White light radiated from the cracks, and the cracks began to increase, and finally they were densely packed. Boom! The two eggs shattered directly in midair, and the mist rushed out of the eggs like a dam, overflowing in the room. The mist was extremely dense and the stars were shining. The fog in the room began to churning and surging non-stop. Two small whirlpools rose from the fog, one left and one right scattered at both ends of the room. The small whirlpools were like a black hole, and the whales kept sucking the starlight mist in the room. The fog is not in the two small whirlpools. The stopped condensation slowly turned into reality. It didn't take long. The starlight mist in the room was absorbed by the two small vortices and there were no trickles left, and only two condensed clusters of starlight mist began to form and gather in midair. Soon, during the surging, the mist quickly formed, turning into a small elf the size of two palms, and his eyes were tightly closed. These two elves were all covered with starlight, floating like a nebula. The two little elves floating in the air on the left and right slowly opened their eyes, and their eyes were extremely pure. Very coincidentally, the moment one of them opened its eyes, it saw Luo Chen, while the other saw Lily. They both made a crisp sound at the same time, and rushed into Lily's and Luoken's arms respectively. For a while, Luoken and Lily only felt a ball of cotton rushed into their arms, which was very comfortable to the touch, giving people a refreshing taste, as if they were holding a whole starry sky. And Lily was also pleasantly surprised to find that her fear of elves didn't happen this time. Although she traveled with Luoken for a while, her problem of not being able to approach the elf has improved a lot, but she still can't hold the elf directly in her arms like now. And Luoken looked at the elf in his arms and was a little dazed. Before, he had imagined whether the two elf eggs would hatch into the two patron saints of the water city, Latios and Latios, or just two Graltons. But he found that he guessed wrong. It was actually a small nebula, Cosmog, that hatched. But what makes Luoken feel very embarrassing is, he is the elf egg of Mao Shaoxingyan, and will it appear in Gulatin's lair? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an ultra-rare elf and 2 golden lottery tickets. The system's voice sounded in Luo Chen's mind. System, the Eye of Probing. Name, Little Nebula Cosmog. Level, Level 1. Attribute, Superpower. Qualification, First Class Divine Beast. Comments, known as the Child of the Star, it is an extremely rare elf, only the kings of the Alola region know its existence. Ellipsis. Little Nebula has 2 final evolutionary forms, namely Solgaleo, the sun god, and Lunara, the moon god. These 2 mythical beasts are the guardian beasts of the Alola region. Looking at the 2 lively Little Nebula, who had already played with Celebi, Luo Chen was a little speechless. He remembered that Little Nebula had no other skills besides teleportation. Wei Mao's own divine beasts don't have one that can only be beaten. They are all in their infancy, and they don't know when they will evolve. The evolution of the small nebula is also unique. It grows by absorbing sunlight and starlight, so if you want it to evolve, you have to wait for it to absorb enough sunlight and starlight. Luokan is very painful, and these three people don't know when they will grow up. Ellipsis. After playing with the three little guys for a while, it was getting late. Okay, it's getting late, I'll go back to my room first. Luokan got up and said. Well, here it is for you. Lily held the little nebula and handed it to Luo Chen. Her eyes were a little reluctant. This was the first little elf she had ever touched with her own hands. Luokan shook his head. The first thing this little guy saw was you, and he already regarded you as his mother, so he gave it to you, just one per person. He smirked and said, I'll still be its father. Screw you. Lily picked up the pillow beside her and smashed it. Ha ha. Luo Chen rushed out the door. Ellipsis. Soon, it was the next morning. The two left Golden City and continued their journey. There were few people on the path in the forest. Two little Nebulae and Celebi flew out of their bags and played with Lily. Looking at this warm scene, Luo Chen's eyes were soft. He took out the communicator from his bag and made a phone call. Soon, the Rockets trio appeared on the screen. Boss. Kojira, how much money do we have now? It's almost 1 billion. Luokan pondered for a while. Well, my next stop is Rainbow City. You are meeting with me in Rainbow City. I have something to tell you in person, and I have a good thing to give to Meow Meow. Meow, boss, what a good thing. Gene Jade Box. What? Meow Meow suddenly snatched the communicator from Kojira's hand. Is that the genetic jade box lost by the Shiroof family? Yeah, Luokan nodded. He planned to give the Gene Jade box to Meow Meow. From the original work, you can know that Meow Meow is definitely a scientific genius, and can create a bunch of robots without learning. Meow Meow widened her eyes and called to Kojira. Kojira, go, hurry up, we'll go to Rainbow City now. After hanging up the phone, Luo Chen half squinted his eyes and touched his chin. He finally had enough money, and he could start to implement his plan slowly. Ellipsis. Ah ha ha, the handsome guys guessed wrong. More than 100,000 words and finally pretended to be a complete compliment. The previous compliment hasn't been loaded yet. You have already guessed it, and it leaves me speechless every time, covering my face. Chapter 83. A day and a half later. At noon, in a forest near Rainbow City, smoke curled up. Two small nebulae are floating in midair at this time, bathed in the splendid sunlight. Closed his eyes, absorbed the sunlight. The nebula on his body kept spreading outward, and their bodies seemed to be slightly bigger. And Celebi played with many wild elves in the bushes by himself, and he had a lot of fun. Even the hottest monkey with the hottest temper was more docile and cat-like in front of it, and the elves behind it were very different. There are many, and they all surround Celebi like a king. Seeing this, Luokan also sighed a little. Celebi is worthy of being an elf of time and life, born to be able to make elf close to her. Celebi, come over for dinner, give them a plate of elf food by the way. Lily wore an apron and smiled while holding a spatula. Compare. Celebi flew over, then picked up a small pot of elf food and flew back again, placing it in front of many elves. Then it waved to many elves, came to Luokan, and sat directly on the grass. The moment it sat down, the grass on the ground suddenly swelled in the wind, catching Celebi's butt firmly like a chair. Compare. Even Sarah was a little surprised by this scene, staring at the grass chair under her buttocks. Luokan was very surprised. This scene had never happened some time ago. He turned his head to look at the grass where Celebi had played before, and found that the branches and leaves of the trees were much more lush than those in other places. System, the Eye of Probing. Name, Celebi Phantom Elf. XXX. Level, Level 30. Attributes, Superpower, Grass. Qualification, Level 2 Divine Beast. Evaluation, the elf has passed its birth and entered its infancy, and its talent has begun to awaken. Ellipsis. Luo Chen stared. The gap between this ordinary elf and the divine beast is really not that big. Ordinary elves are beaten to death, and then they slowly raise their level. This divine beast is good, from the birth period to the infancy period, the level soaring directly from level 1 to level 30, it is like taking medicine, and you can level up while lying down. After lunch, Luokan and Lilia took a short break. Amid the reluctance of many wild elves, the two set out on the road again. About an hour later, they came to Rainbow City. When they were about to get to Rainbow City, in order to avoid attracting attention, they had already put Celebi and little Nebula back in their bags. Hey, didn't you agree to wait for me at the entrance of Rainbow City ? Luokan looked around suspiciously. At this moment, a car stopped in front of them, the window rolled down, and it was Kojiro. Boss, get in the car, we rented a temporary base in the suburbs. Luokan was not polite, and took Lily's hand and sat up. Looking at Kojiro, who was dressed in a formal suit and leather shoes, he joked, not bad, very energetic. Kojiro touched his head a little embarrassed. The car drove all the way forward and stopped at a villa in the suburbs. Enter the villa. Boss. As soon as the door opened, Meow Meow rushed up, hung on Luokan's arm, and couldn't wait to ask, where's the Jean Jade box? Completed took out the small black jade-colored box from the bag and threw it to it, exhorting, be careful, don't let others find out. Yeah, Meow Meow nodded solemnly. It also knew the importance of the matter. If it leaked out, it would definitely be approached by the Sheriff family. Meow Meow was holding the jade box, as if she was holding a peerless treasure, her hands were shaking. She hurriedly ran to the side and began to study the jade box. By the way, what about Musashi? Luo Chen looked around. I was afraid that someone would come to find trouble for Madam, so I let Musashi stay, and I also handed the Tyrannosus to her. When he came to the living room, Luokan took a sip of tea and said lightly, I want you to come forward and buy Nashi Island not far from Junshin Town. Buy an island? Kojiro was taken aback. I remember Nashi Island as a barren island. Yes, we should be able to buy it with our current funds, right? Wait, I'll ask. Kojiro got up, took out the communicator and made a call. Soon after, he walked back. Diaresis, I checked it out. That island belongs to the Alliance, and it can be won for about 800 million. When will the boss buy it? The sooner the better. Well, I'll go to the Alliance to buy the land deed now. It just so happens that the Alliance has a branch not far from Rainbow City. Then please make a run. Kojiro was also unequivocal. He didn't hesitate at all. He went directly to the big lawn outside the villa, where there was a helicopter, and he drove the helicopter directly into the air. Looking at Lily's puzzled face, Luokan smiled. Are you wondering why I should buy an island? Lily nodded. Indeed, he didn't understand why Luokan would spend a lot of money to buy an island that didn't have the slightest effect. Luokan's eyes showed softness. I'm all here for you. After going through the Aoki family, he Chiandas deeply understood the importance of power. If Kojiro and the others had not discovered it in time, his mother would have been captured. Although it's still a little early, it's almost there, and his wings are gradually getting fuller. He is going to build his own team, and then start to expand a little bit to build a king of his own country. And the corner of Luokan's mouth outlines a curve, an island that has no effect at all. This is simply a big joke. The Alliance is also stupid. It is a treasure land, but it is abandoned like a shoe. He dared to guarantee that if the Alliance knew about it, it would definitely regret it. If I update, I will probably update it 3 to 4 times a day. If there is too much, I can't control the rhythm, and it is easy to write down. Drag. Chapter 84. After Kojiro left, Luokan felt a little bored. Lily was playing with little Nebula and ignored him. This made Luokan feel a little bit of a pain in the ass. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have given her little Nebula. He sighed and came to Meow Meow. Meow Meow is sitting in front of a pile of machines with glasses. The Jean Jade box is placed in a sealed glass instrument. There are several infrared rays in the instrument that constantly scan the Gene Jade box. Then it operates on the keyboard of the computer. With the sound of dee-dee. The three-dimensional schematic diagram of the Gene Jade box appeared on the computer screen in front of Meow Meow, and then countless data codes appeared aside. He looked at Luo Chen with a big head. In his previous life, he hated science the most. Meow Meow, do you know how to unlock this jade box? Already have some clues, but it will take a while to unravel. Meow Meow pushed her eyes on the bridge of her nose, staring at the screen without hesitation, tapping the keyboard with her palms. Boss, look, this genetic jade box has a total of 6 sides, and the 6 sides are all set with a space code. Only after the space code of the 6 sides is entered correctly, the contents inside will come out. Space password. Well, you can think of this Gene Jade box as a locked elf ball, which contains a space. Luo Chen nodded, and he understood after saying that. However, he couldn't understand a bunch of codes on the computer. Lily was playing with little Nebula again. He felt a little bored for a while and remembered that he still had a few raffle tickets that he had not used. He opened the system interface, and the sampling tickets he had now were 1 green lottery ticket and 2 golden lottery tickets. He nodded and ordered to the system. System, use the green lottery ticket first. The voice fell, and a green virtual slot machine appeared in front of Luoken's eyes. The screen flew by, and a dazzling array of items rolled by. Soon, the speed slowed down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Evolution Potion, small. Evolution Potion katakana middle dot small allows the elf to directly evolve a stage. Note, only for elves whose qualifications are below the divine beast. A small light blue bottle appeared in Luo Chen's hand. Looking at the description, Luoken felt a little pain in the ass. If there was no such restriction, he would have let Xiao Xingyan take it directly, but that's okay, the fire dinosaur can finally become an old squirt. Recently, it has some soy sauce, and the enemy he faces is too much strong, it didn't even have a chance to play. Putting away the evolution potion, Luo Chen said again, the system uses golden sampling coupons. A golden virtual slot machine appears. I checked that the host has 2 golden lottery tickets, do you want to raise? Raise. The golden slot machine began to move, and items flew past the screen at a very fast speed. This state didn't last long, and its speed slowed down and eventually stagnated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Burning Fruit X4. Fallen Dust. 4 pineapple-like fruits appeared in front of him. Luoken's eyes widened, his chin was about to fall to the ground, and he pulled out 4 natural-type fruits all at once. Ding! Due to the uniqueness of the fruit, the burning fruit will fuse. Then, the 4 burning fruits in front of Luo Chen began to float up, and then all fused together. Ding! The fusion begins, and 1 fruit will be randomly selected from the fire-related fruits. The 4 fruits turned into a ball of white light, constantly deformed in the air, and finally condensed into a brand new fruit. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Phantom Phoenix fruit. Phoenix fruit katakana middle dot phoenix form. This fruit only contains the form of a phoenix, and cannot be transformed into a human form. Note, this fruit is only suitable for bird elves. Fallen Dust. Dad, because Mao wants to limit it to the elves, can't I take it? Luo Chen scolded his mother in his heart, and finally found a good thing, but he couldn't use it yet. This fruit only has the form of a phoenix, which matches the genes of birds, and cannot be transformed into a human form. It is useless for humans to take it. The sound of the system sounded without fluctuation. Luoken had no choice but to accept his fate, but soon he thought of something interesting. He didn't know which phoenix form was more powerful than this world's divine beast, the phoenix. He touched his chin and said with a playful smile, "It seems that I have to find time to catch a pidiao or something and let it eat the phoenix fruit, and then let it harden the big turkey and see who is the real phoenix. Ellipsis. Outside, the sound of the helicopter's fan blades sounded, and Kojiro came back. Boss, it's done, that Nashi Island is already ours. He walked in and said towards Luo Chen. Okay, let's go to that island now. Luo Chen said, the things there should be compared first alright, so as not to dream too much at night, with the little elves around me, I should be able to get it. Anyway, I don't need to worry about the gym battle or anything. There is still a long time before the quartz competition. After simply packing up, the four of them boarded the helicopter again, left the villa, and flew towards Junshin town. Sichuan. Chapter 85. The helicopter flew out of the sky over Rainbow City. Let's go, Kojiro, the goal is really a new town. Luo Chen sat in the back seat and said to Kojiro. Hearing this, Lily, who was holding little Nebula, froze suddenly, and stammered, Go, really, Shinjun. Her face flushed red. If she went to Junshin town, wouldn't that mean she wanted to see her parents? She tugged at Luoken's sleeve in a panic and said, Luoken, why don't I wait for you in Rainbow City? Looking at her blushing little face, Luo Chen shook her hand and laughed. Ugly daughters-in-law have to see their in-laws. You are not ugly, don't be afraid. Lily's fair and flawless face turned even redder, and she twisted Luoken's waist with a vicious look. Ow, it hurts. Ellipsis. During their fight, the helicopter cut through the sky and flew forward rapidly. However, what made Luoken very suspicious was that in this short period of time, he saw many trainers riding pixies passing by the helicopter, looking very hurried. What happened? Boss, it's not all because of you, these are the eyeliners of some families and alliances. Kojiro lowered his voice. XXX. Since you wiped out the Aoki family, there have been many unfamiliar trainers in every city. We have also checked. They are all investigating the news of the Aoki family and who the members of the Aoki family have come into contact with. When the Aoki family was destroyed, Kojiro was also extremely shocked. You must know that this is a big family. His family, the Sasaki family, is a third-rate family, and it ranks on a par with the Aoki family. As the young master of the Sasaki family, he naturally knows how powerful a family is. It can be said to be powerful. But now, such a big family has been uprooted by the youth behind him, directly destroying the Aoki family on the island and destroying the entire family in one day. And the reason why the Aoki clan was destroyed was because they offended the young man in front of him and wanted to kidnap his mother. What kind of protection is this? Kojiro sighed. He can guarantee that anyone who cares about Luoken will be hit like a thunderbolt, or even directly exterminated. The Aoki family is an example. This boss of his is really a monster. Kojiro looked at Luoken with a calm face. He felt that the most correct choice he made in his life was to follow Luoken. Ellipsis. Time flies on the road. After a long time, the helicopter came over a remote town and landed in an open space. Looking at the familiar scene outside the window, Luo Chen smiled and stretched. It's finally here. After getting off the helicopter, Luo Chen took Lily's little hand and walked towards a house not far away. Approaching the house, a beautiful woman and Musashi were already waiting at the door. Mom, I'm back. Luo Chen smiled and waved to the beautiful woman. You're still willing to come back. After traveling for so long, you only called me a few times. Although there was dissatisfaction in the beautiful woman's words, she couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes. Luo Chen was embarrassed, and quickly changed the subject. I'll introduce you to someone, this is Lily. Hello Auntie. Lily blushed and greeted Luoken's mother. Auntie, you are so beautiful. Hearing this, the beautiful woman sounded like she had eaten honey, and then she saw the hands that Luo Chen and Lily were holding tightly together, and immediately smiled, greeted Lily. You are beautiful, come, let's go in. Sit in the house. The more she looked at Lily, the more satisfied she became. She had nothing to say about her appearance. She was just like a fairy in the sky. She was polite. She was 10,000 satisfied with Lily. She glanced at Luokan and nodded secretly. The boy finally did the right thing for me. Entering the room, she directly ignored her biological son beside her, and asked Lily Ihonshu for warmth. The look of the mother-in-law looking at her daughter-in-law made Lily's cheeks get hot, and there was a faint heat coming out of her. Luo Chen couldn't stand it anymore. Mom, we're hungry. Look at my memory, I forgot. She patted her forehead. I'll go get something to eat now. Ellipsis. After eating. Mom, we have something to do. Luokan walked out of the house with Lily Kojira and Meow Meow. Huh. Lily patted her hot cheeks and let out a deep breath. Auntie is so enthusiastic. Madam is like that. She is very kind to everyone, but she is indeed a little warmer to you. After all, she is the future daughter-in-law. Kojira winked at the side. Hearing this, the blush that had just dissipated on Lily's face floated up again. The group continued to board the helicopter and came to the sea not far from Junshin town. They landed on an island. This island is desolate and the vegetation is very scarce. This is the Nashi island that Luokan purchased. Helicopter landed, everyone came to the island. Luokan looked at this desolate island and felt a little excited in his heart. He half squinted his eyes. It was time to fulfill the promise he made to the super ancient fast dragon and the giant stinger jellyfish. Ellipsis. Chapter 86. This Nashi island is very large, about twice as large as the territory of the Aoki family. It is more like a tiny continent than an island. Luokan released the fast dragon and rode up, and came to the top of a mountain. The writing wheel eye appeared in his eyes, which was very strange and mysterious. He stared down at the whole island, his eyes widened, not missing any place, but he looked around a few times and found nothing. He frowned. I can't see it with the writing wheel. But fortunately, I have prepared with both hands. In the original book, sea should appear beside the river. The fast dragon spread its wings and landed on the ground again. Meow, the machine should be ready, right? Meow, boss is ready. While speaking, Meow Meow took out a remote control. In the midst of a rumbling sound, several robots with large drills came to Luokan and them. Well, let them dig on both sides of the island, all the rivers. Yes. It pressed a button again, and the robots came to the place where there was a river, and the big drills started to spin wildly and drilled directly into the mountain. Seeing this, Luokan also threw a pokeball again, and a gleaming elf appeared, which looked very crystal clear in the sun. Diamond Big Rock Snake, use digging. The diamond rock snake roared, and it also disappeared directly into the mountain beside it. As they continued to dig, the island began to send out successive vibrations. Luokan, what are you looking for? Lily on the side asked with some doubts. Not only her, but also Kojira and Meow Meow were very puzzled. Kojira seemed to have thought of something. Boss, is there a vein of evolution stone on this island? No. Then what are you looking for? Luokan smiled mysteriously. I'll know when I find you. Ellipsis. The excavation work is still in progress. The mountain has little vegetation and the soil is very soft. As the big rock snakes kept digging in, many boulders broke off from the mountain, rolled down violently, and fell directly to the ground. Time passed by second by second. Boom. The big rock snake suddenly drilled straight out of the mountain, as if it had found something. It screamed at Luo Chen. Diamond Rock Snake, have you found it? It nodded, then turned and ran towards the upper end of the river. Follow. Soon, they came to a valley at the upper end of the river. The big rock snake growled lowly at a smooth stone wall, indicating that there was something inside. Luokan's face showed joy. Meow Meow, let the excavation robot dig in from here. The excavation robot began to divide the labor and dig into the wall in an orderly manner. With the constant digging. There's something. Kojira looked at the stone wall and said. He leaned forward, looked at it intently, and narrowed his eyes. This is a building. A building buried in a mountain. Luokan smiled without saying a word, and let the excavation robot continue to dig forward. Soon, The entire stone wall was hollowed out, and the entire building was exposed. It was a place that looked like a shrine. The entire shrine was inlaid with a kind of bluestone that Luokan had never seen before. There were many mysterious symbols engraved on the bluestone, which was similar to the tadpole text on the super ancient fast dragon elf ball. The entire altar is divided into upper and lower layers, and there is a stone table on the upper layer, with some dolls and a zhonglu on it. And the layer below is a passage, like an entrance, very dark, as if it leads directly to the ground. This passage has not been fully excavated, and 2/3 of it is still buried underground. Looking at this stone building that resembles an altar, everyone can only feel a very ancient feeling coming towards them, with endless vicissitudes and desolation. What is this? Kojiro said blankly. He felt that this altar was definitely not a product of this era. Looking at this mysterious altar, Luo Chen showed a smile on his face, and slowly spit out a sentence, the ruins of a super ancient civilization. Everyone stared at the altar with wide eyes. They said dumbly, relics of super ancient civilization. Luokan led them forward and came to the altar. It's actually a doll of duck. Lily pointed to a clay doll on the stone table and said, but why does duck have some patterns on it? Super ancient humans consider elf to be a supernatural phenomenon, so many people enshrine some elf. As for why it has a pattern on it, it is because they are super ancient elf, which is different from today's. Luokan rummaged through the stone case and picked it up. Yes. He picked up 3 items. One was a black thing resembling a dumbbell, one was a spoon, and the other was a double-headed awl. There was a small hole in the middle of the awl, which was exactly the shape of a spoon. These 3 things have very mysterious patterns on their bodies, and the texture is very smooth, similar to marble. Do you want to see other super ancient elves besides the super ancient fast dragon? Luo Chen looked at them and smiled. Everyone was stunned. Boss, could it be that what you are holding in your hand? That's right, this is something similar to a pokeball in the ultra-ancient times. Luokan inserted the spoon into the middle of the double-ended awl. The spoon was perfectly combined, and then he stared, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye appeared in his eyes, and the black dumbbells poured into his hand crazily and combined with the spoon. In the awl. Suddenly, everyone felt that the sky became dark. The wind and clouds were fused, the dark clouds covered the sky, and the thunder arc danced between the dark clouds. Boom! A thigh-thick lightning shot straight down from the air, breaking a small hill opposite Luo Chen and them. The 2 objects in Luokan's hands began to shake, then floated directly from his hands and flew outside. Roar! Oh! Then, 2 loud voices came from the 2 objects, and exploded in the ears of everyone, as if some kind of ancient monster that had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years woke up. Ellipsis. Push a dark text. Darkness comes to all worlds. The author of this book wants to trade with my PY, and ignore the handsome ratio who can't accept the dark text. Drop it. Chapter 87. In the sky, the black clouds rolled and rolled, and thunder arcs shone through the world. The falling thunder kept hitting the ground, and a pile of rubble was blown up. The black dumbbells and the double-headed golden cones were opposed to each other in the air, vibrating constantly, and the humming sound resounded. They seemed to be directly embedded in the air, and an invisible ripple spread from their center, and the space around them began to ripple, like water, sending out wave-like traces. The ripples floated up one after another, and soon, with a loud roar, a huge black foot stepped out from the ripples in the space where the black dumbbells were. Boom! The giant foot fell on the ground shook, and then the whole body was squeezed out from the ripples in the space, and the huge body was in front of everyone. 827. Gengar. That's right, what appeared in front of them was the super ancient Gengar, whose body was incomparably huge like a hill, with a sinister smile on his face, and some mysterious patterns on his body, like a totem. After the super ancient Gengar came out, it first looked around in confusion, and then it saw the double-headed golden cone floating directly opposite. It roared, and the sound turned into a huge sound wave, flying sand and stone. Dang-a-dang. It took a step forward directly, straddling directly in front of the double-headed awl, and its vast palm slammed towards it. Tilde. The double-headed golden cones shone with ripples, and a golden light suddenly erupted, and a super-ancient giant elf appeared again. Zhang Gui's palm slapped Hudidang's head directly with a strong wind. Hudi did not panic. He raised the spoon in his hand and counterattacked, directly blocking Zhang Gui's attack. The super-ancient Gengar smiled, and the sinister smile it already had became even more cunning. A dark ball of light quickly condensed in front of its mouth, and then hit Hudi directly. This is a ghost-type trick, a shadow ball. But Hudi's reaction was also very fast. Holding the spoon, his eyes flashed with red light, and his incomparably huge body disappeared. He used teleportation to appear outside the valley. XXX. Boom. The shadow ball flew into the distance and directly blew off a mountaintop. The dustpan-sized boulders danced in the sky with great momentum. The two giant elves fought together again. It was very fierce. The deafening collision sound never stopped. Countless rugged hills collapsed during their battle. Looking at the two behemoths, Luo Chen secretly said, "System, the Eye of Exploration. Name, Super Ancient Gengar. Level, 80.5 Archangel. Attributes, Ghost, Poison. Qualification, Champion. Evaluation. After living for too long, the level forcibly broke through the constraints of his own aptitude and took a small step forward, but because his aptitude was not enough to become a third-level divine beast, he became a sub-god under the divine beast. Ellipsis. Name, Super Ancient Hudi. Level, 80.5 Archangel. Attribute, Super Power. Qualification, Champion. Evaluation. After living for too long, the level forcibly broke through the constraints of his own aptitude and took a small step forward, but because his aptitude was not enough to become a third-level divine beast, he became a sub-god under the divine beast. Ellipsis. Their data came to mind. Is there another sub-god level? He smiled, holding an inky black cube in his hand, and then threw it into the air. The black tadpole text kept walking on the cube, and the huge figure of the super ancient fast dragon appeared directly in front of Luochen. It seemed to be sleeping in the Pokeball before, but after coming out, it rubbed its bewildered eyes, and then looked at Luochen with puzzled eyes. Super ancient fast dragon, the promise I made to you has now been fulfilled. Luo Chen smiled and pointed his hand towards the outside of the valley. Hearing this, the super ancient fast dragon shuddered, and instantly woke up, turning his head sharply to look in the direction of Luo Chen's finger. Looking at the two huge figures not far away, feeling the breath from the super ancient times on them, the whole body of the super ancient fast dragon was shaking, and there was unparalleled excitement in his eyes. After searching for so long, he finally found his companion. Awkward roar. It made a huge roar, and the voice revealed uncontrollable excitement, and a powerful momentum rolled from it. Out, it spread its wings and flew towards Super Ancient Gengar and Super Ancient Hudi. This sudden roar and powerful coercion startled the Super Ancient Gengar and Hudi, and they turned their heads to look in unison. Looking at the Super Ancient Fast Dragon flying towards him, feeling the breath of the Fast Dragon belonging to the third-level Divine Beast, their complexions changed in unison, and the eyes of the latter two met in the air, as if they had reached some agreement. They stood side by side, turned their heads towards the super ancient fast dragon, and looked at it solemnly. They actually turned from enemies to allies, and joined hands to deal with the super ancient fast dragon. In the valley, Luo Chen was speechless and held his forehead. This super ancient fast dragon is too excited. If you recognize your relatives, you will recognize your relatives. Don't you break out the momentum of your own divine beast if you disagree. People are fighting, and you suddenly burst out with the momentum of a divine beast. Isn't this just provoking others? Roar, oh! The super ancient Gengar directly condensed a huge shadow ball and smashed it towards the super ancient fast dragon. On the other hand, the super ancient Hudi's eyes flashed with red light, the spoon in his hand floated in the air, and the huge colorful phantom light was also lacing out, intertwined with the shadow ball in midair, and the power was huge, whistling towards Chow Chow. The ancient fast dragon smashed away. Ellipsis. P.S. The following words are not counted as money. Handsome guys, don't ask about Jun. Sheep. In the book review area, you can post about book reviews such as Jun. Sheep will be automatically deleted. The limelight has been tight recently, so I won't post it. Even if I post it after the chapter, the entire chapter will be pending review. Wait until later, when the limelight is over. I'll be making out then, and I'll have to take advantage of you. Chapter 88. Looking at the skill that was smashed at him, the super ancient fast dragon was startled, and his response was also very fast. The skills of the three collided in the sky above a small mountain chew, and it exploded suddenly, overflowing with energy, and directly moved the small mountain chew to the ground, which was very terrifying. Then the energies of the three were entangled together, and turned into a huge beam of light that shot straight into the sky. It was boiling hot. The light covered the sun in an instant, illuminating the sky. There was a hurricane all over the island, sand and rocks moved, and rocks moved. Although this huge beam of light quickly dissipated in the sky, many people in Junshin Town, the town closest to Nashi Island, still saw this scene. In the Damu Research Institute, Dr. Damu, who was observing the elf in the yard, stared blankly at the sky, and the clouds in the sky had been shaken away. He murmured, "What was that beam of light just now?" Ellipsis. Nashi Island. Roar. The super ancient fast dragon stopped and let out a low growl at the super ancient Hudi and Zheng Gui, with deep puzzlement in his eyes, as if to ask them why they attacked him again. Super ancient Gengar and Hudi grinned at it and let out a low growl, their eyes meeting. Then Hudi's eyes flashed red, he used teleportation, his body disappeared, and he appeared on Kuailong's body. He clenched the two spoons in his hand, and a powerful thought force poured out, acting directly on Kuailong's body. It was tied up, unable to move. Seeing that Hudi succeeded, Zheng Gui smiled evilly, dark energy emerged from its body, and a dark wave of evil directly aroused from its pupils. With a bang, the skill exploded on the body of the super ancient fast dragon. Kuailong, who hadn't figured out the situation for a while, was in pain. It shook its wings, breaking the shackles of its mind power, and then raised its fist, twisted its waist and smashed it towards Hudi behind him. The fist fell. Hudi used teleportation to return to Zheng Gui again. Hold head high. Kuailong kept saying something with his mouth open, as if explaining to them. But Zheng Gui and Hudi ignored it, roaring again, and rushed up. Looking at Hudi and Zheng Gui who were rushing towards murderous intent, Kuailong's eyes became serious. It seemed that a fight had to be fought. Its aura that belonged to a sand-level divine beast burst out of the embankment, and it was extremely fierce. With a kick, the ground collapsed, forming a huge footprint. It greeted the super ancient Gengar and Hudi. The three gigantic behemoths fought together, and the fierce collision sounded like a big drum vibrating between heaven and earth. Destroying the light of death. Shadow Ball. Illusionary light, spiritual power. All kinds of colorful giant skills were scurrying in the sky, and with the rumbling sound, the mountains on the island were pierced by these skills several times. The ground around the three super ancient elves slumped down to a depth of several meters. In order to prevent the collapsed rocks from being affected, Luokan released the atavistic fast dragons and flew them into the air. Everyone focused on the battle below. After all, this is the battle of the super ancient elves, not just casually. Can see. Boom. A boulder collapsed and smashed into the golden bell above the altar in the valley. When? The big bell chimed and floated directly from the altar, swaying in the air. When? The resounding sound of the bell rang, lingering in the sky for a long time, and ripples in space also appeared around the big bell. Looking at this scene, a smile appeared on the corner of Luokan's mouth. Is it finally coming out? Another hidden super ancient elf. A pink-white voice suddenly appeared in the space ripples, and then it jumped out directly from the space ripples. The body is like a round ball and fat, with big eyes, very cute, and also has a mysterious totem on his body. This is a super ancient giant fat ding, and it also holds a big cauldron that looks like a microphone. After coming out, Fat Ding was a little confused. It tilted its head and kept looking around. Then he saw 3 super ancient elves that were still fighting fiercely in the distance. Bo Ding Tilda. Its eyes lit up, it made a crisp sound, and then it ran towards them directly, and came to their flanks. Its eyes were crescent-shaped, it took a deep breath, and raised the big cauldron like a microphone in its hand, just as it was about to sing when. Huh! A shadow ball sent out by Gengar flew over, and directly knocked the cauldron out of its hand. Well. Fat Ding got angry, puffed out his mouth, rushed up, used a series of slaps, and beat Zheng Gui in the face. Looking at the fat man who suddenly appeared, Hudi was also stunned. They fought so hard just now that he didn't even notice a huge fat man appeared next to him. Kuailong, on the other hand, has a surprise, and is a super ancient elf. He has more and more friends, but now he has to conquer them first. The super ancient fast dragon roared with excitement in its voice. It launched an attack on the super ancient Hudi, and slammed its tail towards Hudi with a violent swipe. The scene eerily became 2v2 in an instant. Ellipsis. Thanks to Wuksong Shuaibi's 7000 VIP reward __ I forgot to thank me before covering my face. Chapter 89. The super ancient fast dragon's tail slammed towards Hudi, smashing a series of sonic booms in the air, with unstoppable power. However, as a super powerful Hudi, it has the skill of Panacea, and it uses teleportation to dodge directly. Boom! The dragon's tail slammed into the ground, directly smashing the ground open, forming a large crack. Hudi held the spoon in both hands, the pale red light covered its body, and the thought power poured out, and a huge mountain chew in the distance was directly lifted up by it with the power of thought, and the whole mountain chew moved towards the super ancient fast dragon in the whistling sound. Repression comes. Roar. Yangtian roared. Kuailong became serious, the momentum on his body was no longer hidden, all rushed out of the embankment, his tail turned into a white light, and the energy changed, and he swept his tail directly. With a bang, the entire mountain was blown up, and the huge rocks fell on the ground like raindrops, smashing into countless huge pits in a rumbling. The super ancient fast dragon also bowed towards 830, pulled up a mountain chew from the ground, and smashed it towards Hudi. Hudi didn't dare to resist the fast dragon's full-strength move, and used teleportation to remove it again. Before, it was only able to stabilize Kuailong's attack when it united with Zheng Gui, but now that there is no Zheng Ghost, and Kuailong has already made his all-out attack, Hudi is no longer an opponent, and he was beaten. Under the fierce attack of the former, it can only use teleportation and evasion skills constantly. Without this skill, it would have kneeled long ago. Rao is like this, and it didn't take long for it to be painted. Shang's mouth was heaving violently, panting heavily. Kuailong let out a low roar, pulled up a mountain and smashed it again. Hudi didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly used teleportation to move laterally to the side. But, at this time, a figure rushed over the moment it appeared. This is a super ancient fast dragon. When Hudi used teleportation, its wings shook violently. The speed was not in line with its huge size, and it came behind Hudi in an instant. Hudi eldest child, but the continuous use of teleportation has made him mentally exhausted, and it is too late to use teleportation at this time. Hold head high. The energy on the super ancient fast dragon's claws surged, condensing a giant energy claw, which is the dragon-type skill Dragon Claw, and it slapped directly towards Hudi. Boom! Hudi, who couldn't use teleportation, was instantly swept away, and was shot far away under the action of inertia. The mountains and rocks he passed were shattered, and a deep ditch and gully were drawn on the ground. It's not over yet. Kuailong's wings shook again, the gust of wind blew up, and he came directly to Hudi who wanted to activate his skills, directly interrupting his skills, pressing his head to the ground, unable to move. Roar! It roared fiercely at Hudi, the sound waves were shaking, and the momentum on its body was surging, like a demon. Feeling the momentum of Kuailong, Hudi felt a deep powerlessness in his heart. XXX. The fast dragon kept roaring at it. After a while, Hudi also roared at Kuailong, then lowered his head, expressing his defeat. Kuailong let go of it and looked to the side, where Fat Ding was fighting with Zheng Gui in full swing. Its wings twitched, its speed was fast, and it attacked Gengar. Zheng Gui, who was with Fat Ding's on, didn't notice for a while, and flew out, and then Kuailong followed, and also pressed Zheng Gui to the ground and roared at it. Zheng Gui surrendered when he saw that, and he surrendered neatly. But Fat Ding, who was beside him, didn't lose his anger, and when he walked over, he gave Zheng Gui a violent beating in the face. Zheng Gui was suppressed by Kuailong again, he was beaten and screamed, and quickly softened to Fat Ding. Seeing this, Fat Ding stopped his hand, then turned around and found it in the distance. It stood on a high place with its own microphone, looking at the three super ancient elves in front of it, and nodded with satisfaction. He took a deep breath, held the microphone like cauldron in front of his mouth, and closed his eyes gently. Boom tilde boom boom tilde boom tilde boom. A soft, lullaby-like singing sounded from its mouth, resounding through the sky, and the singing drifted far, far away. Come on, Fat Ding's lullaby. In the air, the singing sounded into his ears, and Luo Chen felt a little drowsy. He directly showed the writing wheel eye, and then constructed a mental protection shield to wrap the crowd and isolate Fat Ding's singing from the outside. As the song drifted, a large number of water elves such as the Carp King floated one after another in the sea outside, densely packed, like dead corpses. The singing spread farther and farther, far away in Junxin town. Many trainers were preparing to form a group to see the place where the huge beam of light was emitted before. Fat Ding's voice was in the ears, soothing people's hearts, making their hearts soft and peaceful. In less than a second, they all tilted their heads, fell to the ground, and fell asleep. Ellipsis. On the island, Hudi and Zheng Gui didn't hold back for a long time before they both fell to the ground. Snoring gradually started, but the super ancient fast dragon did not faint. After all, his level was a bit higher than Fat Ding. After a long time, Fat Ding stopped singing and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the sleeping Zheng Gui and Hudi, it puffed out its cheeks. It used to be a series of slaps. I don't know where it took out a brush and scribbled graffiti on General Ghost and Hudi. Then, it saw Kuailong, who was not asleep again. Its eyes were curved into crescent moons. Its plump body hopped toward Kuailong, and its mouth uttered a happy chirping. In the air, Luokan brought Lily and Kojira to the ground. Fat Ding was very excited when he saw that so many people didn't fall asleep to his singing. Fat Ding, your singing is so beautiful. Luo Chen opened his eyes and talked nonsense. On the side, Kuailong translated Luokan's words to Fat Ding. Fat Ding was extremely excited, twisted his chubby body, came to Luokan's side, then spread out his hand, and placed the golden zonglu on the previous stone table in front of Luokan. You want to give it to me? Luo Chen said. It nodded. Luokan stepped forward and touched Zhonglu. It was very miraculous, the moment Luokan touched it. Zhonglu, who was originally more than 1 meter tall, suddenly changed drastically, and finally turned into a small golden bell the size of a fist. The small bell was also densely distributed with black tadpole characters. Boding. It bowed its hands towards Luokan. Okay, I see, come back, Fat Ding. As soon as the voice fell, the tadpole characters on the golden bell were constantly swimming, and a suction force was emitted from the bottom of the bell, and Fat Ding directly turned into a red light, which was absorbed into it. Ellipsis. Afterwards, Hudi and Zheng Gui also woke up, and under the lewd power of the super ancient fast dragon, they also handed over their Pokeball. It is the black dumbbells and double-headed golden cones from before. After subduing the 3 super ancient elves, Luo Chen was very satisfied, and his overall strength took another big step forward. He smiled and looked at the altar. To be precise, he looked at the lower half of the floor buried in the ground. There was a pitch-black entrance. It was extremely dark and went straight to the ground. Meow, Call the excavation robot to clean up the lower half of the altar too. Yes. Ellipsis. Recommend a book, Zongman, Poisonous Milk Powder Sword Soul. If you like comprehensive manga, you can go to see it. Look. Chapter 90. The excavation robot started again, and with a rumbling sound, the boulders on the stone wall were dug out. It didn't take long for the whole picture of the entire altar to be exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Now, the entire altar looks exactly like the word, convex. The upper layer is a cube, and the lower layer is a cuboid. There is an entrance in the center of the cuboid, which is extremely secluded. Are you going in? Luo Chen turned to Lily and asked. Lily looked at the deep entrance. She hesitated, but still said, I'm going. What about you? He turned his head to look at Kojira and Meow Meow. Meow, boss, we're definitely going. The relics left over from the super ancient times, you must visit them. Well. The 3 men and 1 cat brought the miner's lamp and other tools, bowed and got into the entrance below the altar. There is a staircase at the entrance, which slopes straight and leads directly to the ground, as if there is no end. Luo Chen and his group stepped up the stairs and walked towards the ground. Da da. The sound of footsteps sounded on the claustrophobic staircase, and the miner's lamp overhead shone on the staircase. They found that the entire staircase was made of bluestone. They walked all the way down the stairs towards the ground. After walking for about a few minutes, they were already hundreds of meters deep underground. Meow, this staircase is really long. Why do humans in super ancient times dig so deep? Meow said. In the ultra ancient times, people believed that elves were a kind of supernatural power. At that time, people called elves Warcraft, and the only power they could draw on elves was their so-called patron saints, that is, the elves they enshrined. I usually have to eat and drink to serve. As knowledgeable Lily, who has read many books on elves from ancient times to the present, said slowly, people at that time couldn't control the elves to fight as they do now. In the ultra-ancient times, every moment, every day, there would be wars between elves. You can think about it, the size of the super-ancient elves is very large. Once they fight, it will be like the sky is falling apart. Anything will be destroyed under their hands. So the ancestors of the super-ancient times did not dare to build tribes and kingdoms on the ground, so they came up with a way. They couldn't build tribes and kingdoms on the ground. What about the underground? They began to use the power of enshrining elves, dig a hole in the ground and build a kingdom underground. In order to prevent the underground tribe from collapsing in the battle of the super-ancient elves, the super-ancient ancestors would dig very deep. Kojira and Meow Meow suddenly realized that this was the first time they had heard of these things. Yes, as expected of my future daughter-in-law. Luo Chen smashed his mouth and praised. Lily blushed. Smelly shameless. Ellipsis. The 3 and 1 cat continued to move towards the stairs and headed underground. A few minutes later, everyone finally reached the end of the stairs, and the space suddenly opened up. Under the light of the miner's lamp, the buildings are shadowy. The underground space is very wide, and all you can see are houses made of boulders. The first impression that these houses give people is that they are thick and heavy, and the atmosphere of the ancient times comes from the pavement. These buildings are deeply imprinted with the glorious years of the ancient ancestors countless years ago. Luokan and the others walked in front of these well-ordered and neatly arranged stone houses, feeling the endless vicissitudes blowing towards them. Their hearts were not only shocked but also shocked. They also went into the stone house to see if there was anything left by the super-ancient ancestors, but they found nothing but a pile of powder. In front of time, everything has turned into powder. As they continued to move forward in the underground space, they soon came to a huge palace complex. This is a palace made of huge stones. This should be the place where this tribe, or the leader of the kingdom, lived in the ultra-ancient times. Luokan and the others walked in. The palace, which had been silent for so many years, finally attracted the first person to visit it. The top of the palace was inlaid with luminous circles like night lights. These luminous circles are also good things. It will still shine from the super ancient times to the present. They walked to the main hall of the palace. There was a huge emerald-colored stone in the center of the main hall. The length, width and height were about 3 meters, and it was square. This emerald stone is constantly emitting a faint light, and it turns on and off, as if it can breathe. Looking at this huge stone, Luokan was a little puzzled. Why is there such a large stone in the main hall of the palace? Diaresis boss, there seems to be something on it. Kojiro pointed at the top of the jadeite blue stone. What? Qian Hao Jiao. Luo Chen looked at it intently, and found that the top was indeed different. He quickly climbed up in 3 or 2 and came to the top of the emerald stone. Luo Chen was stunned. There is actually a milky white stone on the top of the emerald stone. The whole stone is inlaid into the emerald stone. This white stone emits a hazy white light. The reason why the jadeite blue stone shines is because this white stone is reflected. Luokan walked forward and came to the white stone. His eyes shrank suddenly, and there was a small elf sealed inside the white stone. The little elf was curled up among the white stones, sleeping sweetly, and Luokan could even feel the slight ups and downs of its chest. It is a living seedling. Ellipsis. Chapter 91. In the milk stone, it hugged her knees, and Wei Wei lay curled up on her side. Her eyes were closed, her breath was even and long, there was a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, and her chest was up and down. The head of this little elf is as blue as the sky, but the body is black as black gemstones, as if wearing a fluffy black skirt, giving people a sense of incomparable dignity and mystery. Although it was sealed in the milky white stone, Luo Chen could still feel this supreme and noble, as if it was a banished immortal above the 9 heavens. Luokan frowned. He stood on the top of the blue stone, circled around the edge of the milky white stone, and measured the little elf carefully. He always felt that this elf was very familiar. Suddenly, it raised its head, opened its eyes wide, and exclaimed, "Super Queen, Shinado." Isn't this a superpower Queen Shinado? It's just that the only difference between it and other Shinado is the color of the body and skirt. Ordinary Shinado's hair color is green, and the skirt is a slender white dress. And this Shinado's hair color is light blue, and the skirt is not a long white dress, but a mysterious black fluffy princess dress. As we all know, Shinado is definitely the elf that all trainers want the most. Not to mention being gentle and considerate, they are also absolutely loyal to the trainer, so loyal that they can die for the trainer. But why is this Shinado sealed in a stone? Just when Luo Chen was shocked, Shinado in the milk stone seemed to hear someone calling his name. He frowned and opened his eyes in confusion. The moment it opened its eyes, the golden light overflowed in its eyes, and quickly disappeared. Shinado's golden eyes flashed with confusion, then it turned its head, stunned for a moment, and its eyes met Luokan. With a soft call, the milky white stone that wrapped it began to soften like ice. The stone disappeared, and it floated up, stepping on each step to Luokan, very elegant, like a noble and gorgeous girl. Full of energy. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Shinado. Attribute, Superpower, Fairy Attribute Fairy. XXX. Level, Level 70 Peak of Kings. Qualification, Level 2 Divine Beast. Comment, this little elf is very mysterious. In the super ancient period, it was sealed in the space-time stone shortly after its birth, and other data cannot be detected. Ellipsis. Looking at the system's evaluation, he was stunned. The system couldn't detect its specific footsteps. This was the first time he had seen this situation. From the super ancient times, the mysterious Shinado. Shinado looked at Luo Chen with a pair of golden pupils, feeling a little confused. It tilted its neck and called to Luokan softly. Then Luokan felt a surge of mental power coming towards his brain. His eyes narrowed, and the writing wheel eyes appeared, blocking Shinado's mental power. The collision of mental power sparked sparks in the air, and Shinado's mental power still had the upper hand. What a strong mental power! Luo Chen was secretly shocked. But Shineduo was even more surprised than Luo Chen, that a human's mental power can actually compete with himself. After discovering that she couldn't help Luokan, Shinedo withdrew her mental power, then turned her head to look at Meow Meow on the ground, and picked her fingers gracefully. Meow Meow's body floated straight up and landed on top of the bluestone. Meow meow meow. Then, the deep red light in Shinedo's eyes flashed, Meow Meow's body stiffened, and there was a scarlet light in her eyes. Meow Meow looked up at Luokan, her eyes dull. Are you human? Luokan knew that it was Shinedo who controlled Meow Meow's mind. He looked at Shinedo and said, well, we are humans. It looked around. What about the humans who once lived here? This is the relic of a super ancient civilization. The humans who once lived here are, for us, the ancestors of the super ancient period, hundreds of thousands of years away from us. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Shinedo's eyes fell, and she was extremely sluggish. Has it been so long? Looking around, there is endless sadness and fear in its eyes, which is a kind of endless loneliness that has been awakened and has turned into a mulberry field, as if there is only oneself in the world. Slowly, the sadness in its eyes became more and more intense, and big tears flowed down, unusually lonely and helpless. Its spiritual power was released, and the feeling of loneliness in its heart came out, which made people feel empathy, and Lily's eyes were even red. Luo Chanu felt a little distressed, and he said softly, Xanaduo, why are you sealed in a stone? Shinedo shook his head, with confusion in his eyes, which he didn't even know. At this time, compare. Celebi, who is also a superpower attribute, flew out of the dust bag. Bibi tilde. It floated in front of Shinedo, comforting Shinedo. Looking at Celebi who suddenly appeared, Shinedo said dumbly, Celebi. Celebi does have a very old nickname called Shirabi. Celebi nodded, then attached to Shinedo's ear and said something. Listening to the meaning of Celebi's words, Shinedo's eyes became brighter and brighter. She wiped away her tears, with hope in her eyes. Really? Celebi looked complacent, and then patted her chest like a little adult. Very funny. Shinedo burst into tears and laughed, then he turned his head to look at Luokan, and said with expectation, Can I be your elf? Clam. Looking at the hope in Shinedo's eyes, Luo Chen was stunned, and he said to Celebi, What did you say to it just now? Sichuan. Chapter 92. What did you say to it? Luo Chen stared at Celebi. Compare. Celebi turned his head to the side with a guilty conscience, then turned into a green light with a bang and jumped into Luokan's bag, no matter how much he screamed. Depend on. Luokan felt that Celebi seemed to have sold himself. However, this kind of Shinedo, who survived from the super ancient times and cannot even systematically detect its heels, has no reason to give up. Moreover, the size of this Shinedo is not as huge as other ultra-ancient elves, but is no different from the current Shinedo. He has some guesses in his heart. This Shinedo is definitely not ordinary. He nodded and threw a Pokeball. Please take care of me. When the Pokeball touched Shinedo, and was about to put it into the Pokeball was suddenly overwhelmed, made a chirping sound, and then exploded directly. Seeing this, Shinedo looked at him suspiciously. Luokan held his forehead speechlessly. It was time for him to get a special high-level Pokeball. He scratched his head helplessly. Zanaido, just follow me. Sha-22 Naduo nodded and walked over to stand on Luo Chen's body. Sighed, very elegant. Its golden eyes lit up slightly, and the thought power poured out, and it floated to the ground with Luokan and Meow Meow. Wow, what a beautiful Shinedo. Girls always have no resistance to beautiful things, and Lily was startled by Shinedo next to Luokan. Hearing this, Shinedo was generous and bowed slightly to Lily. Thank you for your compliment. Meow Meow has scarlet eyes, and the sound comes from its mouth. Well, Sedona, let me go first. Kojira said helplessly from the side. Shinedo nodded, the red light in Meow Meow's eyes disappeared, and the dull eyes regained their brilliance. Meow, Kojiro was scared to death. Meow. It jumped up, jumped on Kojira's neck, looked at Shinado in horror, and refused to come down. Ellipsis. Okay, it's time for us to go. The air in the ground is too bad. When you bring more people next time, let's check it out again. A group of people stepped on the blue brick stone steps, walked towards the top, and slowly left under the ground. Ellipsis. After a while, at the secluded entrance under the altar, they drilled out. Hey, the air outside is still fresh. Luo Chen took a deep breath. He looked at the red setting sun that was leaning against the mountain, leaning against the water, and reflected on the sea. Okay, it's getting late, let's go back, or my mother should be in a hurry. The group hid the altar perfectly. Just as they were about to leave, there was movement from the horizon of Nashi Island. A group of trainers riding on elf jumped over from the sky. There were about 10 people. Meow, they seem to be coming for us. Soon they came to the sky above Luokan. Hey, kid, just now a huge beam of light appeared on this island. Did you find anything? A leading middle-aged man with a scar on his face said to Luo Chen. Luokan knew him. His name was Cass. He was an elf poacher in Langa town next to Junshin town. Hey, this island has been bought by us. You are now trespassing on other people's territory. Leave immediately. Kojiro shouted. Cass was a little surprised. Yo, I didn't expect you to be quite rich. Then he smiled playfully. But we are elf poachers. I'm sure that the beam just now came from this island. You should have found something good. Hurry up and hand it over. No. No, then hand over all your little elves. Caspi swept over the crowd with a smile, and then he saw Shinado beside Luo Chen. His eyes lit up. What kind of elf is this? Obviously, he has never seen Shinado. After all, Shinado is not an elf from the Kanto region. Greed flashed in his eyes. Little devil, hand it over. Go away, Luo Chen said coldly. Hearing this, Cass, who is used to being king in hegemony, flashed a sullen anger. I don't know whether to live or die. It seems that you don't know my Cass's prestige. Give it to me, and rob me of all their little elves. Mansion's skills hit Luokan and them. Another idiot who has stayed in a small place for a long time and thinks he is the best in the world. Luo Chen didn't panic in the slightest, and looked at the skill that was traversing towards him with his hands behind him. Just when the skill was about to hit everyone, Shinado next to Luokan moved. Sa tilde. It called out softly, its eyes flashed with golden light, it stretched out its hand and pushed it forward, and the sky-filled skills flew backwards, and its power was even greater. Ah! The screams came one after another. Then the thought power on Shinado surged, and one by one, they were thrown out of the island like rubbish, and thumped into the sea, struggling non-stop. A bunch of idiots. Okay, let's go. Kojiro hesitated. Why don't I stay here, or it would be bad for them to find the entrance to the underground. Luokan chuckled. No, if they sneak up on the island at night, they will surely die miserably. He has temporarily left the super ancient dragon, Fat Ding, Hudi, and Zheng Gui on the island. After all, the super ancient dragon has finally found a partner, and he has to communicate his feelings well. Is there any such thing in Junshin town? Give them a big place, even if there is, bring it back to Luokan and dare not let them out. After all, it is too conspicuous. The group boarded the helicopter again and returned to Junshin town. Under the warm reception of Luokan's mother, the group had a very hearty dinner. After chatting for a while, the group prepared to go back to the room to sleep. What? In house, on the second floor, Lily's face was flushed. Luo, Luokan, Auntie seems to have only prepared a room for the two of us. Is there any problem? The guest room is used by Kojiro and the others. Lily blushed. I'd better go and squeeze with Musashi. Squeeze why? Come in quickly, Shinado and Jue are also there. What can I do to you? Luo Chen pulled her in. Ellipsis. Chapter 93. XXX. The moonlight is quiet, the disk hangs on the high pole, bright and gentle, the soft moonlight makes the night. The light of the moon falls on the trees, and mottled black shadows fall, scattered like shards hanging on the trees. Junshin town is completely silent, quietly bathed in the moonlight. Middle. On the hillside of a hill in Junshin town, a house is brightly lit. In the room, Lily blushed. She was pulled by Luo Chen and sat on the edge of Chuang, her body stiff. Looking at this big Chuang, she stammered, "Today, how are we going to sleep tonight?" Luokan lifted the quilt and leaned on Chuang's head, looking at Lilia, who was blushing and a little overwhelmed, and laughed secretly. He patted 837 and patted Chuang. "Sleep here, otherwise how else do you want to sleep?" She was a little confused and didn't know what to do. "Don't worry about it, it's getting late, hurry up and go to bed, Kyubi and the others are also here, what can I do to you?" Lily looked aside. Ninetails and Celebi were sleeping on the soft blanket on the ground. Two small nebulae were floating in the air, absorbing the starlight that fell from the sky. Fell asleep. Luo Chen got off Chuang, took out two thin quilts from the closet on the side, covered the Ninetails first, and then covered Shinado, who was leaning against the bay window. He came to Lily's side, looked at Lily's, who was still struggling. Luo Chen grabbed her, forcibly pressed her into the bed, and gently covered her with the quilt. "Okay, go to sleep, we have to do it again tomorrow." Once on the island, I turned off the lights. Fallen dust turned off the light, and the room fell into darkness, only the dim moonlight shone in. Lily turned her back to Luokan, listening to the breathing sound coming from the next door, feeling the temperature from Luokan around her. Her face flushed red, the blood all over her body was flowing fast, and heat rose from her face. When she got up, her heart was beating like a deer. This was the first time she slept in the same Chuang with a man. For a while, she couldn't fall asleep. It's been a long time. Lily, who had been in one position, felt her body go numb, and she wanted to turn around. "It's so late, Luokan should be sleeping." She turned her body gently, preparing to face Luo Chen. At the moment when she turned around, a "she" moisten was printed on her mouth, and a bad laugh sounded. "Hey, this is the account that was interrupted by Celebi last time, and I will get it back today. Here, this is my first kiss." Lily's eyes widened sharply, she was dumbfounded, her first kiss was gone. There was steam on her face, and there was a bit of sweetness in her shyness. "Okay, I'm really going to sleep." Luo Chen kissed her forehead again, and then pressed her forehead to forehead. After a while, he let out a long, even breathing sound. Feeling the sound of falling dust's even breathing, Lily's heart gradually calmed down. After a while, she also closed her eyes and fell asleep. The moon is hazy as Shasha, and the night is quiet. The silver light spills into the room, reflecting a very warm scene. People and elves are very harmonious. This scene is picturesque and dreamlike. Ellipsis. Early the next morning, the morning sun instead of moonlight shone into the room, and the first day was warm. On Chuang, Luo Chen and Lily opened their eyes almost at the same time, and the two looked at each other and smiled. Morning. They felt that after last night, their relationship became more intimate. After stretching, Luo Chen walked down Chuang, and Shinado, who was sleeping on the bay window, also felt the movement. It opened its eyes and saw the thin quilt on its body. A trace of softness flashed in its eyes, and it raised its head and said hello to Luokan. Sa tilde. Morning, Shinado. Then he woke Kyubi and Celebi again, and after washing up, they walked downstairs. Luokan's mother and the Rockets trio had already prepared breakfast for them. Luokan touched his nose. He thought he was up early, but he was the latest. After breakfast, Luo Chen's original horse from yesterday got back into the helicopter and came to his own territory, Nashi Island. He was going to explain to Kojiro about the construction of the island, and then he was going to travel. The quartz contest is about to start, and he only got 3 badges. It's time to collect all 8 badges. When they arrived on the island, Super Ancient Dragon, Fat Ding, Zheng Gui and Hudi greeted them, and then pointed to the cave beside them. Oh, there really was someone who wasn't afraid of death last night. Luo Chen sneered. Then he walked into the cave and found that it was Cass' group yesterday. They were all lying on the ground motionless, all of them fainted. There were no scars on their bodies. Shinado waked them up. Sa tilde. Xanaduo's mental power lightly stroked them, and they woke up one by one. Ah, ghost, there is a huge elf. One is screaming wildly. Quiet, Luo Chen said in a deep voice. They were stunned for a moment, and only then did they find Luo Chen at the entrance of the cave, and then their eyes saw the 4 giant elves beside Luo Chen, sitting on the ground again, one by one, and their hearts trembled with fright. This fast dragon is the fast dragon that ruined the dock city. Cass trembled with his fingers, clenched his teeth, and said to Luo Chen, You are the mysterious trainer of that fast dragon. His eyes almost fell to the ground. No dust, he ignored him, but said to Kojira, Do you need subordinates? Kojira's eyes lit up. We just can't be busy. That's good. Luo Chen looked at them condescendingly with his arms in his arms. Submit, or die. Ellipsis. Chapter 94. Looking at Luo Chen, who was extremely tough, Cass and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Impossible, we absolutely can't surrender. This time we admit it. 10 million, I'll give you 10 million, let us go. His heart is bleeding. This is the savings they earned from stealing other people's elf for half a year. Hey, you want to leave after 10 million? Luo Chen chuckled, took the Alliance bank card handed by Kojira, threw it at their feet, and said lightly, I'll give you 10 times, here is 100 million, I'll buy you all life. Looking at the magnificent bank card inlaid with diamonds under their feet, their eyes shrank. Then are you ready to die? Luo Chen said with an expressionless face. Kill us and be found out by the Alliance, and you will also be punished by the laws of the Alliance. Their faces were ugly and gloomy, they could drip. Didn't we say yesterday that this island has already been bought by us? It is a private territory, and you trespassing into someone else's private territory without authorization is no less than forcibly breaking into a private house. According to the 99th law of the Alliance, we will kill you on the spot. You, too, are innocent. Since you don't want to surrender, then, go to hell, fast dragon. Kuailong let out a low roar, and his murderous aura erupted. He raised his feet and trampled into the cave, his huge feet covering the sky. Looking at the shattered giant feet that could step on the cave with just 1 foot, Cass and the others were finally scared. They were all terrified, and their fingers were cracked. This kid was not joking, he really wanted to kill his own group. They were startled, their bodies trembling, they knelt on the ground with a thud, screaming in shock, their necks stiffened, Submit, we surrender. However, Luo Chen was indifferent and looked at them indifferently. They were desperate, screaming shrilly, and they could only watch Kuailong's huge feet trampling towards the cave. The wind howled, pouring back into the cave, the breath of despair permeated, and their pupils were divergent. Under the threat of death, many people felt their legs and feet softened, and a peculiar smell came from their crotch, and they were scared to pee. Coward. Luokan shook his head. Kuailong, stop. The super ancient fast dragon understood and stopped, and its feet were less than half a meter away from the entrance of the cave. The Cass people who escaped from death were paralyzed on the ground, panting heavily, their hearts beating fast, and they were still terrified. 5 seconds, you are limited to give it, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Luokan's unwavering voice came over, causing Cass and his group, who had finally escaped from death, to feel nervous again, and they rolled out of the hole and came to Luokan's side. Boom! At the moment when they went out, the giant feet of the super ancient fast dragon fell violently, the hurricane was lifted, the rocks splashed and scattered, and a lot of rubble directly rushed towards the falling dust. Seeing this, Shinado propped up an energy shield to protect Luo Chen and the others. The rocks hit the shield, causing ripples, and then fell directly to the ground. However, Cass and his party were not so lucky. Many people were scratched by the gravel, but they did not dare to move at all, because although they would bleed if they were hit by the rocks, once they moved, if the Demon King in front of him is dissatisfied, it is not as simple as bleeding, it may be death. Soon, the cave that was fine just now has turned into a pile of rocks. 1 minute, wash it for me. Luo Chen frowned as he smelled the peculiar smell emanating from them. Cass and the others didn't complain at all. They hurried to the sea and swam for a long time. In less than a minute, they hurried back one by one, lining up, not daring to make any changes. Luo Chen looked at them with his hands behind his back. In the future, you will be Kojira's subordinates. I will make 2 points here. The first point is that you are not allowed to do things like stealing chickens in the future. The second point is also the most important point. As soon as there is a betrayal. Luokan paused for a while, his eyes widened, and the shackles appeared, his eyes became scarlet, and the mysterious windmill leaves appeared in his pupils. Cass and the others only felt the world spinning for a while, and when they came back to their senses, they found that they had come to a mysterious space, a scarlet, very strange. Saw. At this moment, Shinedo's doubtful voice came from Luokan's side, and he looked at the Yudu space with a puzzled expression on his face. Luokan looked at Shanaduo next to him and was stunned for a moment. He clearly didn't pull Shanaduo into the Yudu space. How did it get in? Zanaido, try to see if you can go out. Sa tilde. It called out softly, and then its figure disappeared directly from the moon reading space. Luokan was stunned, closed his eyes to investigate, and found that it really left the reading space. Luokan was a little confused, but he was able to freely enter and exit his reading space. This was the first time he saw this situation, it was not using superpowers. The elf can explain it. Celebi is also a superpowered elf, but it can't freely enter and exit its own monthly reading space. If Celebi can be explained by weak levels, then there is also Cheomung. Cheomung's level is not weak, right? It is also an elf with superpower attributes, and Cheomung can't freely enter and exit his own monthly reading space. In short, this Shinedo is really full of mystery. Can't figure it out. Luokan shook his head, stared at the terrified Cass and his party, and said coldly, if I find out that there are any traitors among you, then all of you must prepare for death. He smiled. I guess you haven't felt the taste of death, have you? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Luokan Shiame smiled and said, then let you experience the taste of death today. Let's set a small goal first. Let's die 20 times first. He snapped his fingers. Ah. Cass and the others were screaming, and they found that their right hand had turned into a giant furry claw, with sharp and slender nails, like a demon's arm. One poke. Stab tilde. The heart was pinched out by their right hand, and then in front of them. Bang. Broken into minced meat. They were lying on the ground weakly, their throats convulsing. They opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but they couldn't say a word. With despair in their eyes, they fell into endless darkness. Luokan snapped his fingers again. Cass and the others only felt the world spinning for a while. They were stunned for a moment, and then quickly touched their chests. They were relieved and let out a sigh of relief. Hee, don't be too happy, there are 19 more. Let their hearts and hearts tremble, the voice of the Demon King has been heard again. Slap tilde. A crisp finger snap. In the moon reading space, the shadow of the sword, light and sword appeared. Ah! The screams were incessant and terrifying. Ellipsis. Soon after, Luokan disappeared from the writing wheel, and the space for reading the moon disappeared. Puff. Cass and the others broke down one by one, their snot and tears were mixed together, they died 20 times, and the 20 deaths were still vivid in their minds. As soon as they remembered their previous experiences, they trembled all over. After they had calmed down, Luo Chen said, okay, you should know the consequences of betrayal just now. XXX. After hitting the stick, it's time for a sweet date. You guys will follow Kojira in the future, don't worry, it's definitely better than you do things like stealing chickens and dogs. The super elf breeding food on the market is our product. How dare they oppose one by one, even if there is no sweet date. After what happened just now, they will follow Luokan with determination, because just now, they have experienced something more terrifying than death, that is, wanting to die, but can't die. Luokan went over and patted Cass on the shoulder. Work hard, I won't treat you badly. After he finished speaking, he took Kojiro and the others and turned their heads away, preparing to stroll around the island to see how to plan. Cass and the others looked at the figure of Luokan leaving, with deep fear and awe in their eyes. Even if they were killed, they would not dare to betray them, because he was so terrifying, he was simply inhuman. Exist. Today's scene will make them unforgettable forever. Sichuan. Chapter 95. On the road. Meow, boss, can those people really depend on lazy people? Meow said. Give them 10,000 courage and they won't dare to betray them. I don't like these people. You can use them as you command them. You don't have to put them in our core, just use them as peripherals. Luo Chen smiled. But don't underestimate this kind of people with 3 religions and 9 ranks. They are local snakes in the area of Junshin town, and many things have to be done by them. Luokan said to Kojiro and Meow Meow who were beside him. Kyojiro, you two, get out of that super elf cultivation food thing first, and let them be responsible. Then, Kojiro, you pick out a few shrewd people among them. I need you to establish a network of intelligence organizations that belongs to us alone. In fact, the most important thing for an organization is the intelligence network. The reason why the Alliance has this status is that besides their strength, another reason is that their intelligence network is spread all over the world. Almost half of the trainers in the world belong to the Alliance. Yes, these are the eyeliners on the bright side of the League. Intelligence is the eyes of a power. If a power does not have its own intelligence organization, it will be like a headless fly, ignorant of outside information. So Luokan wants to form his own team and power, then the intelligence network is essential part. Boss, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten about intelligence. Kojiro patted his forehead angrily. As the young master of the Sasaki family, of course he knew the importance of intelligence, but he ran away from home for several years. And Meow Meow and Musashi have been making salted fish for so long, they forgot about it for a while. It's okay, don't worry, you can build it slowly. Luokan smiled and said to Meow Meow, as for Meow Meow, you should do your best to crack the Gene Jade box of Shilufu Company first. He felt that Kamo had defected for 5 years, and the Gene Jade box that Shiruf Company could never forget was definitely not easy. Understood. I have already cracked 3 sides, but the more I crack to the end, the more difficult it will be. It should take some time for the remaining 3 sides to be cracked. Well, break it out and let me know. Ellipsis. Fallen dust. They are on the island. After making a circle and making a blueprint for the island's planning, the group came to the highest mountain on the island. Everyone looks down from the top of the mountain, and there is a kind of pride that will be the top of the mountain, and this will be their base in the future. But looking at the bare land, it was a bit unpleasant. Luo Chen scratched his head. Little Jiro, plant more trees on the island by the way, it's too ugly to be bare tilde. Compare. At this time, Celebi ran out of the bag, patted Luokan on the chest, and offered to ask Ying, saying that he was fine. It floated up and came to the sky above everyone. Compare tilde. Celebi's ethereal and light-hearted chirping came. It radiated green light all over its body, and a strong vitality emanated from it. Immediately afterwards, countless light spots floated out of it, falling on every inch of the island like seeds, and green saplings burst out of the ground. Afterwards, these saplings swelled with the wind at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, within 5 minutes, a green field appeared in everyone's eyes. The breeze was blowing, and the leaves were making a rustling sound, swaying with the wind. The deserted island that was bare just now is now full of woods, like a virgin forest. Hey, looking at this shocking scene, everyone gasped. eyes lost. The power of the beast is so terrifying. The moment of youth. The earth is turned upside down. The wasteland is turned into a forest, and the early autumn is turned into early spring, as expected of time and life. Elf. Compare. Celebi flew down and whispered to Luokan with exhaustion in his voice. It lay in Luokan's palm and fell asleep after a while. It seemed that the consumption of it just now was quite large, and Luokan was careful. Put it back in the bag. After a long time, the people who were relieved came down the mountain. I'll leave it to you here, I'll leave the big rock snake to you, and I'll leave the super ancient Hudi, Jengui, and Fat Ding to you. Luokan sorted out the elf he has now. With the superpower Queen Shinado, the big diamond snake has little effect on him. It is better to follow Kojira and the others to plan Nashi Island. As for the super ancient Hudi, Jengui, and Fat Ding, it is to prevent something similar to the Aoki family from happening. If someone comes to the door again, Kojira and the others can fight back. Understood, boss. Next time you come back, I will definitely give you a base like a steel fortress. Kojira and Meow Meow said. Super ancient fast dragon, we should go. He said to the super ancient fast dragon. Hold head high. The super ancient dragon shook his head, and then handed over an ink-colored cube, a double-headed golden cone, a black dumbbell, and a small golden bell. These 4 objects have mysterious tadpole characters on them. These are 4 super ancient Pokeball for Pokemon. It said that it still wants to stay here with the super ancient Hudi, and it also said that you only need to bring all their Pokeballs, and when you need them to shoot, directly use your mental power to motivate the Pokeballs, and they will restart. Appears in your own Pokeball. The voice came from Meow Meow's mouth. Meow Meow's eyes were red, and her eyes were dull. It was obvious that Shinado had already controlled her mind. Hearing this, Luo Chen was taken aback for a moment, and took over 4 super ancient Pokeballs. These Pokeballs have this function. For the test, he released the fast dragon and flew him a long distance, about 50 nautical miles. On the boundless sea, Luo Chen clenched the Pokeball of the super ancient fast dragon, the writing wheel eyes appeared, and mental power poured into the cube Pokeball. In an instant, the black tadpole text on the Pokeball swam counterclockwise. Luokan stared at it. He remembered very clearly that the black tadpoles had always been swimming clockwise before. This situation lasted for a short while, and suddenly, the black tadpole text flashed and trembled. Luokan felt that there was something in it, so he threw it forward. Diaresis, Diaresis, roar. A familiar figure appeared on the sea. Luokan's eyes shrank. Is it really okay? He then tried the Pokeballs from the super ancient Hudi and the others. All were fine. The 4 super ancient Pokemon appeared directly in the Pokeball from a desert island 50 nautical miles away. Take back the 4 little elves. Luo Chen looked at the 4 super ancient Pokeballs lying quietly in his hands, with a look of surprise and a solemn expression on his face. The super ancient civilization is really too mysterious. The technology of the Pokeball is actually higher than the current one. It can directly activate the Pokeball and summon the Pokemon far away. Moreover, to activate this function, one must use mental power. Could it be that the ancestors of the super ancient period all possessed superpowers? Luokan was stunned and lost his mind, and his thoughts drifted away. Kuailong, Jengui, Hudi, Fat Qian Haojiao Ding, who lived from the super ancient times to the present, and Shinado, who was inexplicably sealed in a stone, and 10,000 more advanced than the current Pokeball times the super ancient Pokeball. He even had a faint illusion that the current Pokeball production technology may be a castrated version handed down from super ancient times. Everything in this super ancient period is full of mystery. He half squinted his eyes and felt the little guy sleeping in his bag. He murmured, but there is still a chance to go back to the super ancient times to see, as long as this little guy grows up to be able to travel through time and space. Seedling. PS1. Push the book, The Return of the Great Emperor of Martial Arts. PS2. This chapter is of great use later on, but I don't know about it. I dug it without realizing it. I have been digging this pit since the appearance of the super ancient fast dragon, and now I have finally finished digging it. At that time, this pit will be the biggest chow in this article. Also, it's almost the quartz competition. Is there any handsome guy who wants to appear in the competition? I'll create something like that in a few days. Then you can talk to me, and I'll try my best to arrange it. Chapter 96. Putting away the 4 super ancient Pokeballs, Luo Chen took the fast dragon and galloped away again, flying to Nashi Island. Just halfway through the flight, he saw the waves rolling in the distance, and countless blue elves dived from the bottom of the sea, bringing a series of water sprays. Luochen stared at it, and it turned out to be countless agate jellyfish and stinger jellyfish. He smiled, the only one who could drive so many agate jellyfish. Come out. Puff puff. The tide surged, and a huge figure broke through the sea, shaking countless water splashes, and appeared in front of Luo Chen. Looking at it, Luo Chen also had a smile on his face. It really is you, the giant sting jellyfish. How did you know I was here? I was just about to call someone to find you. The ruby on the forehead of the giant sting jellyfish flashed, and a thick voice appeared in Luochen's mind, with joy in the voice. Yesterday I was in the sea not far away, and then I felt a huge burst of energy here. When I felt the breath of Kuailong, I knew you were here, so I came over to have a look. Haha, it's the right time. It's time for what I promised you before. It's time to fulfill the promise. Luochen put away the fast dragon, came to the head of the giant stinger jellyfish, and sat down cross-legged. When the giant sting jellyfish heard the words, she was extremely excited, and her thick and loud voice buzzed directly in Luochen's mind. Really, you have found a place suitable for our ethnic life, and no humans will disturb us. Be quiet, it makes my brain hurt. Luo Chen patted it and continued, well, I found it. There are human beings, but they are all my people. That's my territory. After chatting all the way, they soon came to the coast of Nashi Island. Go and see if it's suitable for you to survive. Fallen dust jumped off the top of its head. The giant stinger jellyfish nodded and dived into the sea. It took a long time for it to emerge, with excitement in its voice. Yes, there is a large coral group under the seabed, and the water quality here is also very good. No more a better place than this. That's right, then you can settle here. This whole island is mine, and no one will drive you away. Of course, you can also dig a lake within an island directly on the island, and then go directly to the sea. The problem, the place is big enough anyway. Then I'll go and arrange the ethnic group first. Okay, I should go too. It dived again, and dived into the sea with the dense agate jellyfish, and then directly turned into a blue torrent to surround the entire island. They believed it. In the future, if there is any trouble that can't be solved, just talk to the giant stinger jellyfish. He said to Kojira. Clear. Okay, let's go back first. Luochen released the 4 super ancient elves, and then said to Kuailong, the giant sting jellyfish is also there, remember to get along well. Roar. It nodded. Luochen put their 4 Pokeballs back in the bag, and then left with great confidence. For the defense of Nashi Island, Luochen is not worried at all. There are super ancient fast dragons of sand-level mythical beasts in the air, super ancient Hootie, Fat Ding and Jengui on the ground, and there are huge stinging jellyfish and stingers in the sea. Group of jellyfish. The land, sea and air are all in place, and even if other divine beasts come, it is guaranteed that it will never come back. Ellipsis. Soon, they returned to their home in Junxin town. Luo Chen first informed his mother, and then he went on an unfinished trip after having lunch. Then he saw that it was still a little early, turned his head to Lily and said, would you like to go to the back mountain with me? A few years ago, I spent most of the time with the Kurama in the back mountain. Okay. Sa tilde. The two brought Shinado to the back mountain of Junxin town. The forest is lush and lush. Luochen was walking on the back mountain, looking at the very familiar scene. His eyes were full of memories. That tree was blown up when Kurama and I used the tailed beast jade for the first time. At that time, the power took us all down. With one jump, the tree almost hit me. In that cave, there lived a ring bear. At that time, it was the first strong enemy that Kulama and I encountered. It took a lot of effort to defeat it. And that pit is. Lily took Luo Chen's hand and didn't speak, but just smiled and listened to Luo Chen tell all the interesting things that happened to him in the back mountain in the past. Shinado didn't speak either, and quietly followed behind Luokan, like a quiet girl. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. After walking tired, the two sat on the stone pier. I remember that on this stone pier, Juwei and I saw the first little elf in our life. I still remember it was a small fire dragon. At that time, Ninetales were only level 1. We worked hard to defeat the little fire dragon, and then found out that I didn't have a Pokeball. I couldn't take it. At the end of the speech, Luo Chen's voice paused, and suddenly patted his head. Hey, by the way, little fire dragon, I haven't let that fire dinosaur guy evolve into an old squirt. He hurriedly threw a Pokeball, a fire dinosaur appeared, and he took out a small medicine bottle, which was the evolution potion that was drawn before. Come on, fire dinosaur, drink it. XXX. The fire dinosaur felt the energy contained in the evolution potion, his eyes lit up, and he raised his head to drink it. 0. In less than a second, the medicinal power of the evolution potion poured into its limbs, and its whole body began to emit white light. Feeling the changes in his body, the fire dinosaur roared with incomparable excitement. The enemy the owner encountered recently was too strong, and it didn't even have a chance to play. After sitting on the cold bench for so long, it really suffocated it. Its body began to grow bigger, and soon, a little elf with wings and a tail with flaming fireworks appeared, which was the final evolution of the little fire dragon, the fire-breathing dragon. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon roared in excitement, with indescribable excitement in his voice. It has evolved into an old squirt. Luo Chen went over and patted it. Then let me try your speed, Lily Aishinado, let's go. Luo Chen led them onto the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Go home. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, flapping its wings, stirring up the dust in the sky, and then soaring into the sky, quickly piercing the sky, and arriving at Luokan's home. Ellipsis. After lunch. Mom, I'm leaving first. Take care of yourself. Goodbye, Auntie. Sa tilde. On the back of the fire-breathing dragon, Luokan and the others waved towards the reluctant mother Luokan, and then flew up on the fire-breathing dragon and disappeared above Junjun town. Ellipsis. In this chapter, I will make a transition and fill in some of the previous things, lest you say that I have little ding-ding chewing when I dig holes and do not fill in wood. Chapter 97. The fire-breathing dragon flew through the sky, and the tail flame drew a long firework. This fire-breathing dragon may be due to its good qualifications, and it is also taking the evolution potion produced by the system. It is much larger than ordinary fire-breathing dragons and has a very broad back. Luokan and the others don't feel cramped when they sit cross-legged on it, and the fire-breathing dragon flies much more smoothly than the fast dragon. After all, the fire-breathing dragon's wings are much wider than the fast dragon's, so they can have a better sense of balance, but in terms of speed, the fire-breathing dragon has a better sense of balance. Far better than the fast dragon. Fire-breathing dragons fly slower. Luokan patted it, the fire-breathing dragon understood, and the speed suddenly slowed down, neither rush nor slow, just right. Feeling the breeze blowing past, falling dust is very comfortable. Seeing this, Shinado, who was beside him, took out a tea set from nowhere, and brewed tea on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. His movements were very skillful. Looking at Luokan, he was very ashamed. In the past few days, he also discovered that Shinado has a soft spot for tea and likes drinking tea very much. Sa tilde. It handed a cup of tea to Luokan and Lily. Thanks. The tea will be served with snacks. I still have snacks. Lily smiled and took out some snacks from her bag. Flying high in the sky, looking down at the heaven and earth, feeling the breeze blowing my hair, drinking fragrant and sweet tea, tasting delicious snacks, accompanied by beautiful women and considerate elves. Luokan feels very comfortable. It's easy. The happiest thing in the world is 22. Luokan looked at the vast world and felt heroic for a while, and one day, he would bring them to the top of the world together. Ellipsis. The fire-breathing dragon flew farther and farther, slid past one mountain after another, and left one piece of plain after another. Soon, a series of buildings appeared in front of them. They should have come to the sky above a city. From a bird's-eye view down, the whole city was like a toy, very small. Luo Chen thought for a while, this city. It should be Nibi City. He remembered that the rock gym in Nibi City has not been played yet, so he should go down to get it first, and the quartz tournament is very soon. Fire-breathing dragon, land. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, flapping its wings and diving down. Flying at a low altitude, it came to the streets of Nibi City, blocking the sun. In the screams of many people, the fire-breathing dragon descended to the streets of Nibi City. Luokan and the others walked off the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and took back the fire-breathing dragon. Let's go to Nibi Gym first. I won't go, you go. I heard that Nibi City is the largest clothing city in Kanto, and I'm going to buy clothes. Lily smiled and held Shinedo's hand. Xanaduo also go with me. Sa tilde. Shinedo called out softly. Why, do you want to go shopping with me too? Lily said while looking at Luokan, who was a little stunned, covering her mouth with a smile. No. Luo Chen quickly waved his hands frantically and went shopping with her. It was more tiring than a fight. Then let's go first, then you can find us yourself. Lily waved her hand, and then left with the hand holding Shinedo. Ellipsis. When they disappeared from his sight, Luo Chen turned around and walked towards the Nibi City Rock Gym. Leaving the city center, after turning a few streets, Luo Chen came to a building made of rocks. The top of the building was printed with the image of the Alliance. This was the Rock Gym in Nibi City. Pushing the door and walking in, everything inside was made of rock. It was like entering a grotto. Many children were playing on a stone slide in the gymnasium, and the skin of each child was bronze. One of them, a little older, was not afraid when he saw Luo Chen, and shouted directly, Dad, someone is coming. Challenge the gym. After a while, a burly man with bronze skin came out. He looked exactly the same as Xiaogang. Luokan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Xiaogang was still traveling with stupid things. This should be Xiaogang's, his dad. You are Xiaogang's father, Wu Nang. Wu Nang was also stunned. Have you seen my eldest son, Xiaogang, who is not a weapon? It seems that my son who is not a weapon also told you the great story of his father, ah. Don't return the great story. Luo Chen is speechless. He remembers that Wu Nang was in the original book. In order to become the champion of the Kanto region, he directly threw the gym to Xiaogang, then ran away from home and traveled everywhere. What a great ass. Okay, boy, even if you are a friend of my unworthy son, I will not be merciful. Then let's start, Luo Chen said lightly. The referee of the gym came up. The rules of the game are 3v3. During the battle, the gym owner is not allowed to change the elf, while the challenger can change the elf during the battle. If the elf of the gym owner loses consciousness, then the challenger succeeds in the challenge, otherwise, the challenge fails. Competition, start. He waved the flag in his hand. It's up to you, Longyan. Wu Nang threw an elf ball, and a small elf with a body wrapped in rocks like a turtle appeared on the field. Luo Chen was also unambiguous, throwing a pokeball, white light flashed, and the figure of the circle bear appeared. Come on, Daddy, come on, Daddy. The group of children who were playing on the slides saw that there was a battle and walked over directly to cheer for Wu Nang. Luokan is so stunned. There are 9 children here, plus Xiaogang's words. Doesn't that mean that Wu Nang has 10 children? Rely on me, I can really give birth. However, it's not the one who cheers the most in the elf battle, but who is stronger. Luokan looked at Longyan and chuckled lightly. The two sides were ready to fight, and finally Wu Neng made the first move, Longlongyan, rolling attack. Longlongyan retracted his limbs into the rock, his body rubbed on the ground, rolling like a sphere, as if driving at a high speed. The tires of a car with a speed of 200 miles per hour were so fast that the rocks were rubbed off directly on the ground. A layer of skin. Then it bounced up directly, carrying terrifying power, and rammed directly towards the circle bear. Deja vu as a scene. Luo Chen smiled, not in a hurry or slow. Circle bear, take it. Roar. Circle bear directly drove up to meet him, slapped his hands fiercely, and caught the rumble rock, which was still spinning rapidly in its hands, rubbing the sparks. However, no matter how it rotated, it couldn't break through the hands of the circle bear. Soon, its rotation speed slowed down and finally stopped. Kick it to the sky. The ring bear threw it up and kicked it, and rumble rock flew into the air. Destroy the dead light. Luo Chen's words came again. A powerful white light beam slammed onto Longlongyan's body impartially. The latter was directly blown away, flew far away, fell to the ground, and lost consciousness. Now the sound of cheering for Wu Neng stopped abruptly. Wu Neng's eyes also shrank, and he looked at Luo Chen solemnly. Young man, I still underestimate you. It seems that I have to use my trump card. Wu Neng threw the pokeball. A huge rock snake appeared on the field. The skin of the rock snake didn't have the dull color of rocks, but was shiny like steel. Looking at the elf, Luo Chen said, "Is it a big steel snake? But if your trump card is just like this, you are sure to lose." "How can my big steel snake be like this? You must know that in order to become the champion of the Kanto region, I have traveled to several regions. Among them, I spent the longest time in the Carlos region." Carlos area. Luo Chen was startled. He seemed to have thought of something, and stared at the big rock snake, and found a glass ball inlaid on the big rock snake. Wu Neng hooked the necklace on his neck, which also had a glass ball hanging on it. He pressed it directly on the glass ball and said solemnly, "Big steel snake, mega evolution." In an instant, there was a gust of wind on the arena, and the big steel snake roared. Its body was bathed in white light, and its body was constantly changing. Soon, a brand new mega rock snake appeared in front of Luoken's eyes. Its head became extremely ferocious, and a steel-like rock protruded directly from its body, which was very terrifying. Even a part of its body had changed from rock to crystal, and it looked very hard. Sure enough, it was the Mega Stone, the Mega Steel Snake. Luo Chen looked at it with half-squinted eyes, and hit 4 gems, except when he felt the pressure when he hit the victory gem Cheomeng, and the next few gems stopped. Never felt pressure. And now, he felt the pressure on the big steel snake for a long time. He smiled. Finally, there was a powerful gym owner. Ellipsis. The update is over. Sorry guys, the main chapter has 3,000 words. I locked the word count, and it's not out until now, and the next 2 chapters have a character you've been urging will appear. Chapter 98. A strong momentum emanated from the super-evolved giant steel snake. The ground rumbled and vibrated, and a lot of gravel floated up, circling around the giant steel snake's body. Looking at the powerful big steel snake, Luo Chen muttered in his heart. System, the Eye of Probing. Name, Big Steel Snake M-EGA Evolution State. Level, Level 70 Tianwang Peak FNG. Attribute, Steel Attribute, Ground Attribute. Qualification, Champion. Ellipsis. Looking at the big steel snake data that appeared in his mind, Luo Chen touched his chin and pondered for a while. Is the other party a steel attribute? Come back, Circle Bear. He took the ring bear back, and then threw a pokeball. A dragon-shaped elf with a flame on its tail appeared on the field. Fire-breathing dragon, it's up to you. Although the opponent's level is higher than you, your attributes are superior. This is the first battle after your evolution. Let me see your strength after evolution. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon spewed out a huge flame from its mouth, and its aura was high. Is there another fire-breathing dragon? Wu Neng felt the powerful aura of the fire-breathing dragon, and was a little shocked in his heart. This young man is very strong. Both sides please take your place. The referee waved the flag in his hand violently. The game starts. Wu Neng didn't dare to underestimate Luokan. At the moment when the game started, he waved his hand suddenly and issued an order. Big steel snake, sandstorm. The big steel snake let out a low roar, and the crystal rock on its body glowed with lustrous color. XXX. The wind and smoke gradually rose, the wind whistled and rolled up the coarse sand, and a sandstorm broke out on the field. Under the blessing of the wind, the sand hit the skin and it would feel like a mosquito bite. Although it is not a serious problem, it will always be makes people feel very uncomfortable. After the big steel snake mega, the power of the skills has also become much stronger. The sandstorm is still whistling, more and more dense, the sky is filled with sandstorms, the figure of the big steel snake is also blocked by the sandstorm, so that the dust can't see it at all to its figure. Should I use auxiliary skills to separate me from the fire-breathing dragon first, so that I cannot give the correct command to the fire-breathing dragon? It's okay for others, but for me. Luokan smiled, his eyes condensed, his eyes were scarlet as blood, and the windmill leaves appeared in his pupils. He calmed down and looked at the arena covered by the storm. All the scenes in the storm clearly appeared in the completed eyes. I saw Wu Neng gave an order to the big steel snake, and the big steel snake went into the ground quietly. Oh, are you drilling a hole? Luokan chuckled lightly, changing to another trainer. When his vision was blocked and he couldn't give the correct command, he would definitely be overshadowed. But this trick is useless to him at all. He directly said to the fire-breathing dragon, use an earthquake attack. On the opposite side, when Wu Neng heard this, Wu Neng's heart skipped a beat and shouted, no, the big steel snake comes out quickly. Late. The lower plate of the fire-breathing dragon sank slightly, its feet seemed to be rooted on the ground, and a trembling force came from its feet, shaking the ground. Soon, the entire arena was shaken, and several large cracks appeared. It was as if a major earthquake had occurred. Everyone was tossed around, like a drunken man, unable to even stand. After a while, the earthquake stopped. Big steel snake, are you all right? Wu Neng looked nervously at the arena. Roar. A ferocious head burst out of the ground, and the crystal stone on the body emitted a hazy light, covering its entire body, making it unharmed in the earthquake. To protect. Luokan squinted his eyes. This big steel snake is not ordinary. He was able to make the best judgment on his own without the command of the trainer. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the big steel snake, Wu Neng heaved a sigh of relief, and then looked at Luo Chen with a ghostly look on his face full of disbelief. How on earth did you know? You must know that in the usual battles, this combo of the big steel snake can be said to be tried and tested, and it works well every time, but now it has been easily cracked by the young man in front of him. Intuition. Luo Chen nodded his head with his fingers, opened his eyes and said nonsense. His expression suddenly became bright, and his aura was airy. Well, to put it simply, it was a strong aura emanating from him. You are really strong. It seems that the sandstorm has little effect. Wu Neng was secretly startled. This young man is simply terrifying. It seems that strategy or anything has no effect on you. He looked at Luokan with an excited smile and grinned. Then let's have a head-to-head confrontation. The crystal stone on the big steel snake shone slightly, and the sandstorm that filled the sky disappeared without a trace. Luo Chen smiled and said, okay. The eyes of the two exuded a strong fighting intent, and their eyes met in the air. Big steel snake, steel tail. Fire-breathing dragon, we also use steel tails. The two raised their eyebrows and issued orders almost simultaneously. Roar. The two elves let out a loud roar, with white awns flashing on their tails, and at the same time they flicked their tails to meet them. Bang! The tails collided in midair, making a loud collision sound, and they were evenly matched. Rock blockade. Fire flame vortex. Ellipsis. Death to hit. Dragon claw. Ellipsis. Intense, Deafening explosions erupted from the arena. The two elves fought indistinguishably. The energy overflowed. It was very terrifying. It shocked everyone watching the game. They looked at the arena with no excuses. The two trainers in command of the battle said dumbly, "Okay, so strong." After a long time, the fire-breathing dragon and the big steel snake were panting heavily. After fighting for so long, they were all shooting with all their strength, and the physical exertion was too great for them. It seems that the fight is indistinguishable. Wu Neng smiled happily. Since he returned to Kanto after traveling, he hadn't fought so smoothly for a long time. Yes. Luokan also smiled, and he looked at Wu Neng. If we keep fighting like this, the final result will be that the two elves will eventually be exhausted. How about we decide the outcome with one move? It is good. You all stand back for me, Wu Neng said to the crowd watching the battle, and everyone hurriedly left and retreated a long way. Then he widened his eyes and said solemnly, "Big steel snake, cannon light cannon." The big steel snake let out a low roar. The crystal rock on its body shone brightly, emitting colorful rays of light, and a giant white light condensed in its mouth, where energy overflowed, as if it contained a nuclear bomb, and the energy fluctuations were very terrifying. Seeing this, Luokan also raised his eyebrows. Fire-breathing dragon, great flame ring, Emperor Yan. The fire-breathing dragon roared, and the tail flame on its tail erupted fiercely, bursting and burning. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. It raised its hands above its head, and a fireball continued to condense on its hands. The fireball became bigger and bigger, and finally the air was burned and began to distort, and finally hung directly on the fire-breathing dragon like a small sun. On the hands. Roar. After the skills were gathered at the same time, the two elves roared at the same time, and the skills whizzed towards each other. The cannon light cannon and the great fire ring, Entei collided in the air. Boom boom boom. In an instant, it was as if two nuclear bombs collided. A small mushroom cloud flew into the air, and there was a violent explosion. The fire was everywhere, the horror was extraordinary, the heat wave was burning, and many people were directly blown to the ground. The energy of the two collisions shot straight into the sky, and with a loud bang, the roof of the rock gymnasium was blown out, leaving the rock gymnasium in a mess. Ellipsis. After a long time, the diffuse smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The arena has completely disappeared, and it has become a huge pit. The crowd watched intently. The situation on the field revealed that neither of the two elves fell down, but stood there straight. 0. But not a second passed. They staggered a bit at the same time. The fire-breathing dragon trembled, and half knelt on the ground, while the big steel snake on the other side went soft and fell to the ground, his eyes rolling in circles. The referee of the gym trotted back from a distance and looked at the terrifying scene on the field. He was also covered in cold sweat and couldn't help swallowing. In the second game, pick the challenger to win. Hurry up and release your last elf. Luo Chen felt that he had a great time playing today. Wu Neng's face flashed helplessness. I admit defeat. The big steel snake is already my trump card, and it is impossible for the remaining elf to defeat you. He came over, took out a badge and handed it to Luokan. It's yours. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a badge and a green lottery ticket. Luokan shook his head regretfully. That's really a pity, I still can't get enough of it. He looked at the embarrassed Jim. I shouldn't have to pay for it if it's broken, right? No, there will be someone in the alliance to handle it. That's good, I still have something to do, I'll say goodbye first. Walk slowly, I look forward to your shining in the quartz competition. Looking at the back of Luo Chen's departure, Wu Neng sighed sincerely. This young man is the most terrifying of all the geniuses. He has lived for so many years, and he has seen. If Luokan knew what he was thinking, he would definitely be happy. The title of champion. A family has been wiped out by him. Will he miss the title of champion? Ellipsis. Not long after I walked out of the rock gym. Falling dust, falling dust. A familiar voice came, and Lily hurried over, sweating profusely and panting. What's wrong? Luo Chen took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Shasha and Shinado are gone. Luo Chen was stunned. What's going on? I don't know either. It seemed to sense something while walking around, and it used teleportation to leave. Ellipsis. This chapter is also 3,000 plus words. It has been written for a long time, so the update is a bit late. By the way, I recommend a book, The Maker of Doomsday, Chuan. Chapter 99. It's all my fault. If I hadn't dragged it to go shopping, this would not have happened. Lily said angrily. It's okay, it's none of your business, it might have something to do with it. Luo Chen patted her back and comforted. He frowned. Although he had only been with Shinado for a few days, Luokan had already figured out his character. His character was very quiet and elegant. Run out and use skills directly. This shows that it is very urgent, so it will directly use teleportation to leave. Kurama, do you remember Shinado's breath? Juwei nodded, raised his head and twitched his nose slightly, then he raised his paws and pointed in one direction. Then. Lily, let's go. He took Lily 22I's hand and trotted all the way, bypassing several streets, and they came to the entrance of the largest park in Nibi City. In the park. Ninetails nodded. Let's go in and have a look. The two ran into the park. The park was huge, built around a huge lake, surrounded by lush trees, as if entering a forest. At this time, there were few tourists in the park, and only 2s and 3s were walking in the park. Luokan and Lily were jogging in the park, and soon they came to an open meadow. Boom! A loud noise erupted from a lowest clearing not far away, and they could feel the collision of the two energies across the faraway dust. Luokan and the others hurriedly followed the source of the sound. Shinado, do you want this? Then be my little elf. As soon as they approached them, they heard a nice female voice. Luokan was a little angry, but he wanted to see who dared to covet his little elf. But when he got closer and looked at the woman, he was stunned. XXX. This woman has golden hair with 2 hair accessories above the ears at both ends of the hair. She has a tall figure, long legs, and a delicate and standard melon face. She has a strong confidence in her gestures. If Lilia is a stamen waiting to bloom, then she is a flower that has fully bloomed. A pure girl, and a cool and beautiful royal sister. But, it's nothing. What makes Luo Chen stunned the most is, this woman's Luo Chen knows, isn't this the champion of Shinao, Zyrna? But why is she here? Ellipsis. At this time, Sharona was holding a dark black crystal stone in her hand and shook it at Shinado. The texture of this crystal stone was very similar to obsidian. Looking at the black crystal stone in her hand, Shinado's eyes flashed with red light, her figure disappeared, and she came to Sharona's side to snatch the black crystal stone in her hand. But Sharona was also prepared. The moment it appeared, she slightly opened her lips and teeth. Shinado. Suddenly, another Shinado appeared beside Sharona, with green hair and a long white dress. It was an ordinary Shinado, her own little elf. Sharona's Shinado directly took Sharona to use teleportation to dodge to the side, letting the dusty Shinado catch the air. You shouldn't have a trainer yet, Shinado, as long as you are my elf, I will give you this crystal stone. She looked at the dusty Shinado, her eyes flashed with amazement. This black dress and blue hair Shinado is so beautiful. It was the first time she saw this kind of shining Shinado. The first time she saw it, Sharona was already deeply attracted by it. And it looks like this Shinado doesn't have a trainer yet. Who said it doesn't have a trainer yet? This is a voice coming from the side. She looked around and saw a young man walking over with a beautiful and outrageous girl. It was Luokan and Lily. Xanaduo, where did you go? You're worried about me. Don't run around next time. Lily came up and said to Shinado. Sa tilde. Shinado looked at Lily, her eyes flashed with apology, and she whispered softly. They came to the side of Shinado, and Luo Chen looked at Sharona and said lightly, the champion of the Shinao region. Why did you come to our Kanto region? You know me. The famous shinobi girl champion, Sharona, of course I know. Luo Chen looked at her and said. Sharona didn't answer, but looked at Shinado next to Luokan with some regret, and sighed, so you have a trainer. She was a little pity, she really liked this black dress Shinado very much. She shook her head, she took her Shinado and turned away. Sa tilde. Seeing Sharona leave, Shinado called out to Luokan with an indescribable anxiety in her voice. Luokan immediately understood and called Sharona. And many more. Luokan stopped her. Well, can you sell me the black crystal stone in your hand? My Shinado really wants it. Sharona paused and turned to look at Luo Chen. I'm not short of money, but... Her words changed again. Use your Shinado to fight with my Shinado. As long as you beat me, I'll give it to you. She looked at Luokan, and the coercion that belonged to a champion radiated from her body. It is good. Luokan looked at her, without the slightest hesitation, without the slightest panic or fear. Ellipsis. Chapter 100. Sharona held her hands and looked at Luokan with interest. It seems that you are very confident. When you know your identity, and you dare to fight, it shows that the other party is very confident. Luokan smiled, looking at Zyrna's eyes with strong fighting intent. Being able to play against a champion in a region is not something you can usually enjoy. Then let's start. Sharona threw a Pokeball, and Shinado appeared on the temporary arena. System, the Eye of Probing. Name, Shinado. Level 75 Champion Intermediate. Attribute, Super Power. Qualification, Champion. Evaluation, this is a battle-hardened and experienced elf. Ellipsis. Exploring the information that emerged in his mind, Luo Chen squinted his eyes. Is it a champion-level Shinado? Shinado. Luo Chen also shouted, and the black-dressed Shinado understood immediately, took a few steps forward, and came to the arena. Lily, come and shout to start. Yeah. Lily came up, looked at the two people who were waiting for the battle, and waved her hand down. The game starts. When Lily waved her hand down, Sharona's beautiful eyes flashed, and she immediately said, Xanaduo, Magic Leaf. Shinado let out a cry, her voice was light and empty, and her body was full of greenery. The wind picked up on the flat ground, and countless green lights erupted from it, like leaves floating in the air, very spectacular, dyeing the sky green. These energy leaves covered the sky and roared towards the black-dressed Shinado, forming a tornado of energy leaves in the air, swept towards it. We also use magic leaves. Looking at the leaf storm, Luo Chen gave the order. Sa tilde. The black skirt Shinado called out, and the black energy exploded on his body, forming countless dark black leaves in the air. These black energy leaves were like ink gems, shining with crystal color, and the black energy leaves also gathered together and spun violently, whistling to form a black tornado. A green tornado and a black tornado struck fiercely at the opponent. Eventually, two leaf tornadoes collided in the center of the field. ZZ tilde tilde. Wherever they collided, black and green energies overflowed, sparks and lightning shot, and the collision was terrifying. The scene was gusty, sand and rocks were flying, and the big tree on the side was bent over, and the trees with unstable foundations were even more terrifying. It was directly uprooted and collapsed in the middle of the road. Soon, the two tornadoes canceled each other out, leaving the scene in a mess. In the first collision, the two were evenly matched, and they were evenly matched. Zyrna looked at the ruined arena, her eyes patrolling back and forth before the black-dressed Shinado and Luokan. Her eyes flashed solemnly. This black-dressed Shinado is really unusual, the level is lower than her own Shinado, she can actually not fall behind. She even had a faint illusion that if she fought like this, in the end, her Shinado would still lose. When she thought that she might lose, her eyes became serious, and a strong pressure radiated from her. It was completely different from the previous state. If the lazy kitten before, now it has become awake. Lions, give people a lot of pressure. She touched the hair accessory on her head, which was inlaid with a glass ball, and she scolded, "Shinado, Mega Evolution." The glass ball lit up with white light, and countless colorful lights radiated from her body. The glass ball on Shinado also emits white light, and the same colorful light emanates from it, and the two lights are connected to each other in midair. In an instant, an evolved white light appeared on Shinado, and a completely different Shinado appeared, with a bigger body and more skirts. A stronger aura emanated from it, and the pressure was amazing. Luokan was concentrating on investigating the level of this Shinado. Its level has soared to level 80, and it is already at the peak of the championship. It even faintly has an aura similar to that of the super ancient Hudi, which belongs to the sub-god. In this way, the black dress Shinado, whose level was already behind it, was even more different. He sighed in his heart, the champion deserves to be the champion. In this battle, he has no chance of winning. But just when Luokan was about to tell the black dress Shinado to give up, Sa! Shinado made a crisp and ethereal sound, and the sound spread far away, and then Luo Chen found that his spiritual power suddenly poured out from his body, turning into countless thin lines of spiritual power rushing towards Shinado. The spiritual power of the black dress Shinado also poured out crazily, turning into filaments, which were tightly connected with Luokan's spiritual filaments. All of a sudden, the black light on its body was bright, and the whole body was soaked in the black light. After a long time, there was a clear sound, and the body of the black dress Shinado was revealed from the black light. Its appearance at this time has also changed greatly. The black dress on her body has become more fluffy and fluttered in the wind. A flower resembling a rose appeared on her azure blue hair, and under the action of the breeze, it also emitted a faint fragrance. Sa tilde, it chirped again. Boom! The momentum on its body also burst out like a dike burst, and it competed with Shirona's Mega Shinado, and it was a match. Shirona squinted her eyes and looked at Luo Chen in surprise. Do you also have a Mega Stone? Luokan didn't answer her words. He himself was stunned now. He didn't have a Mega Stone at all. He stared at Shinado, who had changed a lot. This one doesn't have a Mega Stone. How did it evolve? Moreover, he also felt that he seemed to have a heart-to-heart with Shinado now, and what he saw in the eyes of the other party would be clearly presented in Luokan's mind, just like a clone. Fall dust, I need that black stone. A voice sounded in Luokan's mind, very nice and soft. Luo Chen was taken aback for a moment. Xanaduo. Shinado, how did you achieve Mega Evolution? Shinado tilted her neck. I don't know, I just saw that it can change shape, and then I thought we could too, and then it became like this. Luo Chen was speechless, and he didn't know where to start complaining. This Shinado's words seemed to be saying, I saw someone bought a Mark 6 lottery and 10 million won, and then I thought I could win, so I went to buy it, and I really won. Luokan shook his head and couldn't understand. Anyway, this Shinado who survived from the super ancient times is mysterious enough. A little more mysterious is acceptable. It's not bad anyway, it's so mysterious anyway. He looked up at Shirona's Shinado and smiled. Unexpectedly, I saw 3 Mega Elves in one day, 1 big steel snake, and 2 Shinado. Mega Shinado versus Mega Shinado. Let's see whose Mega is stronger.